44574. King and Emperor, The Hammer and the Cross, Book 3. By Harry Harrison and John Holme. Copyright 1996 by Harry Harrison and John Holme. Read by Bruce Huntey.
This book was originally created for audio cassette playback. Any announcements concerning cassettes do not apply to this recording. This version contains markers allowing direct access to major portions of the book.
Library of Congress annotation. Sequel to One King's Way, RC 41357. Set during an alternate Dark Ages. The warrior Shef has become King of the North and faces confrontation with the Holy Roman Empire. When his invading fleet is threatened by the dreaded Greek fire, he seeks to regain the advantage through technological innovation. Violence, 1996. From the book jacket. Set during an alternate Dark Ages that never was, The Hammer and the Cross is the gripping saga of Shef, the One King, a visionary and warrior whose accomplishments have changed the course of history. First he led a mighty Viking horde to victory over England. Then he defeated his foes among the Norsemen to become the unquestioned King of the North. Now, in the powerful conclusion to Harry Harrison's acclaimed trilogy, Shef must face the reborn power of the Holy Roman Empire. Ruled by the German knight Bruno, who wields the holy lance with which Jesus Christ was slain, Rome threatens Shef's fearsome Viking navy with a new invention of unparalleled destruction, Greek fire. Unable to defend his fleet against this awesome weapon, Shef travels to the east in search of new wisdom. His quest leads him to the lavish court of the Muslim caliph, and ultimately to the secret hiding place of the Holy Grail. While the ancient Norse gods observe Shef from distant Asgard, visions and portents warn of the coming Ragnarok, the ultimate twilight of the gods. Faiths and empires clash in a final battle between the hammer and the cross, and not even the gods can predict the outcome. About the author. Harry Harrison is the author of The Hammer and the Cross and One King's Way, the previous books in this trilogy. He has also written many popular science fiction novels and series, including West of Eden, The Stainless Steel Rat, and Bill the Galactic Hero. His novel Make Room, was filmed as Soylent Green. His acclaimed short fiction was recently collected in Galactic Dreams and Stainless Steel Visions. Among the awards he has received are the Prix Jules Verne and the Nebula Award. He lives in Ireland. Other books by Harry Harrison. The Jupiter Plague, Montezuma's Revenge, One Step from Earth, Planet of No Return, Planet of the Damned, The QE2 is Missing, Queen Victoria's Revenge, A Rebel in Time, Skyfall, Stonehenge, A Transatlantic Tunnel Hurrah. Stamford, March, Anno Domini 875. Just a village, they said. A few huts by the roadside. Capital of the North. It's not even capital of the Fen. Never been anything, never will be. The inhabitants of Stamford, both the old ones and the many more numerous incomers, bore the taunts of their neighbors easily. They could afford to. For whatever its history, whether its native merit or lack of it, Stamford was now chief residence of the King of the North, once a co-king, once a jarl. Before that a mere carl of the great army now destroyed. Before that almost a thrall in a fenland village. Now they called him the One King, for so he had proved himself, and to his name and title, King Shef, his Norse subjects added the nickname Sigurseil, his English ones with the same meaning and in almost the same word, Sigiselig, the victorious. Truly he was a king who ruled by his word alone. If he declared humble Stamford the capital of the North, then so it must be. After his now legendary defeat of the Ragnarsson brothers in the great battle of the Breiðrabor in the year 868 of the Christians' count, that itself following on his defeat of the king of the Swedes in single combat at the kingdom oak of Uppsala, Shef the One King had received the submission of all the petty kings of the Scandinavian lands, of Denmark, Sweden, and Norway as well, his fleets filled by levies from his under-kings, prominent among them Olaf of Norway, and his own comrade Gudmund of Sweden. He had returned with massive force to the island of Britain, regaining power not only over the kingdom of the East and Middle Angles, which he had been granted previously, but rapidly overawing also the petty rulers of Northumbria and the southern shires, and after them exacting submission further from the Scots, the Picts, and Welsh. In the year 869, King Shef had launched the great circumnavigation of the island of Britain, which set out from the port of London, cruised to the north along the English and Scottish coasts, descended like a cloud on the disbelieving pirate jarls of the Orkneys and Shetlands, left them chastened and afraid, and then turned south and west again through the many islands of the Scots, down the lawless western coasts to Land's End itself. Only there did it recognize friendly power, sheathe its talons, and sail east in company with the escort ships of Alfred, King of the West Saxons, till it reached home harbor once more. Since then the inhabitants of Stamford could boast that they sheltered a king whose power was uncontested from the westernmost isle of Scilly to the tip of the North Cape itself, 2,000 miles north and east. Uncontested and, most said, shared only in theory with King Alfred, whose narrow boundaries King Shef persistently continued to honor, in obedience to the agreement of co-kingship the two had entered into in dark days of threat almost 10 years before. What the inhabitants of Stamford could not say, and did not care to think about, was why the greatest king the North had known since the times of the Caesars should make his home in the rural mud of Middle Anglia. The king's advisers had said the same thing many times. Rule from Winchester, some said, to be frowned down by an angry one-eyed stare, for Winchester remained the capital of Alfred and the South. Rule from York, suggested others, from the stone walls that the king himself had stormed. London, said others, long a wretched backwater without a king or a court to fill it, but now increasingly the rich center of trade from the furlands of the north to the vineyards of the south, crowded with ships carrying hops, honey, grain, leather, tallow, wool, iron, grindstones, and 1,000 luxury goods, all paying toll to the officers of the co-kings, Shef's on the north bank and Alfred's on the south. No, said the many Danes among his counselors, rule from the ancient stronghold of the Sköldung kings, from Hlesrebor itself, for it is the center of your dominions. The king rejected them all. He would have chosen a town in the fenlands themselves if it had been possible, for he was a child of the fens. But much of the year Ely stood inaccessible in the swamp, and Cambridge little better. In Stamford he was at least on the great north road of the Romans, now relaid with hard stone on his own instructions. It was there, he declared, that he would set the Wisdom House, the House of Wisdom, that would be the central achievement of his rule, the new college of the Asgarth Way, not replacing but overshadowing the old one at Kaupang in Norway. There all priests of the way would be welcome to teach their crafts, to learn crafts from others. It was part of the Wayman law that all priests should pay their way by work, not living from tithes and soul taxes like the priests of the Christians. Nevertheless, the king had given to the college a skilled reckoner, once a Christian priest himself, Father Boniface, to give money to any way priest for his own support, such money to be repaid when convenient in work, in knowledge, or in good silver. From all over the north priests came, now to learn the craft of milling by watermill or windmill, and dispersed again, taking with them the knowledge of how to grind corn, but also how to beat out iron with powered trip hammers and draught bellows, how to adapt the new power to many tasks once carried out by slave muscles alone. Father Boniface, by the king's permission but without his direct knowledge, often lent money to such visitors in return for a share of the profits of some new mill for 5, 10, or 20 years into the future. The silver that flowed into the coffers of the king and the coffers of the way would once have brought 10,000 Vikings on the trail of loot. But across the north there were now not even many bearded corpses dangling on coastal gibbets as a warning to their kind. Royal warships patrolled the seas and the port approaches. The few towns and fjords that kept to their old piratical customs were visited one after another by overwhelming fleets drawn from the powers of too many sub-kings to resist. What Stamford did not know, did not wish to know, was that its very insignificance and lack of history had been a recommendation to the king. He had said in the end to the chief of his advisers, Thorvin, priest of Thor, whom he had set over the college as its director. Thorvin, the place for new knowledge is somewhere where there is no old history, no old tradition for people to imitate and follow and misunderstand. I have always said that as important as new knowledge is old knowledge which no one has recognized. But worse than anything is old knowledge which has become holy, unquestioned, so well known to everybody that no one thinks about it any more. We will begin again, you and I, somewhere that no one has heard of, where there will be no stink of ink and parchment in the air. There is nothing wrong with ink and parchment, Thorvin had replied, or vellum for that matter. The way has its books of holy songs. Even your steelmaster Ud has learnt to write down what he knows. The king frowned, reconsidering what he meant. I have nothing against books and writing as a craft, he said. But folk who study books alone come to think there is nothing in the world outside them. They make book into Bible, and that is old knowledge become old lore. I want new knowledge, or old knowledge recognized. So here in Stamford at the House of Wisdom we will establish this as a rule. Any one man or woman, wayfolk or Christian, who brings us new knowledge, or shows us some new and useful way to use old knowledge, will be better rewarded than they would be for years of toil, or years of Viking robbery. I want no more Ragnarsson heroes. Let people show their courage some other way. By the year of our Lord 875, for the chroniclers of the Asgard Way kept to the Christian count while they rejected the Christian Lord, his capital was established, his policy bearing fruit, sometimes sweet, as often sour. Chapter 1. High in the sky, small white clouds scudded before the strong wind from the southwest. Their shadows raced across the bright green of new grass, across the strong, rich brown of plow furrows, the heavy horse teams drawing slow lines across the springtime fields. In between the sun shone hot and welcome on England emerging from its winter sleep. Emerging, too, many said, from the long dark into a new day and a new spring, under its young ruler and his iconoclastic but fortunate rule. In the marketplace of rustic Stamford, maybe as many as 2,000 people were gathered to witness the strange experiment that had been promised. The thanes and churls crowded in from the fields, wives and children with them, pushing back their hoods to take the sun, even shedding their cloaks with due caution against the return of the spring showers. The slow, heavy faces showed pleasure, wonder, even excitement. For today someone would indeed show a new kind of courage that not even Ivar the Boneless or his brother Sigurd the Snake-Eye might have matched. Today a man would leap from the great stone tower of the House of Wisdom itself, and fly. Or so it was said. The crowd would be happy to see flight, to tell their children and grandchildren about it ever after. But they would be happy also to see dramatic fall. They munched bread and good blood sausage in even-tempered expectation of either. A blare of horns set the spectators moving slowly to either side of the square, as towards them from the king's great hall came the king himself and his guests and officers. At the head, walking with deliberate ceremonial, just behind the troops of champions blasting challenge from their enormous, long-preserved aurochs horns, came the two kings themselves, Shef and his guest and partner Saxon Alfred. Those who had not seen them before stared uncertainly at the contrasting figures, wondering, till their better-informed neighbors hissed the truth in their ears, which was the mighty one, which the tolerated partner. Indeed, it was Alfred who caught the eye, dressed like a king in scarlet cloak, sky-blue tunic, gold circlet on yellow hair, left hand resting easily on the gold hilt of an ancient sword. The man beside him wore scarlet also, a cloak of wool woven so fine it seemed as soft as its magnificent silk lining. But the tunic and breeches beneath it were plain dark gray. The king carried no sword, indeed no weapon at all, stalking along with his thumbs in his belt like a churl coming home from the plough. And yet if one looked closer, it seemed possible that this was, after all, the man the Norse folk called Ivarsbani, Sigurðbani, the man who had killed both Ivar the Boneless and Sigurd the Snake-Eye with his own hands, and King Tjalak the Strong of the Swedes as well, had overthrown too the power of Charles the Bald and his Frankish horsemen at Hastings, in the year of our Lord 866. The king was now in his late 20s, and he had the body of a swordsmith in his prime. Broad shoulders, powerful hands, a stride that swung from the hips, a waist so narrow he might have traded belts with his wife, if he had had one. Yet his face was that of a man much older. The black hair was streaked, and more than streaked, with gray over the temples. More gray showed in the short-clipped beard. The king's right eye was covered with a plain black patch, but round it men could see the flesh drawn in, wasted, the one cheek hollow. Lines of care ran across his brow, an expression of constant pain. Or was it regret? Men said that he had returned from his duel with the last of the Ragnarssons friendless and alone, having bought his life and his victory with the loss of others. Some said he had left his luck behind on the battlefield with his dead friends. Others, better informed, said that his luck was so great that he drained it from others, brought death to those who came too close. Whatever the truth, the king felt no need to display wealth or rank or power. He wore no crown, no fine jewelry, gave no employment to cunning goldsmiths. Round his arms, though, there ran half a score of golden bracelets, plain and unworked, worn without show as if they were merely money. Behind the two kings came their retinues, chamberlains, bodyguards, Shef's sword-bearer, Viking sub-kings, and English aldermen of shires anxious to be near the center of power. Close on Shef's heels strode one man who brought murmurs of wonder to the rustics in from the fields, a man nearer 7 foot than 6, and one who would never see 20 stone again, nor 25, a man head and shoulders above all but the mightiest even of the picked bodyguards, Bronn the Viking, champion now of all of Norway, and not only of his native Hålogaland, rumored in whispers even in the depths of England to be the relative of trolls and a kinsman of Marbendils of the deep. Few knew the truth of what had happened when the king had been hunted into the farthest north, and few dared to enquire. "But where is the man who is to fly?" whispered one anxious rustic to his town-dwelling cousin. "The man dressed like a bird." "Already in the wisdom house with the priests," came the reply. "He feared his feather hame, his coat of bird's feathers might be crushed in the press. Follow the kings now, and we shall see." Slowly the crowd closed in behind the royal procession, and trailed them down the hard stone of the great North Road itself. Not to the town walls, for in demonstration of power Stamford had none. Its defences lay far out at sea, in the catapult-mounting battleships that had crushed Vikings and Franks alike. But to the edge of the wooden huts of the common folk, where beyond them in a meadow stood the great square of dormitories, workshops, forges, stables, and storerooms, that was the College of the Way in England, with lifting over it the tall sails of windmills. And at its center the stone tower Shef had ordered to outstrip the works of the Christian kings, 60 feet high and 40 square, its blocks of stone so massive that visiting churls could not believe they had been raised by men with cranes and counterweights, but told strange tales of devils compelled by magic. The kings and dignitaries entered the high iron-bound doorway. The common crowd spread itself round in an expectant semicircle, gaping up. As he reached the top of the staircase, Shef stepped ahead of his co-king for the first time and walked out onto the flat roof, surrounded by battlements. Thorvin was there to meet him, dressed as always in the plain but shining white of a priest of the way, silver hammer round his neck as a sign of his devotion to Thor, a real double-headed hammer tucked into his belt as a reminder of his craft. Behind him, but surrounded by other priests, was the man who was to fly. Shef walked thoughtfully towards him. The man was dressed in a woolen suit of the plainest homespun, but not the usual tunic and breeches. Instead, what he wore seemed to have been cut and sewn as one piece, to fit as tightly as possible. But round him and disguising his body-suit was a cape. Shef looked closer, still unspeaking. Thousands upon thousands of feathers, not stuck into some other material, wool or linen, but sewn tightly, quill to quill. The cape was strapped with sinews to wrists and ankles, stitched also along the line of the shoulders and down the back. It hung loose, though, around the man's sides. Suddenly the man, meeting the king's eye, threw his arms wide and straddled his legs. The cape took shape, like a web, like a sail. Shef nodded, recognizing what was intended. "Where do you come from?" The birdman nodded respectfully towards Alfred, standing a pace behind Shef. "From the land of Alfred King, my lord. From Wiltshire." Shef forbore to ask why he had come to the land of another king. Only one king paid silver for new knowledge, and at a rate that drew experimenters from all across the northern lands. "What gave you the idea?" The birdman drew himself up, as if ready with a prepared speech. "I was born and baptized a Christian, lord, but years ago I heard the teachings of the Way. And I heard the story of the greatest of smiths, of Volund the Wise, whom we English call Wayland Smith. It came to me that if he could rise and fly from his enemies, then so might I. Since then I have spared no effort in making this garment, the last of many I have tried. For it says in the Lay of Volund, 'Laughing, he rose aloft, flew with feather hame.' And I believe the words of the gods are true, truer than the Christian stories. See, I have made myself a sign in token of my devotion." Moving carefully, the man pulled forward a silver pair of wings hanging from a chain round his neck. In response, Shef pulled from under his tunic the sign he himself bore, the Kraki, the pole ladder of his own patron and perhaps father, the little-known god Rig. "None have worn the wings of Volund before," Shef remarked to Thorvin. "You wore the ladder of Rig, either." Shef nodded. "Success changes many things. But tell me, devotee of Volund, what makes you think you can fly with this cape, besides the words of the lay?" The birdman looked surprised. "Is it not obvious, lord? Birds fly. They have feathers. If men had feathers, they would fly." "Why has it not been done before?" "Other men have not my faith." Shef nodded once more, leapt suddenly up to the top of the battlements, stood on the narrow stone lip. His bodyguards moved forward urgently, were met by the bulk of Bronn. "Easy, easy," he growled. "The king is not a Halogalander, but he is something of a seaman now. He will not fall off a flat ledge in broad daylight." Shef looked down, saw 2,000 faces staring up. "Back!" he shouted, waving his arms. "Back from under! Give the man room." "Do you think I will fall, lord?" asked the birdman. "Do you mean to test my faith?" Shef's one eye looked past him, saw in the crowd behind Alfred the face of the one woman who had accompanied them to the top of the stair, Godive, Alfred's wife, now known to all as the Lady of Wessex, his own childhood sweetheart and first love, who had left him for a kinder man, one who did not look at others to use them. Her face reproached him. He dropped his gaze, gripped the man by the arm, careful not to disturb or disarrange his feathers. "No," he said, "not at all. If they are too close to the tower, they will not see well. I wish them to have something to tell their children and their children's children. Not just, 'He flew too fast for me to see.' I wish you the best of fortune." The birdman smiled proudly, stepped first onto a block, then carefully onto the wall where Shef had stood. A gasp of amazement came up from the crowd below. He stood, spread his cape widely in the strong wind. It blew from behind him, Shef noted, flattening the feathers against his back. He thinks the cape is a sail, then, which will sweep him on as if he were a ship. But what if it should instead be a— The man crouched, gathering his strength, and then suddenly leapt straight out, crying at the top of his voice, "Volund, aid me!" His arms beat the air, the cape flapping wildly. Once, and then as Shef craned forward again, and then— A thud came up from the stone-flagged courtyard below, a long, simultaneous groan from the crowd. Looking down, Shef saw the body lying perhaps 16 feet from the base of the tower. Priests of the Way were already running towards him, priests of Idun the Healer. Shef recognized among them the diminutive shape of another childhood friend, Hund the one-time slave, who shared a dog's name with himself, but was now thought the greatest leech and bone-setter of the island of Britain. Thorvin must have stationed them there, so he had shared his own misgivings. They were looking up now, shouting. "He has broken both legs, badly smashed, but not his back." Godive was looking over the wall now, next to her husband. "He was a brave man," she said, a note of accusation in her voice. "He will get the best treatment we can give him," Shef replied. "How much would you have given him if he had flown, say, a furlong?" asked Alfred. For a furlong? 100 pounds of silver. Will you give him some now as compensation for his injuries? Shef's lips tightened suddenly into a hard line as he felt the pressure put on him, the pressure to show charity, respect good intentions. He knew Godive had left him for his ruthlessness. He did not see himself as ruthless. He did only what he needed to. He had many unknown subjects to protect as well as those who appeared before him. He was a brave man, he said, turning away. But he was a fool as well. All he had to go on was words. But in the College of the Way it is works alone that count. Is that not so, Thorvin? He has taken your book of holy song and turned it into a Bible like the Christian's gospel, to be believed in, not thought about. No, I will send my leeches to him, but I will pay him nothing. A voice drifted up from the courtyard again. He has his wits back. He says his mistake was to use hen's feathers, and they are earth-scratchers. Next time he will try with gull feathers alone. Don't forget, Shef said more loudly, and to all, still answering an unspoken accusation. I spent my subject silver for a purpose. All this could be snatched from us any summer. Think how many enemies we have over there. He pointed at right angles to the wind, out across the meadows to the south and east. If some bird or birdman could have followed the wave of the king across sea and land for 1,000 miles, across the English Channel and then across the whole continent of Europe, it would have come in the end upon a meeting long prepared. For many weary months go-betweens had ridden down muddy roads and sailed stormy seas to ask careful questions in the languages of Byzantium and of Rome. If it might be that the Imperator in his wisdom might be prepared to consider thus and so, and might attempt to use such slight influence as he has with His Holiness the Pope, to persuade him in his turn to reconsider such and such a formula, then, accepting the foregoing as a working possibility, or if I may use your so flexible tongue, a hypothesis, could it be so that in his turn the Basileus might turn his mind to the thoughts of so and thus? So spoke the Romans. Esteemed colleague, leaving your interesting hypothesis to one side for the moment only, if it were so that the Basileus might, saving at all times his orthodoxy and the rights of the Patriarch, consider a working and perhaps temporary arrangement in such and such a field of interest, might we then inquire what the attitude of the Imperator would be to the vexed question of the Bulgarian embassy, and the unhappy attempts of previous administrations to detach our newly baptized converts from their faith and attach them to the allegiance of Rome? So replied the Greeks. Slowly the emissaries had conversed, fenced, felt each other out, returned for further instructions. The emissaries had risen higher and higher in rank, from mere bishops and second secretaries to archbishops and influential abbots, drawing in military men, counts, and strategists. Plenipotentiaries had been dispatched, only to discover that however full their powers might be, they did not dare to commit their emperors and churches on their word alone. Finally, there had been no help for it but to arrange a meeting of the supreme powers, the four greatest authorities in Christendom, the Pope of Rome and the Patriarch of Constantinople, the Emperor of the Romans and the Emperor of the Greeks. The meeting had been held up for months by the discovery that in his eyes the Basileus of the Greeks considered himself the true heir of the Caesars, and so Emperor of the Romans as well, while the Pope bitterly resented the termination of Rome being added to his title, regarding himself as the heir of St. Peter and the Pope of all Christians everywhere. Carefully formulas had been arranged, agreements reached, not only as to what might be said, but what might not under any circumstances be said. Like mating hedgehogs, the powers drew together, delicately, gingerly. Even the place of meeting had required a dozen proposals and counter-proposals. Yet now at last the negotiators might look out over a bluer sea than any the barbarian kings of the north would ever view, the Adriatic, looking west towards Italy, at the place where once the mightiest of Roman administrator emperors had built his palace for retirement, Saloni of Diocletian, called already by the Slavs filtering into the region, Split. In the end, and after days of exhausting ceremonial, The two military leaders had lost patience and dismissed all their retinues of advisers and translators and chiefs of protocol. They sat now on a balcony overlooking the sea, a pitcher of resined wine between them. All serious issues were settled, the agreements at this moment being embodied by relays of scribes writing a massive treaty in multiple copies in gold and purple ink. The only possible check could now come from the religious leaders, who had retired to talk between themselves, and each had been given the strictest and grimmest of warnings by his earthly colleague and paymaster to cause no trouble. For there were worse things that could happen to the Church, as the Imperator Bruno had said to his creature Pope John, than a misunderstanding over the exact nature of the Nicene Creed. The emperors sat quietly then, each with an ear cocked for the return of the churchmen, discussing their personal problems as one ultimate ruler to another. It was perhaps the first time either had talked freely and frankly of such matters. They spoke in Latin, native to neither of them, but at least allowing them to communicate without intermediaries. "We are alike in several ways, then," mused the emperor of the Greeks, the Basileus. The imperial name he had chosen, Basil I, showed a certain lack of imagination, uninspiring in one with his history. Hoc ille, agreed the Imperator of the West, Bruno, Emperor of the Romans, as he claimed, but in reality of the Franks, the Italians, and most of all of the Germans. "That's it. We are new men. Of course my family is old and distinguished, but I am not of the blood of Charlemagne." "Nor I of the house of Leo," agreed the Basileus. "Tell me if I am wrong, but as I understand it, there is none of the blood of Charlemagne left." Bruno nodded. "None in the male line. Some were killed by their own vassals, like King Charles the Bald, on account of their failures in battle. I had to take measures against others myself." "How many?" probed Basil. "About 10. It was made easier for me in that they all seemed to have the same names. Louis the Stammerer, Louis the German. 3 sons for each of them, and still with the same names, Charles and Louis and Carloman. And some others, of course. But it is not quite true that there is none of the blood of Charlemagne left. He has great-great-granddaughters left. One day, when all my tasks are done, I may ally myself with one. So your position will be stronger." A yet fiercer look crossed Bruno's craggy, rock-hewn face. He straightened up in his chair, reached behind him for the thing that never left him, that no negotiators could persuade him to abandon. The lance with the leaf-shaped blade, its plain head now shining once more with inlaid gold crosses, set on a shaft of ash wood barely visible beneath gold and silver wire. His ape-like shoulders stretched as he swung it before him, thumped its shaft on the marble floor. "No! My position could not be stronger in any way, for I am the holder of the Holy Lance, the lance with which the German centurion Longinus split the heart of our blessed Saviour. He who holds it, he is the heir of Charlemagne by more than blood. I took it in battle with the heathen, brought it back to Christendom." Reverently Bruno kissed the blade, laid the weapon down with tender care beside him. The bodyguards, who had stiffened into readiness yards distant, relaxed, smiled warily at each other. The Basileus nodded, reflecting. He had learnt 2 things: that this strange count from the furthest extremity of the Franks believed his own fable, and that the stories they told of him were true. The man did not need a bodyguard, he was his own. How like the Franks to elect as their king the one the most formidable in single combat, not a strategos, but a mere champion. And yet he might be a strategist, too. "And you," probed Bruno in his turn. "You put from his throne your predecessor, Michael the Drunkard, as he was called. I take it he has left no seed behind to grow rebellion." "None," replied Basil curtly, his pale face flushing over the dark beard. Basil's supposed second son, Leo, is in reality the child of Michael, Bruno's spies had reported. Basil killed the emperor, his master, for cuckolding him. But in any case the Greeks needed an emperor who could stay sober long enough to marshal an army. They are pressed by the Slavs, the Bulgars, even by your own foes, the Vikings, raiding down the great rivers of the East. Not 20 years ago a Viking fleet menaced Constantinople, which they called Byzantium. We do not know why Basil allowed Leo to live. So, We are new men, then. But neither of us has old men waiting to challenge us. And yet both of us know we have many challenges, many threats. We and Christendom at once. Tell me, Bruno asked, his face intent, where do you see the greatest threat to us, to Christ, and to his church? You yourself, I mean, not your generals and your advisers. An easy question for me, Basil replied, though I may not give the answer you expect. You know that your adversaries, the heathen of the north, the Vikings as you call them, you know that a generation ago they brought their ships up to Byzantium itself? Bruno nodded. It surprised me when I learned it. I did not think that they could find their way across the Italian Sea. But then your secretary told me that they had not done so, had somehow brought their ships down the rivers of the East. You think they are your greatest danger. That is what I hoped. A lifted hand interrupted him. No, I do not think that these men, fierce as they are the greatest menace. We bought them off, you know. The common folk say that it was the Virgin Mary who routed them. But no, I remember the negotiations. We paid them a little gold. We offered them unlimited use of the great municipal baths. They took it. To me they are fierce and greedy children, not serious. No, the true danger comes not from them, mere pagani that they are, immature rustics. It comes from the followers of Mohammed. The Basileus paused for wine. I have never met one, Bruno prompted. They came from nowhere. 250 years ago, these followers of their false prophet came from out of the desert, destroyed the Persian Empire, took from us all our African provinces and Jerusalem. The Basileus leaned forward, took the southern shore of the Italian Sea. Since then, that sea has been our battleground, and on it we have been losing. You know why? Bruno shook his head. Galleys need water all the time. Oarsmen drink faster than the fish. The side that controls the watering grounds controls the sea. And that means the islands. Kypros they took, island of Venus, then Crete. After they conquered Spain, they seized the Balearics. Now their fleets press again on Sicily. If they take that, where will Rome be? So you see, friend, they threaten you as well. How long since their armies were at the gates of your holy city? Opening doors, raised voices, a shuffle of feet, said that the conference of Pope and Patriarch had broken up, that the emperors of East and West must turn their minds again to ceremonial and treaties. Bruno groped for a reply amid several. The Basileus is an Easterner, he thought, like Pope Nicholas, whom we killed. He does not realize that destiny lies in the West. He does not know that the way folk are not the greedy children bought off in his father's time, that they are worse than the followers of the prophet, for they still have their prophet with them, the One Eye. I should have killed him when I had my sword at his throat. And yet maybe there is no need to argue here. The Basileus needs my bases. I need his fleet. Not for the Arabs, just to sweep the channel so I can put my lancers across. But let him have his way first, for he has the one thing that the way folk do not. The emperors were on their feet, the churchmen approaching, all smiles. A cardinal spoke, bowing, the cardinal who had once been Archbishop Gunther of Cologne. He spoke in fluent Low German, his and Bruno's native dialect, which neither Pope nor Patriarch nor any Greek or Italian would follow. At the same time, one of the Patriarch's staff broke out with a burst of demotic Greek, no doubt with the same intention. It's fixed. They have agreed that we may add the formula "and the Son" to the Nicene Creed. Much difference that makes, as long as we draw no conclusions about the double procession of the Holy Ghost from it. Our fool, the Italian, has been told he has to withdraw his bishops from the Bulgars, and let St. Cyril have a free hand, teaching them to read and write. All sides have agreed in condemning the former Patriarch Photius, the bookworm. No problem there. It's fixed. Bruno turned towards Basil as the latter heard his own secret briefing chatter to an end. The two men smiled simultaneously, reached out their hands. "My base is in Italy," said Bruno. "My fleet to relieve Sicily, and then the whole Italian Sea," replied Basil. And then the Atlantic, thought Bruno. But he held his tongue. After all, he might have shed the Greeks and their emperor before then. If he or his agents could find out the weapon that held Constantinople inviolable from the sea, the secret no Westerner knew, Roman or German or wayman, the secret of Greek fire. Chapter 2. Halim, Amir of the fleet of the Fortunate of God, bin Tulun, Caliph of Egypt, newly independent of the feeble Caliphate of Baghdad, felt no unease as his galley led its 100 fellows to sea in the darkest hour before dawn. In moments when a keen eyesight could see sufficiently to distinguish a white thread from a black one, his muezzin would call the faithful to prayer with the traditional cry, the Shahada. God is most great. I testify that there is no God but Allah. I testify that Muhammad is the messenger of Allah. And so on in the invocation that Halim had heard and repeated and obeyed 40,000 times since he reached the estate of a man and a warrior. He and his men would stretch out their mats on the rolling decks and go through their rukat, the prescribed ritual of prayer. But the men at the oars would not, would carry on sweeping his fleet into battle, for they were Christians, the slaves of many a lost campaign. Halim had no doubt of the outcome of this one. His soldiers were fed and rested, his slaves watered and refreshed. By the end of the summer, the disorganized resistance of the Rumi would have come to an end, as always. And this time the whole island of Sicily would be brought once more under the rule of his master, and beyond his master the rule of the Dar al-Islam, the house of submission to the will of God. Halim heard the call of the lookout simultaneously with the start of the ritual prayer, the Salat. "Ships to seaward of us! Ships with the light behind them!" It angered him, but it did not surprise him or cause him uneasiness. Over the years the Christians, those who added gods to God, had learned the rituals of their enemies, and sought from time to make use of them. They were mistaken in thinking that an advantage. In combat for the faith, to abstain from prayer was permissible, even meritorious. It could be made up later. If the Rumi were trying to take him by surprise, they only brought their own end so much the closer. Halim called to his steersman to swing the ships toward the dawning light, heard the master of the slaves shout orders to the port oars to cease rowing, then to accelerate to ramming speed. Halim's vessel was one of the ancient pattern that had ruled the Mediterranean Sea, the Italian Sea, as the foolish Rumi called it, since the days of the Greek philosophers, before the son of the Lady Miriam came to trouble the world. Long, thin, with little freeboard, it was heavily reinforced forward to take an iron-shod ram, with catwalks above the oarsmen's benches for the fighting men to line either side. Halim did not rely on his ram alone. His master bin Tulun was no Arab by blood, but a Turk from the central steppe lands of Asia. He had supplied a dozen of his countrymen to each ship. As they lined the sides, they began to string their bows, the composition bows of Central Asia, wood at the center, sinew on the outside, the side to which the bow bent before it was strung, hard horn on the inside, all glued and assembled with fanatic care. Again and again Halim had seen the Rumi shot down before they ever came to a hand-stroke, their own weak wooden bows outranged by 100 yards, not able to pierce even good stout leather. As the light grew across the water, Halim realized that the ships now closing on him at ramming speed, like his own, were not the kind he expected. Their prows were painted red, were higher out of the water than any he had seen before, and from the warships' hulls he could see sprouting not the crucifixes of the Rumi, but gilded pictures, icons. Not the fleet of the Sicilians then, or their holy father in Rome, but the red fleet of the Byzantines, of which Halim had only heard. He felt something at his heart. Not fear, for that was impossible to the true believer, nor even surprise, but intellectual worry. How could the Byzantine fleet be here, 500 miles from its bases, more days than it could row without exhaustion? Concern as well that his news and what it meant should be passed to his master. But passed it would be. Halim signaled to his steersman not to meet the charging enemy bow to bow, but to swerve aside, trusting to greater handiness, to shave away one row of oars as they passed, and pour in a deadly volley from his bowmen, each of them able to shoot a shaft a second and never miss. He ran forward himself along the starboard catwalk, drawing his saber, not with the intention of striking a blow, but to encourage his men. There would be a moment of danger here. for as he turned aside, the Greek, if he were fast enough, could accelerate and strike bow to flank, driving through below the waterline, and reversing oars instantly to shake the smaller craft off, and leave her crew struggling in the water, her chained slaves drowning, desperate and trapped. Yet the slaves knew that too. As the ship swung barely 50 yards from the white water of her enemy's prow, the starboard side braked with their oars as one man. The port side slaves swung with all the strength in their bodies. Then a concerted momentary glance from both sides at each other to pick up the time, and the ship leapt forward as if it were the first stroke that any man had made that day. The bowmen bent their bows and picked their targets among the faces crowding the rail. There was something there in the middle of the boat. Halim could not see clearly what it was, but he could see some metal contrivance like a copper dome, lit brilliantly not only by the rising sun, but by some flare or flame beneath it. Across the water, over the hiss of the oars and the blare of the trumpets, came a roaring noise like that of some great beast, cut by a high and eldritch whistle. He could see 2 men pumping desperately at a handle, 2 more leveling a nozzle over the side. Greek ships and the Greek fire. Halim had heard of this weapon, but never seen it. Few men who saw it lived to say how it should be countered. Yet he had heard one thing, which was that if its crew could be killed or distracted while they prepared its action, then it became as dangerous to its own side as to the enemy. Halim began to shout orders to the Turks in his own craft, wishing vainly as he did so that he could shout the same warning to the 100 ships streaming in his wake. To attack, he could now see no more than a score of the Byzantines. As the breath filled his lungs and the first arrows began to fly, the whistle in Halim's ears rose to a shriek. A barked command came from the vessel lunging towards him. Halim saw the nozzle swing to face him, caught a strange reek in the air, saw a glow at the mouth of the nozzle. Then the air was full of fire, searing out his eyeballs, crisping his skin so that pain struck him like a club from all directions at once. Halim breathed in death as he tried to scream, his lungs filling instantly with flame. As he fell back into the blaze that was his flagship, he heard the simultaneous agony of 100 slaves, and took it with the last flick of consciousness as the tribute for the entry of a warrior into paradise. The Tulunid scout boats, creeping cautiously into the water where their fleet had been barely 3 days before, found nothing to explain its disappearance. Except charred timbers floating, the headless corpse of a circumcised believer, who had survived the burning only to meet death for refusing baptism. And still chained to the timber he had pulled free from his sunken ship in a frenzy of fear, a slave half mad with thirst. The story he croaked out sent the scout boats racing without further delay for the Egyptian shore. News of the disaster did not outsail the fleet that caused it. A bare fortnight later, Mamun bin Khaldun, commander of the faithful on the new-conquered island of Majorca, could only watch grimly from the shore as the Byzantine fleet brushed aside the attempts at interception by his own always manned inshore squadron, and then cruised slowly along the ranks of his massed invasion fleet, moored 100 feet offshore, pouring out their Iblis flame. His army had debarked months before to set about the conquest of the island, leaving their ships with no more than an anchor watch and a guard against surprise by the natives. As the Greeks came into sight, his few boat keepers had quickly abandoned their charges, pulling furiously for the shore in dinghies. He would lose few men other than the ones he would execute for fleeing without orders. Nevertheless, the ships were a major loss. Yet Mamun felt no great concern. Behind him he had a large and fertile island, its native inhabitants by now thoroughly tamed. He had immense stores of grain, olives, wine, and beef, and could, if need be, support himself and his army indefinitely on the products of Majorca itself. He had something more important than that as well, the breath of life itself to any Arab. He had water. And while the Byzantines had fire at sea, they would soon need to come to land for water. No fleet of galleys could last long without it. They must already be at the limit of their endurance if they had made the long passage from their bases on the islands of the Greeks. Though there was something wrong there, Mamun reflected silently. If the Byzantines had indeed made the long passage down the Mediterranean, they would not be at the limit of their endurance. They would have passed it days ago. Therefore they had not. They had touched land somewhere much closer. On his information, that was impossible. Therefore, his information was wrong. That was the dangerous element in this situation, Mamun concluded. Where could the Greeks have watered? In Sicily? By his understanding, Sicily was closely invested by the forces of the Tulunids, the Caliph of Egypt. Mamun himself had nothing but contempt for Tulun and his followers, mere Turks, barbarians from nowhere, followers in any case, till they rebelled, of the treacherous successors of Abdullah. He himself was an Umayyad and a member of the tribe of Quraysh, related by blood to the Caliph of Cordova, both of them descendants of that Abdurrahman who had fled the massacre in Persia when Umayyad power was broken. Nevertheless, while the Egyptians had no more love for him than he for them, he was surprised that some information or other had not reached him if Sicily had been retaken. It was not like the pale followers of Yeshua, whom they mistakenly called the Christ, to act so swiftly. He would have to gain further information. Yet whatever the true state of affairs, there could be no doubt that those boats out there in the calm bay of Palma would soon be trying to find some unguarded spring or other. No doubt they hoped that he, Mamun, would be unable to guard every foot of shore on this rugged island. Now it would be their turn to be mistaken. As he turned dismissively from the last moments of the destruction of his fleet, he became aware of some disturbance on the outer fringes of his guard. A young man was struggling in the grip of two warriors, calling out angrily. Angrily, not fearfully. Mamun signed to his guard captain to let the young man through. If he had a word to say, let him say it. If he wasted the time of the commander of the faithful, he could go to the impaling post as a warning to others. The young man, fretfully pulling his clothes back into place, had the face of a Qurayshi, too, Mamun noticed. Most of his army now were the descendants of Berbers, converted Spaniards, even Goths. Mamun had been obliged to prohibit taunts of pork-eating. So sensitive were the sons of former Christians in his ranks. But this young man had no touch of the toe-brush about him, as lean and dark-faced as Mamun himself. He spoke, too, like a true Arab, without evasion or deference. "Commander, the men on those ships are not Greeks, even if the ships throw out the Greek fire. Not all of them. Many are Ferengis, Franks." Mamun raised an eyebrow. "How has it been permitted to you to see this? I have not seen it, and my eyes are keen enough to pick out the rider of the stars." He meant the star in Orion's sword belt, which has, invisible to all but the keenest-sighted, a tiny companion sheltered by the light of its neighbor. The young man smiled with irritating condescension. "I have that which enables me to see better even than that." The guard captain standing at the young man's elbow stepped forward, aware that his master was on the edge of ordering the impaling post to be set up. "The young man here, Lord, is Mu'attia, a pupil of bin Firnas." Mamun hesitated, pulling his beard. He himself had been named after the great caliph of 50 years before, who had set up the great library and center of wisdom in Baghdad. He had the greatest respect for men of learning, and there was no doubt that Abul Qasim Abbas bin Firnas was the glory of Cordova for his learning and his many experiments. With less impatience in his voice, he said, "Show us, then, the wisdom of your master." Smiling once more, the young Mu'attia pulled from his sleeve an object like a stout bottle covered in leather. "Know," he said, "that my master, being advanced in years, found a dimness coming upon his eyes, so that he could see only that which was further away than his own arm's reach. For many years he had studied the science of making glass, and the stones from which it might be made. So, by accident, one day he discovered that if one looked through stones of a certain kind and shape, that which was too close for his eyes became, as it were, far away, so that he might read it. And not by accident, but by design, he studied many hours till he could find a glass shape that would do likewise for him, and restore to him the liberty of his books." "But that is to make the close far away," replied Mamun. "Here we have need of the opposite." Again the young man smiled, again provoking Mamun with his display of confidence. "That is what I, Mu'attia, have discovered, that if one takes not one but two glasses, and looks first through one and then through the other, the far away comes close." Thoughtfully Mamun reached over and took the leather object from the young man's hand, disregarding a look of alarm and a sudden babble of explanation. He put it to his eye, looked a moment, lowered it. "I see only the tiniest of images." "Not like that, Lord, mighty one." The young man was at least showing agitation for the first time. It was often so with the learned, Mamun conceded grimly. What upset them the most was not the threat of death, but the fear that they would not be able to display their abilities. He allowed the young man to take the object from his hand, reverse it so that he looked through what appeared to be the neck. "Yes, Lord. On the deck of the lead ship I see a Greek, with a curled beard, standing by an image of the holy." Mamun's face twisted in disgust, and he spat ritually to avert the contamination created by any image of the divine. "But by him there is a fair-haired Frank, all in metal armor. They are arguing, pointing in different directions." "What are they saying?" "My art deals with sight, not sound." "Very well." Mamun signed to the guard captain. "Take the young man from his place in the ranks. Keep him with yourself. If I have need of his art, I will send for him. If I do not, the armies of Spain have more need of wise men than of brave ones. We must keep him safe. And Muatia, if you tell me where the Greek amiral means to land for water before I can see myself, I will fill your mouth with gold. If you tell me wrong, I will melt it first." He turned away, calling to his commanders of divisions. Behind him the young man raised his spyglass again, seeming to be attempting to gain a clearer view by moving his eye in and out from the eyepiece. From time to time in his babbling flow of talk, the Majorcan villager cast a fearful glance sideways. He had reason to feel fear. The villager had seen the fleet of great red galleys pull round the point, having burned to the waterline the ships that had brought the circumcised to Majorca long months before. He had realized they must be searching for water, and theorized that whoever they were, the enemies of Muhammad must be his friends. So when they came ashore and began to set up their camp, and after he had crept close enough to see the crucifixes and the saints' images raised, he had come shyly and slowly forward to volunteer his services, hoping for some reward that might keep him from starvation, hoping, too, for revenge on the fierce, dark-faced raiders who had stolen from him wife and son and daughters. Yet he had not reckoned on facing quite such strange and menacing allies. The villager had no language in common with the Greek sailors, or with the German soldiers whom they transported. He had been passed on, though, from guard post to guard post, till they found a Latin-speaking chaplain. If he spoke slowly and listened carefully, he and the Majorcan could understand each other, for the Majorcan's peculiar dialect was no more than the vulgar Latin of old time, spoken badly and without a schoolmaster for generation after forgotten generation. So much the Majorcan had expected. He had not expected to find anyone like the man who stood with a scowl on his face next to the Christian priest and his wizened informant. Agilulf, Ritter of the Lanzenorden, once companion of the great Emperor Bruno himself, and now commander of the expedition against the Moors, stood a foot taller than either priest or villager. His height was increased by the visored iron helmet he wore, and the black plume in it that marked his rank. Yet what the villager could not understand or hardly believe was not the man but his dress. From head to foot, Agilulf seemed to be made of iron. He wore helmet, mail shirt hanging to his knees, greaves on his calves, and beneath them iron-plated boots. Iron studded his gauntlets and rimmed the long kite-shaped shield he carried, a horseman's shield, drawn out in a kite shape to protect the lancer's left leg when he charged, but carried by Agilulf on foot, as if weight meant nothing to him, nor heat. Beneath the iron he wore leather to prevent links being beaten into his flesh. Beneath the leather he wore hemp to soak up the sweat. In the late afternoon heat of the Balearics in springtime, the sweat sprang out from under the hairline and dripped steadily down into his beard. He took no notice, as if to notice discomfort was beneath his dignity. To the villager who had never seen more iron in his life than it would take to sheathe the spike on his primitive plough, the German seemed a creature from another world. The cross painted on his shield was little comfort. "What does he say?" demanded Agilulf, tiring of listening to slow exchanges in a language he could not follow. "He says there is a good spring half a mile away, where we could fill as many water barrels as we wish, But he says the Moslems know of it and use it too. They will have seen us already. The main army of the invaders is a bare 10 miles off. They move with the speed of the wind, he says. That is how he lost his family. Taken before anyone in his village knew raiders had landed. Agilulf nodded. He showed none of the dismay that Pedro the villager had expected. Does he know how many men the Moslems have? The priest shrugged. He says 10,000. That could mean anything over a couple of hundred. Agilulf nodded again. Very well. Give him some grain and a flask of wine, and let him go. I expect there are many like him skulking in these hills. Tell him when the Moslems have broken, there will be a reward for heads. They can round up the stragglers for us. Agilulf turned away, shouting orders to his men to form up the watering party. As usual, protest and expostulation from the Greek sailors, uneasy on land, convinced that at any moment a horde of Ghazis would rush from the woods and overwhelm them. Agilulf paused for a moment to explain his plan to the Greek commander. Of course they'll rush us, he said, at dawn. My crossbowmen and your rowers will hold them in front for a few minutes. Then I and my knights and companions will take them from behind. I wish we had horses to make our charge swifter. But it will come to the same thing in the end. The Greek looked after the Iron Man as he stalked on his way. The Franks, he thought, clumsy, illiterate, heretical peasants. Why are they so confident so suddenly? They have swept out of the West like the followers of Mohammed from the East 200 years ago. I wonder if we will find them any better than the wine-haters. Mamun made no effort to conceal his dawn attack once his men were in place. He had counted the ships of the enemy, a bare score. No matter how crowded with men they were, they could not hold more than 2,000 at the very most. He had 10,000. Now was the time to avenge the destruction of his ships. The Greek fire, he knew, could not be transported overland. He feared nothing else. He allowed his priests to call out the dawn salat, regardless of the warning it gave, and led his men in their ceremonial prayers. Then he drew his saber and signaled to his commanders of 1,000 to lead the assault. In full daylight, the army of the faithful ran forward in the tactic that had led them to victory over army after army of Christians. In Spain, in France, in Sicily, at the gates of Rome itself. A loose wave of men with spears and swords, without the locked shields and heavy body armor of the West, but driven on by contempt for death, assurance that those who died fighting the unbelievers would live forever amid the houris of paradise. Mamun knew that the Christians would have some trick or other. Otherwise they would not have ventured to set up their camp on land. He had seen many tricks, seen them all fail. The sudden appearance of a row of helmeted heads, the leveled crossbows beneath them, did not surprise him. He had not heard the metallic twang of the crossbows before, and watched with interest as his first wave of stormers fell or were hurled off their feet by the thump of crossbow quarrels at short range. Weapons to use against armor, he guessed, the besetting vice of Frankish tactics. Eager to kill, reluctant to die. They would be slow to reload, whatever they were. The followers of Islam ran on undeterred, reached the low palisade, began to hack and stab at the defenders. Mamun could hear his priests calling ritual curses on those who added gods to God. He walked slowly forward, waiting for the resistance to break. His guard captain touched his arm, pointed silently behind him. Mamun frowned. Another trick indeed. Coming out of a rocky gully to his left flank, already swinging round in a wide arc as if to cut off his retreat, were a line of men. Iron men. Gray steel glittered from their weapons, their armor, their shields, their very hands and feet. Not many of them. They seemed barely 2 deep in file, their line a mere 200 yards. They came on slowly. Why did they look so strange? Pulling his beard, Mamun realized that each carried the same weapons, carried them in the same way, even at the same angle. A short pike in the right hand, a kite-shaped shield on the left side. Had they no left-handed men in their ranks? What could make men walk together like that, as if they were a machine, as unvarying as the scoops on a noria, a water wheel? With incredulity, Mamun saw that each man was putting his foot forward at the same time, so that the line came on like a single animal, like the limbs of a crawling 100-legged beast. He could hear a great voice shouting something in the barbarous tongue of the Ferengi, the same word repeated again and again. Lynx! 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 At every word the feet came down again. Mamoun shook himself, sent runners to turn the rearmost of those attacking the palisade, called his guards round him, and ran forward himself, saber drawn to engage the Iron Men. A moment of delay, and his men would turn, swarm round the Franks now out in the open, drag them down from all sides. Breathing hard, for he was a man of 50 winters, he reached the slowly advancing line, hacked at an iron figure with his saber of best Toledo steel. The German facing him, no knight or ritter, but only a poor brother of the Lanzenorden, ignored the blow, merely ducking his helmet into it. He concentrated on keeping the step, keeping the line, following the battle drill his sergeants had shouted into him. Left foot forward, thrust with the shield, lift the man in front of you back. Right foot forward, stab with the pike. Not at the man in front, ignore him. At the man to your right. Bruder Manfred, to your left, will kill the man in front of you. You kill the man in front of Bruder Wolfi, to your right. Stab at the armpit as he raises his weapon. Mamoun struck one stroke against the unbelievers and died, killed by a blow he never saw. His guardsmen were cut down and trampled underfoot by a line that did not even check its pace. The wave that turned back from the palisades and rushed at the Iron Men did not break and retire, but was accepted and trodden under like stalks beneath a scythe. Their cries of encouragement and praise to God were answered only by the hoarse bellows of the sergeants. Lynx! Lynx! Straighten up there! Close up! Close up! Second rank, keep your points down. Stab him again, Hartmann. He's only wounded. Right wheel, right shoulders there. As the dust rose over the churning battle, Muatia, who had not followed Mamoun and his guards to glorious death, heard the strange machine soldiers of the Franks grunting like laborers who have heavy loads to carry in the cornfields. From the palisades, the Frankish bowmen were preparing a second volley, while the lightly armed Greek oarsmen swarmed out, ready to drive a demoralized enemy onto the points of the iron line now fully behind them. It was the duty of a learned man to learn, and to report his learning, Muatia reflected, dodging through the rocks and scattered scrub of the hillside. Some of the lower-born among the army were following his example, mere Berbers and Goths. He called a dozen of them round him to act as a guard against the Christian peasants who would surely be out to avenge their stolen fields and children. They obeyed, recognizing his dress and the pure Arabic of a descendant of the Quraysh. Somewhere on the island there would be a boat. He would take the news to his master Ben Firnas, and to the Caliph of Cordova himself. But best to speak to his master first. It would be wise to appear not as one who had fled from battle, but as one who had braved dangers to know the truth. At a safe distance Muatia turned, produced his spyglass, and looked again across the hillside to where Agilulf was directing the passionless slaughter of a mass of men, trapped too close together by their enemies to lift a hand against the pikes and poleaxes. Iron Franks, he thought, and Greek fire. It will take more than the courage of the Ghazis to defeat those together. Far away in his sleep, the King of the North felt a pang of warning, a chill that seemed to strike up from the ground beneath his stout timbered bed and down mattress. He tossed in his sleep, trying to wake up as a swimmer before sharks tries to throw himself out of the water. As unavailing. Over the years, Shef had come to recognize the difference between one kind of vision and another. This would be one of the worst kind, the kind that took him not across the surface of the earth like a bird, or back into the old histories of men. One that took him down into the deep strongholds of the gods, the hell world, past the grin, the grating that separates the living from the dead. He seemed now to be sinking deeper and deeper, unable to see anything but earth and rock, a stink of mold in his nostrils. Yet some sense warned him that he was going to a place he had seen before, glimpsed before, not a place for mere men to visit. The darkness did not lift, but a feeling of space grew around him, as if he were in some enormous cavern. Light over there, or at least a glow. He did not think his father and patron would let him go without showing him something. Suddenly the shadows turned into a shape that without warning struck at his face, slashing out of the dark with a hiss of hatred so fierce it was like a shriek. Shef jerked convulsively in his bed, his muscles trying to hurl him back. Too late, his eye recognized the head of a monstrous serpent glaring at him, striking again, the poisoned fangs jerking down bare yards from his face. The serpent was fettered, he realized. It could not reach him. It struck again, but this time not at him. Again at a target it could not reach. Not quite reach. Below him, Shef could now make it an enormous human shape, stretched out in the darkness. It was chained down by great iron fetters to a table of stone. Shef's flesh crawled as he realized what he was seeing. For this could only be Loki, the bane of Balder, father of the monster brood, enemy of gods and men, chained here on the orders of his father Odin to live in everlasting torment till doomsday, till Ragnarok. The harsh face twisted in agony as Shef watched. He could see that the snake, while it could not reach its chained enemy, could sweep its fangs within inches of his head. The venom from them ran out, splashed on the face that could not turn away, ate away skin and flesh, not like venom, like something Shef could not name. But while the face twisted, something about it did not change. A set purpose, an air of craft. Looking carefully round, Shef saw that the great body was concentrating its force, was heaving all the time, heaving on the seemingly unmovable, deep-anchored fetter on the right hand. He had seen this before, Shef remembered, and he had seen that the fetter was working loose. Yes, there was his father now, seemingly dwarfed by the shape of Loki, by the great serpent, but standing there with perfect self-possession, ignoring the fangs now striking hatefully at him. "You have come to gloat over my pain, Rig," a hoarse whisper from Loki. "No, I have come to look at your fetters." The face of the tormented god closed, as if determined to show neither fear nor disappointment. "No fetter can hold me forever, nor will my son Fenris Wolf be bound forever by Gleipnir. I know, but I have come to speed things up." Incredulously, Shef saw his father, the trickster god, stoop, produce some metal instrument from his sleeve, begin to lever at the places where Loki's right wrist manacle was set into the rock. The bound god seemed unable to believe what he saw either, watching motionless till the eating venom from above ran into his very eyes. As he felt himself drawn away, returned to the world of men, Shef heard another hoarse whisper. "Why are you doing this, deceiver? Think, if you wish, that I find Ragnarok too long in coming, or that I desire freedom for Loki as well as for Thor. In any case, there is someone I mean you to meet." Shef crashed into wakefulness again, heart pounding. Me, he thought. Not me. Not me. Chapter 3. Shef eyed his royal guests broodingly as they emerged from the guest hall he had had built for them. The dread of the night was still on him. It had turned the whole world a darker shade. He found himself even walking more lightly, more warily, as if at any moment the earth might split and hurl him down to what he knew lay beneath. And yet all seemed well enough. There was his friend and partner Alfred, turning on the steps and stretching his arms out encouragingly to the sturdy toddler behind him. Little Edward half running, half falling into his father's catch. Behind them both, stepping forward with pleased maternal smile and a second baby slung familiarly on her hip, the face Shef could not forget. His own love, long lost to him now, Godive, once his childhood sweetheart from the marshes, now known and loved far and wide as the Lady of Wessex. They could not see him for a moment as he stood in the shadow of the strange contrivance he meant to show off that day. He could observe unobserved. Unobserved by those he watched, not by his own men, who shifted uneasily and glanced at each other as they saw his silent concentration. He ought, he knew, to at least fear and resent them, to be making plans for, if not their death, their removal, for making them safe. Many would say, though they did not dare to say it to his face, that it was a king's first duty to think of his own successor. Years ago, in the dark days of the double invasion by Charles the Bald's Franks and Ivar the Boneless's pagans, Shef and Alfred had agreed to share their luck and their kingdoms if they should ever hold them again. They had agreed, too, that each would be the other's successor if either died without an heir, and that any heir of either would inherit from both in the same situation. The deal had not seemed important at the time. Neither had much chance of living to see another winter, let alone another spring, and Godiva had slept in Shef's tent, if not in his bed. He had thought if they lived it would only be a matter of time till her love returned and his desire. He had been wrong. If he died now, his kingdom fell to Alfred, and after him to the laughing toddler now being carried towards him, baby Edward. The sub-kings would ignore the agreement, of course. There was no chance that the Scandinavian kings, Olaf or Gudmund or any of the dozen others, would agree to obey an English Christian. It was doubtful if even the Mercians or Northumbrian English would accept rule by a Wessex Saxon. The one king of the north was truly one king. No one else would be accepted by the rest. An unstable situation. Could this be the trigger for the Ragnarok his father wanted him to know of? He ought to take a wife and breed a son as fast as possible. Everyone thought so. The court was alive with jarls' daughters and princesses of the north, paraded in the hope of catching the king's feeble attention. Ragnarok or no, he would not do it, could not do it. As he stepped forward out of the shadow to greet his guests, Shef creased his face into a welcoming smile. Even to those he greeted, it looked like a rictus of pain. Alfred controlled himself, managed not to shoot a glance at his wife. He had known for years that his co-king was not the boy-lover many whispered, was instead in love with his own wife. Sometimes he wished it was in him to hand her over or to share her. But while it might be in him, it was not in her. For some reason she seemed to hate her friend of childhood more deeply each passing year. Her resentment grew with his success, as she thought perhaps of what might have been. "What have you to show us today?" asked Alfred with false-ringing good cheer. Shef's face brightened, as it always did when he had some new thing to explain. "It is a horse wain, but one to carry people. Wains have always carried people. 3 miles to market and back. Bump into a pothole, crawl out of it. Going no faster than a walk, or the passengers would be hurled out, even on the good stone roads we have had built, you and I." The last 2 words were mere flattery, as everyone knew. It would be torment to travel in it if the horses began to run. "But not with this. See?" Shef patted a stout post that led up from a frame above the axles. "This post holds a metal spring." He pointed to it. "Like the steel you use for your crossbows?" "Yes. Over the spring we fit straps of the stoutest leather, and from the straps we hang this." Shef patted the wickerwork body of the coach, setting it swaying gently. "Climb in." Gingerly, Alfred stepped up, sat on one of the 2 benches in the coach body, noting the way it bounced and swung like a hammock. "Lady?" Shef stood back a careful 2 paces to avoid any brush of hand or clothing, gestured Godiva in after her husband. She climbed in, moved little Edward from the place he had seized by his father, and settled herself firmly next to Alfred. Shef climbed in, too, picked up the wailing child, and sat him next to himself. He waved to the driver in front of them, who cracked his whip and set off with a dramatic jerk. As the coach dashed at unheard-of speed down the road behind its 4 horses, Alfred leapt in his seat with surprise. From behind the coach there came a dismal screech, which turned into a violent noise like pigs being killed. A gap-toothed face rose grinning into view, face purple with the exertion of blowing on a bagpipe. "My Thane, quicka. If they hear the bagpipe, people know to clear the road." And indeed the coach, swaying from side to side on its springs, was already racing for the outskirts of Stamford. Alfred realized that the road was lined with cheering churls and their wives, all caught up in the intoxication of speed. Behind them the royal escorts were stretching out their horses into a gallop, whooping like jaybirds with excitement. Godiva clutched her baby daughter to her and looked anxiously at Edward, prevented from climbing out by King Shef's iron grip on his breeches. Above the roar of the road, Alfred yelled, "Is this the most useful new thing the Wisdom House has brought you?" "No," Shef shouted back. "There are many. Here is one coming up, I'll show you. Stop, Osmond," he bellowed to the driver. "Stop for Christ's sake, I mean Thor's sake. Stop, can't you? What's the matter?" Another grinning face peered back. "Sorry, Lord, the horses get excited, like, with the speed." Alfred looked down doubtfully. The court of Stamford was a strange place. Men called Alfred Estedig, the gracious, for his kindness and his good humor. Just the same, his thanes and aldermen addressed him with something like respect. Even churls often spoke to his co-kings as if they were both schoolboys engaged in stealing apples. And both Cuica and Osmond, thanes though they might be called, still had the marks of slave birth on their faces and bodies. Not long ago, their only possible contact with the king would have been facing his doom on an execution ground. It was true that Cuica and Osmond were both survivors of the one king's strange journey to the north, and so allowed many liberties. Even so, the one king had already sprung from the coach, leaving its door swinging open, and was setting off from the road to a group of churls knee-deep in mud not far away. They broke off from what they were doing, knuckled foreheads in respect. And yet they were grinning too. See what they're up to? What's the hardest work in clearing a new field? Not cutting the trees down. Any fool can do that with a broadaxe. No, getting the stumps out. They used to cut them off low down and then try and burn them out. Long job, and oak or ash or elm, they'll all grow back from almost anything. But what we have here— Shef seized a long staff standing up from a complex contrivance of iron wheels and pulley blocks. His ropes rigged to the stoutest stump in the field. Fit the other ends round a weaker stump. Throw your weight on it. Shef suited his actions to the words, ratcheted the staff back, threw his weight forward again and again. 20 yards away, with cracking noises, a stump began to heave out of the earth. A churl sprang forward, added his weight to the king's. With heave after heave, the stump tore free, to loud cheering from churls and the watching escort. The king wiped his muddy hands on the legs of his grey breeches, waved to the churls to drag the stump free and attach the ropes to the next victim. England is tree country. I am turning it into grain country. This pulley machine was made in the Wisdom House by priests of Njörð. They are seamen. They know all about pulleys. And some of my catapulteers. They are used to cogwheels. My steelmaster Ud is in charge of making the wheels. They have to be small but strong. And do you let anyone have the machine? Shef's turned to grin. If they left it to me, maybe. But they don't. My fee-master in the House of Wisdom, Father Boniface. He rents them out to those with land to clear. They pay a fee for the machine, but cleared land is free for the clearers to keep. Not forever, for 3 lives. Then the land reverts to the crown. I get rich from the rents of the machines. My successors— Shef nodded at baby Edward. They get rich when the land comes back to them. He pointed across the flat fields of Stamfordshire to the now familiar shape of a windmill, sails turning briskly in the breeze. Another new thing over there. Not the windmill, you know about that. What it's attached to. Another way to make new land. Come along and I'll show you. The horse wain slowed dramatically as Osmond, the driver, turned it off the Great North Road with its stone and gravel surface, and took it down one of the old mud tracks. Shef seized the opportunity of relative quiet to speak again of the successes of the House of Wisdom. We're off to see a big thing, he went on, leaning forward in his seat towards Alfred. But there have been some small ones that have made as much of a difference. I didn't show you how this is hitched up at the front, for instance. But when we learned from Bron and his men how to harness a horse so it could pull, we found after a while that the horse pull can be too strong. When you turn them, they often break their traces, as the pull comes through one side or the other, not through both. Well, we kept on using thicker leather. But then some farm churl realized— I gave him his own farm and full livestock for it— that you don't need to harness the horses to the cart. You harness them to 2 ends of a stout bar instead, and you harness the bar in the middle to the cart. That way the pull evens out. And that doesn't just save on leather. No, I did not realize straight away. But often the real change a machine brings is not the first good it does, but the second. The whipple tree, we call it, means men can plow shorter lines, smaller fields, because they can turn their teams more easily. And that means that even poor men with no more than an acre or 2 can plow their own fields instead of depending on their lords. And they thank the king for it, Alfred replied thoughtfully. They become your men, not their landlords. It is another thing like your machine fees that makes you strong. But I've shifted in her seat. That's why he did it. He does nothing without a reason. I learned that years ago. Shef fell silent, stared at his muddied fingers. After a few moments, Alfred broke the silence. "This new thing you are taking us to see. Tell us about it." Shef replied in a flatter, duller tone. "Well, round here, as you know, the land turns quickly to marsh. Some of it has always been marsh. Naturally, people try to drain it. But if you dig a channel, you can't always tell which way the water will run, not down here, or if the water will even go into the channel. But we knew one thing." Slowly the animation was coming back into his voice. "Anyone who brews a lot of beer knows that to get it out you can either tap the barrel low down, and then you have to plug it carefully or it'll all go, or else you can suck some up through a tube and then put the end of the tube in your jug or bucket. The beer keeps on running, even though you aren't sucking any more." "I never knew that. How?" Shef shrugged. "No one knows. Not yet. But once we knew that, we knew what we needed. Big tubes, bigger than any man could get his mouth round, and something to suck the water through, like a bellows in reverse. Then we could make the water run from a fen into a channel, even a channel some distance away." The wain and its escort pulled up by the mill they had been making for, and Shef jumped out, leaving the door swinging wide once more. Round the mill ran a confusion of muddy ditches, with here and there a tube of tarred canvas leading seemingly simply from one drain to another. "Again, you see, new land." Shef lowered his voice so only his royal guests could hear, not the escort. "I don't know how much. Sometimes I think there might be the worth of half a dozen shires lying waiting to be drained. And this land I do not give away. I make the mills, I pay the millers. What is gained remains royal land, to be leased out for the royal revenues." "To your own profit again," cut in Godive, her voice like a whip. Alfred saw his scarred co-king flinch again. "Tell me, out of all this, what have you done for women?" Shef hesitated, began to say something, checked himself. He was unsure what to name first. The mills themselves, which had released tens of thousands of female slaves from the everlasting chore of grinding grain with a hand quern. The experiments being conducted in the Wisdom House to find a better way to spin thread than the distaff, which almost every woman in the country still carried with her wherever she went, winding incessantly. No, Shef decided. The vital thing for women had been the soap works he had set up, where they made a harsh and gritty soap out of ashes and animal fat. No new thing in itself, but one which, Hun the leech insisted, had halved the number of women dying of childbed fever. Once the king had issued an order that all midwives must take the soap and always wash their hands. He took too long to decide. "I thought so," said Godive, and whirled away, dragging her children with her. "Everything is for men, and everything for money." She did not trouble to lower her voice. As she swept towards the wain, the two kings, Quicka and Osmond, the miller and his wife, the two bands of royal escorts, all stared after her. Then all except Shef turned their eyes back to him. He dropped his gaze. "It's not like that," he muttered, the same anger growing inside him that he had felt when the man crashed from the tower and they had asked him to pay for failure nonetheless. "You can't do everything. You have to do what you know how to first, and then see where that leads you. Women get their share of what we have done. More land, more food, more wool." "Aye," agreed Quicka. "A few years ago every winter you saw little bairns in rags and barefoot every winter, crying for cold and hunger. Now they've coats at least, and hot food inside them, because the king protects them." "That's right," said Shef, looking up, his face suddenly fierce. "Because all this—" His arms waved at the mill, the fields, the drainage channels, the waiting wain. "All this depends on one thing, and that is force. A few years ago, if any king, if good Edmund or King Ella had done any wise thing, as soon as he had enough silver to use, the Vikings would have been on him, to take it away and turn the land to beggary again. To keep it like this we have to sink ships and break armies." A growl of immediate assent from his men and Alfred's, all of whom had won their way by battle alone. "Yes," Shef went on, "all this is well enough, and I would be happy to see women take their part of it. But what I need most, what I would pay gold for, not silver, is not a new way of hitching horses or of draining marshes, but a new way to defeat the Emperor out there, Bruno the German. For if we have forgotten him here in the marsh, he has not forgotten us. Rig, my father." Shef's voice rose to a shout, and he pulled from the breast of his tunic his silver ladder emblem. "Send me a new thing to bring victory in battle. A new sword, a new shield, new crossbows, new catapults. There is no other wisdom we need more. If Ragnarok is to come, let us fight it and win." Their king safely out of the way for a long morning, his closest advisers and friends had seized the opportunity to discuss him. They sat, the three of them, Bronn, Thorvin, and Hund, near the top of the great stone tower of the House of Wisdom, in Thorvin's private chamber, looking out over the busy and fertile countryside, the green fields divided by the long white strip of the Great North Road, riders and carts passing steadily along it. With them, though, and at Thorvin's insistence, sat a fourth man, Farman, priest of Frey, one of the two great visionaries of the Way. An unimpressive figure, and one who had not shared the perils of the others, but deep in the secrets of the gods, or so Thorvin insisted. Bronn, the giant Norwegian, had looked askance at Farman for a while, but he had known the others at least long enough to speak frankly. "We've got to face it," he began. "If he goes, Shef, I mean, then everything will go. There's people like Gudmund owes everything to the one king, stone-cold reliable as far as he's concerned. But would Gudmund agree to cooperate with Olaf or Gamli or Arnod, or any of the other kings in Denmark or Norway? He would not. His own jarls wouldn't let him if he did. As for obeying an Englishman, no, this is a one-man business. The trouble is, the man's mad." "You've said that before," said Hund the leech reprovingly, "and been proved wrong." All right, Bronn conceded. "Maybe he's not mad, just strange. He always has been. But you know what I mean all the same. He has won many battles and survived many strange events, but each one seems to take something out of him, and it isn't put back." The other three considered the matter. Hund the leech, priest of Idun and Englishman; Thorvin the smith, priest of Thor and Dane; Farman the visionary, a man whose race was by now forgotten. "He lost something when he killed Sigurd," volunteered Hund. "He lost that lance. None of us knows how he came by it exactly, but he valued it for some reason or another. They say it is the lance the new emperor always carries with him, and Hogbarth says he saw the two fight, and Bruno run off with it. Maybe it is the good luck sign that the Christians call it, and that is what he has lost." Bronn shook his head decisively. "No, we have experts on luck here, and he has not lost that. He is as lucky as he ever was. No, it is something else, something to do with how he feels about himself." "He lost friends that day at the Breiðabor also," Hund suggested again. "The young man from the Ditmarsh and Cuthred the champion. Could he feel guilty, maybe, because he lived and they did not?" Bronn, the veteran warrior, chewed on the thought, not much liking the taste of it. "I have known things like that," he conceded eventually. "But I don't think that's it. To tell the truth," he looked round before going on, "I think it's to do with that damned woman." "Godive, Alfred's wife?" said Hund, shocked. He had known them both since all three were small children. "Yes, her. She talks to him as if he was a dog, and he flinches like one that has been beaten too often. But not just her. There was the other one, too. Ragnhild, the queen in Norway. She took something from him. He did not kill her, but he caused her death and her son's. If he feels guilty, it is not about the men he has hurt, but about the women. That's why he will not take another one." A silence. This time it was Hund's turn to chew on a thought and not relish the taste of it. "Talks to him like a dog," he said in the end. "My name means dog, as you know. My master, Shef's stepfather, thought that was all I would ever be to him. But he gave Shef a dog's name, too, in hatred. We see new folk smile all the time when they hear us say, 'King Shef,' as if we were saying King Bowlegs or King Fang. Norsemen cannot even pronounce it. You know Alfred has asked him several times to take another name, one that both English and Norse could say and honor. Offa or Atli, some hero name from the past. Yet you say his is a hero name, Thorvin? Perhaps it is time you explained that to us. For I feel whatever is happening here is the gods' business as well as ours. Tell us the whole story, and tell us why the Way has accepted him in the end as the one who is to come. The three of us here, after all, know more of his story than anyone else in the world, and Farman is our guide to the gods. Maybe between the four of us we can judge it. Thorvin nodded, but hesitated a while to organize his thoughts. It's like this, he said in the end. There is a very old story the Danes tell. It has never been turned into a poem, and it is not part of our holy books, or not one that all accept. I used to think little of it as well. But the more I reflect on it, the more it seems to me that it has a ring about it, a stink of old age. I believe it is a true story, and that it has meaning in the same way that the lays of Volund or of dead Balder do. One way that it is told is this. Many years ago, about the time that Christians say their Christ was born, the Danes found themselves without a king. They had driven out the last of their royal line, that Hermod, who is said to be the favorite warrior of Odin in Valhalla, for his cruelties. But without a king, the cruelties grew even worse. It was an age when brother slew brother, and no man's life was safe except when he had weapons in hand. Then, one day, on the shore of the sea they found a shield washed up, and in the shield there was a baby boy. His head was resting on a sheaf of barley, but other than that he had nothing. They took him in and reared him, and in time he became the mightiest king the North has ever known. He was so warlike that he made peace across the North. In his time, they say, a virgin could walk unescorted from one end of the North to the other, with gold on every finger and a bag of it at her girdle, and no man would stay her or offer her so much as a foul word. Danish kings still claim, some of them, to be of his line, the Skjoldungar, the Shieldings, for he was called Skjold after the shield they found him in. That is one story, Thorvin went on, and you can see it makes a kind of sense. The shield gives the name, the Shieldings, and because the boy came from nowhere, men say that the gods sent him, because they saw the misery of the Danes and pitied it. But in other ways it does not make much sense, and that is why I think it is genuine. Yes, Bronn, I see you raise your eyebrows, but what I am telling you is that the good sense of the gods is not the same as the good sense of men. Consider. The gods pitied the misery of the Danes? Since when do our gods pity anything? We would not worship them if they did. And anyway, what about this sheaf? It is always in the story, but no one knows why. I think that is the key to understanding. I think that the story as we have it has been told wrong over the years. I think the name of the king was once heard as Skjold-Skjefing, or in English, Skjold-Skjefing. Some storyteller somewhere took the name and made a story out of it. He said the king was called Shield because he had floated to land on a shield. And he was called Skjefing because there must have been a sheaf with him. The names came from the things. Even the story about floating to land came from the idea of the hollow shield. Now, I do not think any of that was true. Instead, I think there was a real king called Shield. Many of us have names like that. Your name, Bronn, means sword. I have met men called Geir, spear, or Franki, battle-axe. There was a king called Shield. He was called Skjefing not because of having his head on a sheaf, but because he was the son of Shef, or Shef. Thorvin seemed to think he had finished his explanation. After a while, Hunt prompted him further. But what does this story, this old story, mean? Thorvin fingered his hammer pendant. In my view, and this is not shared by others of the college, indeed some would call me a heretic if they heard me say it, Farman, as you well know. In my view it means three things. One, these kings were remembered or invented for a reason. I think the reason is that they set our world on a track it had not gone before. I think the war king who made peace, Shield, he was the one who organized men into nations and gave the North law better than the strife of brother against brother that they had had before. I think the Peace King Shef gave us barley and crops and fields, and turned us from the ways of our ancestors, who lived like the Finns, hunting in the waste, or like your cousins the Huldu folk, Bron, meat-eaters and wanderers. 2. I think the track they set us on was the right track, and men have never quite forgotten it. But since then we have climbed back onto the wrong track, the track of Hermod, Odin's favorite. War and piracy. We give it proud names and call it Drengskapper, the Hermann of Air. Gallantry, the warrior's way. You do that, Bron, I know. But it comes down to the strong robbing the weak. I prefer to rob the strong, growled Bron, but Thorvin ignored him. I think King Shef has been sent here to return us to the right track. But that track is not the track of Hermod or of Odin. Indeed, I think our king bears Odin's enmity. He will not sacrifice to him. He will not take his token. And now I come to what some would call heresy. I cannot help remembering that all this was supposed to happen at the same time as the Christians say their white Christ came. And why did he come? Why did sheaf and shield come? I can only say this, and it is the third opinion I hold. I think the world at some time endured some great maim, some great wound that could not be cured. Balder died, we say, and the light went out of the world. The Christians have their foolish story of an apple and a serpent. But it comes to the same point. The world was maimed, and it needed a healer from outside. The Christians say the healer was the Christ, and the healing is done, and so we can all sit on our backsides and wait for rescue. Ha! We say maybe, or we used to say, that 2 kings came to start us on our way. Then we lost it. It is my view that the king we have, not called Shef by chance, has come to set us on the right way again, like his many times grandsire. For I think that both he and his ancient namesake are the begetting of a god, the god Rig, not older maybe than Odin, but wiser. After a pause, Hunt said, fingering his Idun pendant, I cannot see where the heresy lies in that, Thorvin. Not that we are Christians in any case, to tell men what to think. Thorvin stared into the distance, out across roads and fields. I am beginning to suggest that the way stories and the Christ story are of the same kind. Both false, both garbled. Or it may be both true, but true fragments of a greater whole. Bron laughed suddenly. And you may be right, Thorvin. But while you may persuade me and Hund here, and even the council of the priests of the way, if you talk to them long enough, I doubt you will get far in persuading the Pope of the Christians in Rome to go along with you, and agree that maybe the way has some truth on its side, too. Thorvin laughed with him. No, I shall not go to Rome and ask for an audience to put my point of view, nor will I forget that whatever one thinks of the Christians, the Church remains our deadly enemy, and the Empire now that supports it. They say our king had Bruno the German in the sights of his crossbow that day. He should have pulled the trigger. For the first time Farman spoke, the pale, thin face unaffected by emotion. The maim, he repeated. The maim the world has suffered, that this second Shef or second savior has been sent to heal. In our myth that is the death of Balder, brought about by the tricks of Loki. But we all know that Odin tried to have Balder released from hell and failed, and chained Loki beneath serpent fangs in vengeance. Vengeance may be good, but how can one see any cure? If there is a cure, said Thorvin, it will come about through something mere sense cannot predict. But our friend Shef, he is wise, but often good sense is not in him. And so we are back to our real question, Hund concluded. Whether he is man or half-god, crazy or driven, what are we to do with him? Farman looked out at the shape of a speeding coach on the road, trailed by a plume of dust and 30 galloping horses. I cannot be sure, he said. I have seen nothing in my dreams of this. But from all I have heard, I would say that this man has unfinished business with the gods. Maybe it is his destiny to regain the Holy Lands, maybe to burn the gates of Rome, I do not know. But while he sits here he is rejecting it, turning his gaze away. Fretting about women he left behind many years ago, agreed Bron. It may be he needed the chance to draw breath, even to grow to be a man, Farman went on. but he will grow no more if he stays here playing muddy games with yokels." "We must get him on board a ship," said Thorvin. "Maybe it will take him where the gods mean him to be, like the naked child floating on the shield in a story." "But this time he must not go alone," said Farman. "You are his friends. You must go with him. As for me, I will wait for clearer guidance." From outside, the notes of the bagpipe squealed their discordant warning. Chapter 4. Ghania, half-brother to the Caliph of Cordova, well understood the importance of his mission to the north, to the savage, half-naked, fire-worshipping magus, the devil people as he thought of them. That did not prevent him from hating every moment of it. He was a man of certain and unquestioned loyalty. If he had not been, of course, he would not have survived his brother's succession to the divan, the cushioned throne of Cordova. His brother might be called, in honor of his great ancestor, Abdurrahman, the servant of the compassionate one. But there was no compassion in his nature. When he succeeded to his father, the sword and the bowstring had been busy. The male children of his father's harem had been considered carefully and attentively. The children of true Arabs, descendants of the Quraysh, had died soon. They might have been centers for future rebellion. The descendants of Christian slave women had died also, if they seemed unusable. Some of the best had been given posts in exile under supervision, often on the frontier against the feeble Christian princedoms and dukedoms of the mountainous north of Spain. Ghania, however, had been the son of a Berber woman. His blood not pure enough to attract supporters, yet he was the child of no Mustarib either, no would-be Arab, as they contemptuously called the children of Christians, who had converted to Islam for food or advancement. Ghania knew he was good enough to be used, not good enough to be feared. It satisfied his ambition, at least for the time. He had no intention of risking once again the leather carpet that stood before the divan, with by it the giant slaves with their scimitars forever drawn. It was a good sign also that he had been sent on this mission. He knew how seriously his half-brother took it, as he had taken the news from Majorca and Sicily. Not that a Caliph of Cordova could fear the activities of the Christians, whether Greek or Frank. The city of Cordova in the year 875 had fully 500,000 inhabitants, more than the villages of Rome and Byzantium and all the capitals of all the Franks put together. Every day 3,000 minarets called the faithful to prayer. Every day 1,000 carts rolled into the city with food for the citizens, drawn from the immensely fertile valley of the Guadalquivir, and all of Andalusia beyond it. The Christians could not reach Cordova if all the faithful did was merely to stand before them to block their way. And yet Uraman, his brother, had listened with great care to the account of Muatia, the pupil of Ben Firnas, as he had also to the reports of his merchants returning from Egypt and reporting on the panic and fear among the Tulunids there. He had condescended even to explain his thoughts to his half-brother. "We need the islands," he had said. "They guard our traders, they guard our shores. Also," he went on, "a caliph must think of the future. For many years we have pressed back the unbelievers, from the day our ancestor landed on the shore at Jebel Tariq, and told his men the sea was behind them and the enemy in front, and there was nothing for them but victory or death. Now we come upon a check. Is it a check, or is it the moment when the balance tilts?" Uraman, knowing only a tideless sea, had no idea of the image of the tide turning, but if he had, he would have used it. "If our enemies even think the balance is tilting," he concluded, "they will gain heart. We must thrust them back once more. And another thing. We have always known the Christians are inferiors in all the arts of civilization. Where have they such a man as Ben Firnas?" He stretched a hand to his listening pupil. "And yet now they come on our shores with weapons we cannot match. We must know more. Our enemies will not tell us. Yet our enemies have enemies too, or so we hear. The news came years ago of the defeat of a great host of the Ferengis, the Franks, at the hands of those who were not Christians. Seek them out, my brother. Find what they know. Bring us help or knowledge. Take with you the pupil of Ben Firnas to report on whatever mechanic arts the savages have been able to learn." He had waved a hand, and by doing so he had sent Ghania with his guards and his companions, and his adviser, the pupil of Ben Firnas, on this terrible expedition into the land of everlasting wind and cold. It had begun ill, with the ship they had taken from the port of Malaga pronounced useless as soon as they were through the straits of Jebel Tariq themselves. The sea grew fiercer, the wind stronger, the rowers made no progress against the current sweeping in from the ocean to the central sea of the world, the Mediterranean. Ghania had transferred at Cadiz to a different vessel, a ship with sails, captained and crewed by men who showed the blood of the Christians in their faces and their actions. They had been willing enough to sail north for gold, and their families remained as hostages for their loyalty. Yet Ghania had doubts about their respect from the start. Even his pork-eating crewmen had fallen silent, though, as they pressed further into the cold seas of the north. As they approached what they had heard should be their goal, the port of Lon ed-Din, gray shores beginning to show on either hand, a strange craft had sheered up to them out of the everlasting squalls of rain. A ship twice the size of theirs, with 2 masts made from tree trunks, and sails towering up to the sky. High castles stood on poop and bow, with great machines on them and fierce bearded faces glowering over iron plates. The ship had not closed up, merely pulled alongside, and with deliberate routine launched a great rock into the sea 10 yards ahead of Ghania's own bow. A long shouted exchange in some unknown language like the barking of dogs. Then the ship had shifted its sails and swept leisurely away. "They say go ahead," the Mustarib skipper translated. "They wanted to be sure only that we were not servants of the Franks, of the empire with whom they are at eternal war." A good sign, Ghania had tried to think. The enemy of my enemy is my friend, and these are enemies of the Franks, true enough. Yet he had not liked the careless ease with which a ship of Cordova had been weighed and dismissed. Nor had he liked the strange sight of the ship. Even the supercilious Muatia, he noticed, had stood gaping after it for too long. Shef's shipwrights had had several years of peace in which to discard or perfect the desperate makeshifts of the 860s. Prodded on by their king and by the expert advisers of the way, Hogbarth Priest of Nearth prominent among them, they had come up with new designs, taking up the best features and solving the problems of the old. The idea of the catapult-mounting battleship had stayed, much improved by the ring mounting devised by Steelmaster Udd. The problem of weight high up had been solved by broadening and ballasting the hull. The terrible sluggishness of Shef's first Shire class of battleships had been solved in part by developing and extending the 2-mast design. The doubled sail area had meant that the fisherman's idea of the slanted and extended sail could be dropped. There were still problems, as Shef's skippers reported, sailing before the wind, for the rear sail robbed the wind of the foresail. If they could, such ships would always sail with wind on the beam. Some skippers were experimenting with a small extra sail on a topmast above the foremast, keeping half a dozen live, lightweight boys in their crew to shin up and reef the sail when needed. Yet meanwhile one problem remained, which Braun at least had thought insoluble: weakness in the keel, now larger than any single tree trunk could furnish. Steelmaster Udd had dealt with that by insisting that metal could do what wood could not. Weak keels needed more bracing, that was all. In the end, a combined system of bronze bolts, for even Udd had had to admit that salt water was death to the strongest steel, and massive riveted wooden ribs had strengthened the combination keels even to Atlantic levels. At last seaworthy, decked all over, mounting swiveling onagers fore and aft, with heavy crossbows lining each gunwale, the new ships of the navy of the co-kings had immediately closed the English Channel to all ships without their Majesties' license. Trade from Frisia to the Loire moved only on their sufferance. Tolls on trade paid the ships' crews, and without a Viking ship at sea from end to end of the Atlantic coast, trade doubled and redoubled. The Andalusian ship, rowing slowly in the end into the port of London, found a scene of activity that might almost have been the Guadalquivir, for business if not in sheer population. At least they had had no trouble in gaining attention. As soon as the port reeve who came aboard had grasped that these men sought audience with his master, and that they could pay in bright gold dirhams, he had provided the embassy with horses, poor scrubs of animals Ghania noticed with contempt and a certain relief, with a guide and escort, and set them firmly on their way up the road that led north to the king's capital of Stamford. As the party rode on, Ghania's anxiety nevertheless increased. To a son of the Quraysh, nothing that barbarians did could seem wholly admirable. but Ganiya was intelligent enough to read the signs. He would not exchange his own cotton for the animal fabrics that the natives wore. Yet he could feel soon enough how inadequate his cotton was for the continuous winds and the everlasting rain. He saw, too, how the mere peasants, laboring in the fields, did so in stout wool. The food they ate was such as the dogs of Cordova would turn from in disgust: black bread and pig's fat, soured cow's milk, and sharp biting vegetables that filled the breath. Yet they seemed to have plenty of it. He saw no pinched faces, no hands outstretched for alms. By the side of the road, too, again and again he saw the wheels turning. The first 2 or 3 he came to he turned from with a smile of patronage on his face. They were like the norias of his homeland, only the unfortunate barbarians used them not to lift water but to grind their corn, and they did so by putting the wheels in the slow-moving water and taking what force they could get from that. The 4th mill they saw, however, turned Ganiya's smile to a frown. Here the natives had realized their error, had taken advantage of a slope to direct the water channel above the wheel, so that it was driven by the full weight of falling water, not flowing water. And from inside the mill came not the harsh grinding of the corn mill, but the continuous iblis clash of a trip-hammer forging iron. It was not a thought Ganiya could readily frame, but at the back of his mind lurked the suspicion that while the barbarians had clearly been no better than he thought them a short while ago, in a few years they seemed to have made more changes than had taken place under as many caliphs as could be remembered. Nor did Ganiya like the stories passed on to him about the strange king responsible for all this. It was good that he was no Christian. It was acceptable that he did not persecute Christians. No more did the great Ur-Aman himself, preferring to tax them instead, as he could not tax believers. It was impossible that any should believe that he was the Son of God, another Yeshua returned. Even worse, it might be, that he was not the son of the one God in whom Christian and Moslem alike believed, but of some barbarian godlet, one among many. Ganiya felt the horror of the monotheist for the idol worshipper. Tempered still with fear, one day on the road they had heard terrible screeching coming towards them, and then seen on the road 500 men marching together, bagpipers at their head, and the banner floating over them of the smith's hammer. No Christian cross with it, for these were men of the way. Their alliance with the Christian Alfred no longer signaled. Ganiya, drawing his horse aside, had marked their weapons, the usual metal-clad foot soldiers of the Ferengis, strong men with swords and axes, but pitifully slow to move, but with them others, small men mostly with strange, heavy bows over their shoulders, and trailing the column a dozen contrivances pulled by mules, objects of rope and wood. Dart-throwers, his guide declared, or stone-throwers, catapults that could batter down any wall, pierce any armor or shielding. Ganiya scowled most of all at the cheerful faces and the constant chatter from the marching men. These men possessed something he understood: Iqbal, the expectation of success that breeds success. And yet when he came to the town they called the capital, Ganiya felt his sense of disdain and superiority rise again like the flesh of a caliph in his harem. The town would not have ranked as a suburb of Cordova. Its stone tower was new and well made, but low and single. The marketplace itself had fewer men in it than a courtyard of his master. From one end of the town he could see the other. Instead of the crowd of suppliants being ranked and listed by chamberlains, one man came out to meet them, and made no pretense that his master was too busy to receive any visitor. Surely the master of such a place could feel only honor at being offered an alliance with the Caliph of Cordova, successor of the Prophet, deputy of Allah on earth. Ganiya felt confidence again as he prepared for his audience with the master of the men and of the ships. He must impress them, he reflected, with his own wealth, and with the learning of Mu'attia, neither of which he was sure the barbarians could match. It troubled him only that in this far land he must rely for a translator on the skills of Suleiman the Jew. "What's a Jew?" muttered Shef out of the corner of his mouth. The embassy of strangers stood in front of him in his great chamber of audience, one of their party, not the leader but the spokesman, standing in front of the others. He had just introduced himself, but the word he used meant nothing to Shef. The advisers who stood behind him conferred briefly. Then, as Shef's own translator, Father Boniface, began again to put the others' credentials into English, Skald Finn, priest of Heimdall, stepped forward. A linguist and interpreter, he knew all there was to be known in the north about foreign peoples. "The Jews are the people from the east who crucified the Christian God," he said. "Apparently there are still some of them left." "It was the Romans who crucified Christ," said Shef. "German soldiers from a Roman legion." He spoke with flat certainty, as if he had seen the event himself. "The Christians prefer to blame the Jews. And these other folk, the ones in long, thin robes, what do they believe?" "We call them Mohammedans. They believe in a prophet who arose some time before ours. Their God and the Christian God seem much the same, but they do not believe in the Christ as divine, and the Christians will not accept their prophet even as a prophet. There is always war between the Mohammedan kingdoms and the Christian ones. Yet the Mohammedans accept Christian subjects and Jewish subjects and treat them fairly." "Like us, then?" "Yes, except—" "Except what?" Shef was still listening with half an ear to Boniface's long translation of what seemed the Jewish spokesman's excessively flowery string of opening compliments. "Except that they regard all three, Mohammedan, Jew, and Christian, as people of the book. They do not regard any others as sharing the same God as these three religions do, even if they have different beliefs." Shef pondered for a while as the double translation wandered on. The Arabic of Ghaniya heard and put into a kind of Latin by Suleiman the Jew. The Latin heard and put into the Norse-English dialect of Shef's court by Boniface. Eventually he raised a hand. The translation stopped at once. "Tell him, Boniface, that I am told they do not consider us to be people of the book. Now, Thorvin, show him one of our books. Show him your book of holy poems, written all in runes. Boniface, ask whether he will not say that we too are people of a book." Ghaniya stroked his beard as the big man in white with a hammer in his belt came towards him, holding out a volume of some kind. He let Suleiman take it in case there was some sort of defilement lurking in it. "What is it made of?" he muttered in Arabic. "They say it is the skin of calves." "Not pigs, then, praise Allah. They have no paper, then?" "No, neither paper nor scrolls." Both men looked at the writing without comprehension. Suleiman peered closer. "See, Lord, there are no curves anywhere in this script. It is all straight lines. I think they have taken some system they have for scratching marks on wood with a knife and made it into a kind of writing." Shef's one sharp eye saw the very faint curl of contempt on Ghaniya's lip, and remarked to the men behind him, "They are not impressed. See, the spokesman will praise it politely and not answer our question." "The emissary of the Caliph sees your book," cried Suleiman manfully, "and admires your penmanship. If you have no artisans skilled in the making of paper, he will send instruction. We too did not understand that art till it was shown to us by captives from a far empire, whom we defeated in battle many years ago." Suleiman found no Latin word for paper other than papyrium, papyrus, known to Boniface already, though he used vellum. By the time translation reached Shef, it had become calf-hide, neither new nor interesting. "Accept his offer politely and ask what brings him here." All the advisers, English and Norse, Christians and waymen alike, listened attentively as the story rolled out, of attacks on one island after another, of the Greek fleet and the Frankish soldiers, of the Iron Men and the Greek fire. As Suleiman reached the last point, Shef intervened again to ask if there was anyone in the embassy who had seen it for himself. Their group parted and a young man was urged forward, a young man with the dark aquiline face of his leader, but on it Shef could only say an expression of smug superiority he was not diplomat enough to conceal. Slowly the young man was led through his tale. "You have sharp eyes," said Shef at the end. Muatia looked sideways at Ghaniya, received a nod, and slowly produced his spyglass. "My master Ben Firnas," he said, "is the wisest man in the world. First he learned to correct the weakness of his eyes, by the use of a reading glass of the correct shape. Then one day, by his direction and the will of Allah, I discovered that two glasses will make the far-off close. He trained the stout leather-covered lens out of the open window, seemed, as always, to have difficulty finding the right focus. There, he said finally, an unveiled maiden bends over the well, winding up water in a bucket. She is of great beauty, fit for a caliph's harem, and her arms are bare. Round her neck she wears a silver phallus, by Allah." The young man's laugh brought a frown of disapproval from his own leader. Wiser not to mock the savages, even if their women had no shame. Shef looked at Ganiya, received the nod of permission, took the strange object from the young man's hands, ignoring his frown of discontent. He looked at the larger end, took a cloth from a table and rubbed the lens gently, feeling its shape. Did the same at the smaller end. He had noticed before, looking through the thick bottle glass which was the best his own world could produce, for windows, and that only for the greatest, how shapes were distorted by it. So that could be useful as well as a hindrance. Ask him why one end has to be smaller than the other. A mutter of translation. The answer? He does not know. The shape at the large end bulges out. What would happen if it curved in? Again the mutter, again the answer. What happens if the tube is longer or shorter? This time the answer was evidently angry, the Jew's translation shorter, as if diplomatically altered. He says it is enough that it works, came the filtered reply from Boniface. Finally, Shef put the tube to his one eye, looked where the young Arab had. Yes, he remarked. It is Alfwin, daughter of Edgar the groom. He inverted the tube, looked through the large end as Mamun had done before him, to a grunt of impatience from the Arab, handed it back without further comment. Well, he said, they know some things, but they seem to have no great desire to learn any more. People of the book, indeed, doing things because their master said so. You know what I think of that, Thorvin. Shef looked round at his advisers, aware that nothing he said could be understood by Suleiman or the others without further translation into Latin. Is there any good reason why we should ally with them? It seems to me they need us more than we need them. The demonstration had gone wrong, Ganiya realized. He had thought little of their book. They had noticed, or their king had, that Muatia was a fool for all the wisdom of his master. This was a moment when his mission hung in the balance. His voice hissed ominously as he whispered to Muatia and Suleiman together. Tell them of the glories of Cordova, you fools. Muatia, tell that king of theirs something about your master that even he will wonder at. And no tricks for children. He may be a savage, but he is not one to be deceived by toys. Both men hesitated. Suleiman was the quicker to respond. You are a Christian priest, he said to Boniface, yet you serve a king who is not of your faith? Tell your master, then, that so do I. Tell him that it would be wise for all those of us who serve masters like him and like my master to stand together. For whether we are all people of the book or not, and I do not think his book is like my Torah, or your Bible, or my master's Koran, yet we are all people of the blessing. Our blessing is that we do not seek to make others share our belief by force. The Greeks burn or blind those who do not share their creed, down to the last word and glossing. The Franks say to each other, Christians are right and pagans are wrong. They accept no other book than their own Bible and their own reading of it. For your sake and mine, Father, add your own words to what I have said. I beg you. We are the ones who will suffer first. They call me the crucifier of their Lord. What will they call you? A traitor to the faith? Shef listened as Boniface, paraphrasing now rather than translating, repeated the substance of Suleiman's appeal. He noted the concern on the Jew's face. His own betrayed no response. Ask what the other has to say. Muatia had time to collect his thoughts, but they ran only to a repetition of the many virtues of his master, virtues in the Arab tradition. He had made a machine for counting out the beat of music, so that musicians might play their instruments in time. His courtyard was the glory of Cordova for the glass roof he had made over his fountain. He had found out how to make glass from ashes. His poetry, Muatia was grasping at straws by now, was famous across the world. Shef glanced round at his advisers, ready to draw the audience to a close. Ganiya scowled furiously at the gabbling Muatia, now shaken by the lack of interest on all faces. Shall I sing the One-Eyed King one of the poems of my master? He suggested. Or one of the poems about my master? Shef grunted as he heard the translation, rose to his feet, looked Ganiya firmly in the eye. As he drew in his breath to terminate the hearing, Boniface broke in, his quiet voice cutting across the gabble of Arabic from the young scholar. Pardon, Lord. He has said something interesting. He offers to sing you a poem about the time his master flew from the tallest tower in Cordova. and lived, it seems." Shef looked at the young man with deep suspicion. "Ask him what feathers he used." Question and answer, and Boniface's reply. "He says no feathers. He says only a fool would think men can fly like birds. They have to fly like men." "How then?" "He will not say. His master orders him not to speak. He says if you want to see, come to Cordova and look." Hours later, after a closed meeting with his council and an extended feast for his own men and their visitors, Shef headed wearily for his bed. The feast had been a struggle. His visitors had queried every dish set before them, refused pork, ham, sausages, wine, mead, beer, cider, and even the burnt wine that Ud had learnt to distill, sniffing it suspiciously and then rejecting it. In the end they had eaten little but bread and water. Shef feared for their health. In his world, drinking plain water was a risk few cared to take. Water drinkers died too often of the bellyache and the running flux. The meeting had been little better. All the way through he had been conscious of pressure, of being manipulated. What surprised him was that his advisers had been unanimous on wanting him to leave. In the past they had been anxious to hold him back from what they saw as rash expeditions. Now, though they had done so carefully, they seemed united in wanting him away. A man more interested in politics than himself might have suspected a brewing rebellion. First it had been Bronn. "The inner sea," he had muttered. "It's been done before. I don't suppose you know this, but the Ragnarssons—" He had spat into the fire at the mention of their name. "They tried it before ever you were on the scene. 15 years ago, maybe, when their father was still alive. Took 100 ships down and stayed away 2 years. That was when there were 5 of them." "5?" Shef had asked. He had known only 4. "Yes. Sigurd, Ivar, Halvdan, Ubi, and their elder brother Björn. Björn Ironside they called him. I quite liked him," Bronn reflected. "Not as crazy as the others. He was killed by a stray rock when they besieged Paris. Anyway, point is this. They went down there, came back 2 years later when everyone had got to thinking they were dead. Lost more than half their ships and 2/3 of their men. But hell, did they come back rich. Start of the Ragnarssons' power, that was. They built the Breiðrabor on it. Must be good pickings down there. You don't find gold anywhere else." "We don't need gold, we have silver enough," Shef had replied. But then it had been Hund, playing up the chances for new knowledge. A whole new science of the eye, he had suggested. And what of the flying man? No one would give them any further details, but the way the story had slipped out, not intentionally from a silly youth talking about poetry, that argued there was something in it, something that none of them could even imagine. That was the most useful type of new knowledge. In any case, Hund had added, he had talked carefully to the Jew translator. It was clear that in the city of Cordova they had leeches who did not think twice about opening the body of their patients to cure them, something even Ingolf, Hund's master, had done only a few times, and Hund even fewer. And he had said besides that there were men who did not scruple to open the skull and search the brain. He would go south, Hund had declared. It was his duty to Idun, his patron deity, goddess of healing. Thorvin had said little, though he too had offered to join any expedition that might sail. "Who would direct the Wisdom House for you?" Shef had asked. Farman, said Thorvin without debate, a strange answer, for Farman shared none of Thorvin's interests in the crafts of the smith. His eyes had dwelt somberly on Shef all evening, as if wishing him to leave. Shef stumbled into his room, dismissed the light-bearing attendants, stripped off his garments of state, and threw them into a corner, rolled himself in his blankets, and wished for sleep. Even on the down mattress, so different from the boards and straw on which he had slept most of his life, sleep did not come easily, and it came haunted. In his dream he was looking down at a mappa, but a true mappa, different immediately from the one he himself had hanging on the wall of his great study chamber. Even more different from the many he had seen and collected from the Christian world. Most Christian maps presented the world as a T-shape, with the unknown land of Africa as a vertical beam, with Europe as one of the cross beams and Asia as the other, the two equal in size, and the junction point, the pivot of the world, invariably marked as Jerusalem. Shef's own maps were detailed towards the north and the west, fading rapidly into vagueness in the south and the east, where he refused to indicate what had not been confirmed by reliable sources. The map of his dream was neither Christian schematic nor local record. He knew intuitively that it was true, too jagged, unexpected, and full of needless additions to be the work of imagination. On the map, divisions were marked in colors. First, Shef saw his own dominions, Britain, Denmark, Norway, Sweden, the islands between them, in a wash of brilliant red. Against them, other lands began to be marked out in blue. First, the land of the Franks, facing Britain. Then the whole interior of Europe, the German lands. Then, rippling down in a blue tide, the boot shape of Italy. The empire of Charlemagne, now owing allegiance again to the Holy Lands, only carried in the hands of Charlemagne's true successor, though not his blood successor, Bruno, new emperor. Shef jerked as he heard a cold, quiet voice, too familiar to him now. "Easy," it said. "This is not a hell vision. No serpent, no Loki. Just look at the map. Look at the frontiers on it. See, you have only one land frontier with the Empire, at the base of Denmark, fortified now by you from the Ditmarsh to the Baltic Sea, along the lines of the Odanavirke, the Dane work that King Guthfrith built. But Bruno has many frontiers, to the east." And Shef saw the blue fade away to a near colorless pallor, gently turning green. The land of the steppe and the forest. From it any moment great armies can come, but they fade as fast as they appear. Bruno does not worry greatly about them. To the southeast. And suddenly Shef saw a blaze of gold sweep across from the Italian boot-top towards the depths of Asia. The Greeks, with their great city of Byzantium, Mikkelgarth as Bran calls it, the great town, not as rich any more as the lands of the Arabs, but the true heir of the Romans and the Roman knowledge. Bruno does not fear them either, though he has plans for them. He wishes to bring them into a united Christendom, with the skill and subtlety of the Greeks, and the energy and ferocity of his own Germans. Even the warriors of the steppe might quail before that. But now see the silver. And it was there, washing across the map like a carpet unrolling, stretching over lands Shef could not imagine, far to the east of the Byzantines and deep into Africa as well. "The lands of Dar al-Islam, submission to the will of Allah," said the cold voice. "Allah, the one God. No wonder that the hate is hottest between the two sides who believe alike in one God, maybe the same God, but that neither side can agree. See now where lies the Dar al-Harb, the house of war." A glowing line began to thread between the silver and the blue, across the mountain lands of northern Spain. "Robber dukedoms," said the voice, "but strengthened now by the Lanzenorden, the soldier monks of Christ." A flicker across southern France. "Robber holds of the Mohammedans," said the voice, "but now under threat from the reviving empire." And then a glow around island after island, Sicily, Malta, Sardinia, Majorca, the remaining Balearics. "They are the key," said the voice. "They control the inner sea." Slowly Shef saw the silver change again and again to blue, like pincers groping round the flank of Arab Spain. Unite the blue and gold, Shef thought. Cut off the silver and turn it blue. There will then be a great block across the world. His own red came back into focus, a thin line, an edge drawn around one corner of the block. His dominion ran from Scilly to North Cape. It seemed no more than a pencil line for thinness. "Now there is the hinge," said the voice, already seeming to come from further away, as if it was withdrawing. The maps of the Christians showed Jerusalem always as the world's center, the pivot, the axle-tree of destiny. As Shef looked at it, one center spot seemed to glow, to stand out against the fading colors of his dream, to swell towards him. A spot at the heart of the inner sea, balancing north against south, east against west. But he did not know where it was. His thought reached out after his fading mentor, calling, "Where? Where?" And the voice came back from a chill and hostile distance. "Rome," it called. Go to Rome, my son, and there you will find your peace." Shef woke with a start and a clenching of muscles that made his bed frame creak and brought the sleepy guard in the hallway outside to his feet. "He means me to go," he thought. "That was my father Rig calling. He called me my son. From a father like him that bodes nothing but ill." Chapter 5. As the fleet completed its fast current-assisted run down the estuary of the Thames, and turned south for the longer haul down East Channel across the Bay of Biscay, Shef wondered again at his own reviving good humor. The omens were bad. He did not trust his visions. His own friends, he sensed, were conspiring against him. Yet he had felt his heart lift with the first heel of the deck beneath his feet. It might be, he considered, the continuous changes he became aware of every time he boarded a ship. It was as if the pace of change, obvious enough on land, or at least on his land, accelerated at sea. He could not help comparing this voyage with the one he had begun 8 years before, when he had sailed far to the north in the end to defeat the Ragnarsons and lose the Holy Lance to his rival Bruno. Then the ships he had taken with him had been experimental, capable of one thing only: mounting a catapult. Everything about them had been a struggle. The most expert crews in the world could not have prevented them sagging eternally to leeward. And his crews had been experimental too. Fishermen as captains and landsmen from the levies as crew. Too clumsy and uncertain even to allow fires to be lit, no matter what precautions everyone took, so that it was cold food and small beer day after day, and only the hope of finding an anchorage at night that made it worth carrying kindling. A different story now. Shef's was not a large fleet. After anxious calculation, it had been decided to leave the bulk of the new two-master catapult-armed vessels to watch the ever-dangerous mouth of the Elbe. Everyone knew that the Empire had ships continually manned, in the hope of slipping out to break the blockade, maybe even make a beachhead on English soil, and carry over the feared, drilled, irresistible soldier-monks of the Lanzenorden. A far cry indeed from the poorly disciplined knights of Charles the Bald, defeated at Hastings 9 years before. So 30 ships remained on their continual rotation between the Elbe station, their home base of Norwich, and their short-stay ports on the Danish peninsula. Shef had only 6 with him besides his own flagship, the Favnisbane. Yet what ships they were! They made nothing of the southwest wind that would have blocked their prototypes, tacking steadily down channel without difficulty, the crews handling the double sails without fuss or confusion. There was nothing, too, of the alarming, swarming motion which had so terrified Shef and his dead companion Carly, when they had first ridden as passengers in a true Viking longboat. Instead of swooping up and gliding down every wave, the bigger, heavier ships seemed to crush through them, stabilized by their heavy cargoes and ballast, taking the weight of the ton-and-a-quarter catapults mounted high up without strain. They had even— Bronn had shaken his head in a mixture of envy and sorrow when he had first seen it— the entirely new luxury of decking. No longship had anything above its hull except the rowers' benches and the skin awnings they sometimes slung to keep off spray. Sleeping during a sea passage was a matter of rolling yourself in a blanket and lying in the bottom boards, between the thwarts if you were fortunate. Here the greater size and depth of the bronze-bolted hulls meant that permanent wooden decks could be built, with room beneath the shelter they gave to sling hammocks for the great ones, and above all for the king. Shef had grinned like a boy at the luxury of it when his skipper, Ordloff, had shown him the new invention. And then, climbing out again, had remarked that it would improve the ship's ability to keep the sea for longer periods, valuable for the blockade detachments. "He never enjoys anything," Ordloff confided later to his mates. "Thinking ahead all the time. Good for no one, if you ask me." But Ordloff was wrong. Shef felt keen enjoyment at every detail as he stood, finally, on the after-catapult castle, watching the coast of England fade, and hearing the terrible retching sounds of the Caliph's ambassador and his men coming to terms once more with the Atlantic swell. His eye noted the skillful way his dozen ships, 7 catapult craft, and 5 more conventional Viking-manned longships in company as scouts, spread out into an extended V, 5 miles from arm to arm, so as to keep each other in plain sight, and at the same time extend the horizon of their own lookouts. He nodded approvingly, too, at the new crow's nests, at every masthead. He would have liked to see in each of them a man armed with a farseer like the one the Arab had shown him. But so far the secret of their manufacture had eluded him. Priests of the way were busy at this moment in the wisdom house, blowing glass, making different shapes from it, trying to learn in the way they had learned to make better steel and better weapons, not by logic, but by deliberate random change. The man who succeeded could name his own reward. But meanwhile the new ships had even a brick fireplace amidships, screened from the wind and the spray. Shef's nostrils flared to the smell of thick sausage soup, remembering again the terrible belly pinch of his past. For all men say, he thought again, as he did many times, there is no virtue in hardship. Virtue in being able to endure it, maybe, but no one gets better for practice. His comfortable reflections were cut short by sudden turmoil from the forecastle. Men's voices raised, and in the middle of them, impossible at sea, what sounded like the shrieking of a woman, an angry woman by the sound of it as well. Shef turned for the rail and headed swiftly along the ship's 70-foot length. It was a woman, sure enough. But what caught Shef's eye in his first astonished instant was the sight of his childhood friend Hund the leech, standing in front of Ordloff the skipper and bodily thrusting him back. Hund was among the slightest of men, and moreover quiet and gentle almost to a fault. To see him thrusting aside the burly Ordloff was barely credible. Even less credible was the sight of the woman herself. For an instant Shef's eye caught the copper hair, flash of blue eyes. They brought back a memory of some kind. But then he could notice nothing beyond her dress. Slowly his brain took in what his eye had already registered. She wore what was certainly an imitation of the dress of a priest of the way. White wool, bleached again and again. Round her neck a pendant, but not one he could readily recognize. Not a leech apple, not a smith hammer. A ski for ul? No. A feather, badly crafted, but a quill none the less. And round her waist certainly a girdle of the sacred rowan berries. Shef became conscious of Thorvin standing by his side. Realized, too, that the shouting and pushing had ceased, quelled by his appearance and his fixed stare. "Is she with you?" Shef asked Thorvin disbelievingly. "Do you have priestesses now?" "Not with me," came a grim voice in reply. "She has no right to wear any of our marks or tokens. They should be stripped from her back, aye, shift and all." "And then what?" "And then over the side with her," cut in Ordloff. "Who ever heard of a woman aboard ship?" He caught himself a moment later. "I mean to say a distaff-bearer." Shef had noted the spread of the half-words among his seamen, even the English ones who had been brought up as Christians like Ordloff. Bronn and his men were adamant that it was the worst of luck at sea to mention women or cats or Christian priests, except for the terrible luck that would be brought by sailing with one. They would not mention parts of their own ships in ordinary language either, but carefully used separate ritual terms. Now Ordloff was doing it. But his reflections were interrupted again by a closer stare at the woman in front of him. Absently he waved to Hund, pushing forward protectively, to stand back and let him see her plain. "I have seen you before," he remarked. "You hit me. You hurt me. I remember now. It was at Bedrick's ward, by the Mighty One's camp. You were in the tent I cut open, the tent—" Shef hesitated. He could remember no ruling from Bronn on this point, but something told him that Ivar the Boneless was a name as likely to annoy or to attract the sea hags of Ran, the goddess of the deep, as any mention of women or cats. "The tent of the Pale Man," he finished lamely. She nodded. "I remember you, too. You had 2 eyes then. You slashed the tent open to rescue the English girl, and seized me because you thought I was her. I hit you and you let me go." She spoke English with a thick Norse accent, Shef noted, as bad as Bronn's. But she did not speak it quite like him, nor like so many of the followers of the Way, edging towards a language common to both Norse and English. She was a Dane, a pure Dane, he guessed. Where had she come from? "I brought her aboard," said Hund, finally able to command attention. "I hid her below decks. Shef, you were Thorvin's apprentice. I was Ingolf's apprentice. Now Svandis here is my apprentice. I ask you to protect her. as Thorvin protected you when the dogs of Ivar would have killed you. If she is your apprentice, why is she not wearing an apple for Idun, for leechcraft? Said Shef. Women are not apprentices, growled Thorvin at the same moment. I can explain that, said Hund. But there are other things I need to explain too. Privately, he added. Shef nodded slowly. In all their experience, he had never known Hund ask for anything for himself. Not since the day Shef had pulled the slave collar off his neck. Yet time and again he had done Shef service. He was owed a hearing. Silently, Shef pointed forward to the closed space where they slung his hammock. He turned to Ordloff, to Thorvin, to the watching crewmen and the dark-faced Arabs behind them. No more about stripping or putting over the side, he ordered. Serve the food out, Ordloff, and send some forward to Hund and me too. As for her, put her in the aft compartment with 2 of your mates to watch her. You are responsible for her safety. Lady, he added, go where they show you. For an instant she looked at him as if she were likely to strike him again. A fierce face, a familiar face. As she relaxed and dropped her eyes, Shef realized with death at his heart where he had seen it before. Glaring at him over a gangplank. She was the female image of the Boneless One, whom he had killed and burned to ashes so his ghost would never walk again. What was it that Hund had brought back from the past? If she were a Draugr or one of the twice-born, he would take Thorvin's advice after all. It would cheer the crew, dispersing sullenly now to their meal. Yes, she is Ivar's daughter, admitted Hund in the dark, rocking privacy of the deck beneath the forward catapult mount. I realized that a while ago. But how could he have a daughter, or any child? He could do nothing with women, that's why they called him the Boneless One. He had no— Oh, yes, he did, corrected Hund. You should know. You killed him by crushing them in your hand. Shef fell silent, remembering the last moments of his duel with Ivar. By the time we knew him, Hund went on, I think you are right. He could have no relations with women. But when he was younger, he could, if he hurt them a great deal first. He was one of those men. There are more of them than there should be, even in your kingdom, who are aroused by pain and fear. In the end, the pain and fear were all he valued, and I believe that no woman given over to him could hope to survive. You saved Godive from that, you know, he added with a penetrating stare. He treated her well for a while, but from what I have heard, that was only to get the keener enjoyment as her trust turned to fear, when the moment came. But it seems that in earlier years his demands were not so great. Women survived what he did to them. He may even have found 1 or 2 who cooperated with him, who had some deformity corresponding to his. What, enjoyed being hurt? Grunted Shef disbelievingly. He had been hurt often himself. The man he was talking to had burned out his right eye with a red-hot needle, to prevent worse happening. He could not imagine any faint association of pleasure with pain. Hund nodded, carrying on. I think in the case of Svandis's mother, there may even have been some affection between them. Anyway, the woman conceived his child and lived to bear it, though she died not long after as Ivar's needs grew stronger. Now Ivar valued Svandis extremely, maybe for her mother, maybe because she was living proof of his manhood. He took her with him in the great attack on England. But after the surprise at Bedricksward, all the Ragnarsons sent their women, their real women, not the slave lemons they picked up, back to safety at the Breiðrabor. What you need to realize, Shef, is this, and I speak now as a leech. Hund gripped his apple pendant to show his gravity. That young woman has 3 times been hurt by fear. Once at Bedricksward. Most of the women in that tent were killed, you know. You dragged Godive away. Svandis seized a weapon and crawled between tent ropes where the warriors could not easily reach her. But most of them were cut down by men so blind with rage they could hardly see. She collected the bodies in the morning. Again at the Breiðrabor after you stormed it. Again she had been living in safety as a princess, her every command obeyed. Then it was blood and fire all over again, and at the end of it she was a beggar woman. No one would take in a Ragnarsson's daughter. If she showed gold, someone would take it from her. All her kin were dead. How do you think she lived after that? By the time she found her way to me, she had been through many men's hands. like a nun taken by a Viking band and passed round the campfires. And the third time? Shef asked. When her mother died. Who knows how that came about? Who knows how much the child saw, or heard, or guessed? Is she your leman now? Inquired Shef, trying to get to some decision. Hun threw his hands up in disgust. What I'm trying to tell you, you brain-sick piss-a-bed, is that of all the women in the world, she is the least likely to be anyone's leman. As far as she knows, if women lie with men, they are likely to be disemboweled slowly, and the only good reason for doing so is in exchange for food or money. Shef sat back on his bench. Though his face could not be seen in the dark, unlit 'tween deck, he was grinning faintly. Hund was talking to him as he had done when they were boys, thrall's child and bastard together. Besides, a faint excitement stirred within him, at the thought that the new woman was not Hund's lover. A Ragnarsson's daughter, he reflected. Now her father and uncles and cousins were all safely dead, it might be no bad thing to ally with the Ragnarsson blood. All admitted that they were of the seed of gods and heroes, however much they hated them. The Snake-Eye claimed descent from Vosi, and from his own namesake, the Favnisbane. There was no doubt the Danes and the Swedes and the Norwegians would respect a child sprung from that stock, even if she was a female boneless. He brought himself back to the moment. If she is not your lover, why did you hide her on board? Hund leaned forward again, his voice dropping low. I tell you that young woman has more brains than anyone you or I have ever met. What, more than Ud? Shef meant the puny slave-born stray who had risen to become Shef's steelmaster, and the most respected smith among priests of the way. Though he would never leave the house of wisdom in Stamford again, his nerve broken forever by the terrors he had undergone in the north. In a way, but in a different way. She is no smith, no metal-beater or machine-minder. She thinks deeply. Somewhere after she fled from the Breithrabor, someone explained to her the doctrines of the way. She knows the holy poems and stories as well as Thorvin, and can read and write them. That is why she has chosen to wear a quill, though I do not know what god she wears it for. Hund's voice was a whisper now. I think she explains the stories better than Thorvin does. Their inner meaning, the true tale of Volund or of King Frothy and the giant maids, the truth behind all our fables of gods and giants, of Odin and Loki and Ragnarok. She preaches strange doctrines to those who will listen, tells them there is no Valhalla for the good, and Nostrand for the bad, no monsters beneath the earth and in the sea, no Loki and no hell. Shef cut him off. She can stay if you wish it, he said. She can preach her strange doctrines too, for all I care. But you can tell her this. If she wants to persuade anyone that Loki does not exist, she can start with me. I would give heavy gold to anyone who could show me that, or tell me his chains were sound. Not far as the raven flies from the track of the war fleet down the French Atlantic coast, the new emperor of the Holy Roman Empire prepared with relish for an afternoon's sport. Returned from his meeting at Saloni, the emperor had embarked with his usual furious energy on the next task he had set himself, the counterpart of the naval actions that his general Agilulf and the Greek admiral of the Red Fleet were carrying out at sea. It was time, Bruno had declared, to deal finally with the Moslem strongholds established a generation before on the South Frankish coast, permanent menace to pilgrims and officials traveling to Rome, disgrace to Christendom and to the heir of Charlemagne. Easier said than done, some had muttered, but not many. Their emperor did nothing without a plan. Now Bruno stood, relaxed and genial, explaining what would happen to a group of wary, mistrustful, but deeply interested nobles, minor dukes and barons of the Pyrenean mountains, in their way the counterpart to the Moslem brigands about to be extirpated, their own strongholds hanging on the edge of Moslem Spain, as the present one did on the coast of Christian France. From time to time a dart or arrow swept out of the sky, shot from the stronghold towering on its peak 200 feet above them. The nobles noted the total lack of concern of the emperor, who from time to time raised his shield to deflect or intercept a missile, without breaking the flow of his talk. This was no chair warrior talking. He had been shot at more times than he had passed water. They build high up, as you can see, he explained. That was safe enough for a long time. Can't get scaling ladders up easily. They have plenty of bowmen. Good bowmen, too. he added, lifting his shield once more. "Build on stone, so it's no good mining. Even our onagers can't be raised high enough to beat their doors down. But the Mohammedan rogues did not have to deal with my good secretarius here." The Emperor waved an arm at a figure the Spanish barons had till then ignored. A small, scrawny man in the undistinguished black robe of a deacon, standing by the side of the great machine drawn forward by 200 men. Looking again, the barons noted that the two men stood always by the deacon, fully armored, with shields of double size. The Emperor might take risks with his own life, but none with those of this deacon. "That is Erkenbert the Englishman, Erkenbert Arithmeticus." The barons nodded reflectively. Even they had heard of this man. All of Christendom had heard by now the story of how the great emperor had traveled into the pagan lands and returned with the Holy Lance of Longinus. A major part of the story was the tale of how Erkenbert Arithmeticus had destroyed the kingdom oak of the Swedes, the idol worshippers. The little deacon was calling shrill orders, had now a firebrand in his fist. He looked across at the emperor, saw his nod, bent over his machine, straightened, and shouted a last word. An instant later the Spaniards broke into a collective groan of amazement. The great arm of the machine had swept down slowly, ponderously, dragged down by the huge bucket on its shorter arm. At the same instant the long arm had shot up, as fast as the short one was slow, and launched a trail of smoke into the air. But what had brought out the groan was the size of the missile it lobbed, bigger than any rock men could lift, bigger than a mule or a 2-year-old bullock. It flew as if by magic up into the sky, over the wall of the Moslem stronghold, vanishing deep inside. From high above they could hear yells of alarm and rage. Already the machine tenders were furiously busy round the bucket arm, some of them jumping into it and hurling rock after rock out onto the dry ground. "It's very slow," said Bruno conversationally, "but it can throw the weight of 3 men, 150 yards quite easily. And it throws it up, you see, not flat like the onagers. So what we do with the villains is, first we set fire to the wooden buildings inside the holds. 400 pounds of tarred straw is not put out by pissing on it. And then, well, you'll see. Once my secretarius has seen a shot or two, he will cut down the weight of the launcher. It is difficult, but he is the Arithmeticus, and drop not straw but a boulder right on top of the gateway there." He waved up at the iron-studded oak doorway. "And then, as you can see—" Bruno waved again at the heavily armed men waiting in ranks out of arrow-shot. "The heroes of the Lanzenorden stand ready to go in and finish the job." "And us with them," said one of the Spanish barons, a scarred veteran. "But certainly," cried Bruno, "and me too. Why, it's all I come for." He winked roguishly. "One decision we all have to make, though. My lads wear their mail, after all. They have to do this twice a week. But those of us who just have a chance now and then, why, we may think it better to go in light-armed. I only wear padded leather myself. It gives me a little more speed, and the Arabs wear no armor either. To tell the truth, I find it more like rat-catching than fighting a battle. But that is because we have found the trick of burning the rats out." He beamed cheerfully at his secretarius, now supervising the winching up of the bucket arm of his trebuchet, preparatory to filling it with its launch weight once more. "And do you take the Holy Lance into battle?" asked one of the Spaniards, greatly daring. The Emperor nodded, the gold circlet welded to his plain steel helmet flashing in the sun. "It never leaves me. But I carry it in my shield hand and never strike a blow with it. What has once drunk the holy blood of our Savior cannot be polluted with the blood of some miscreant unbeliever. I defend it more than I do my own life." The Spaniards stood silent. This assault, they knew perfectly well, was being staged as a demonstration to them as well as an extermination of the brigands. The Emperor meant to show them the futility of anything other than perfect alliance and obedience. Yet they relished it. For generations their ancestors had fought a losing struggle against the tide of Islam, seemingly forgotten by the Christians at their back. If now a strong king came with armies at his call, they were ready to show the way and share the profits. The relic in his hand was only one further proof of his power, yet a strong one. Finally one of the barons spoke, won over and ready to show his loyalty. "All of us will follow the lance," he said in the mutilated Latin of the hill folk. Murmurs of agreement came from his fellows. It is in my mind that the holder of the lance deserves to hold the other great relic of our Savior." Bruno looked at him sharply, suspiciously. "What is that?" The Spaniard smiled. "It is known to few. But in these hills, it is said, rests the third relic, besides Holy Cross and Holy Lance, known to have touched our Savior." He paused, pleased with the effect of his words. "And that is?" "The Holy Grail." In the border dialect the words came out as Santo Graale. "And where and what is that?" Bruno asked very quietly. "I cannot say. But somewhere in these hills they say it is hidden. Has been hidden since the time of the long-haired kings." The other barons looked at each other doubtfully, unsure of the wisdom of mentioning the old dynasty wiped out by the grandfather of Charlemagne. But Bruno cared nothing for the legitimacy or otherwise of the dynasty he had himself wiped out. His attention focused solely on what the baron was saying. "Then who holds it? Do we know that?" "The heretics," the baron replied. "In these hills they are everywhere. Not worshippers of Mohammed or Allah, worshippers, it is said, of the devil. The Grail fell into their hands many years ago, so men say, though no one knows what such a thing may be. We do not know who the heretics are. They could be among us now. They preach, it is said, strange doctrine." The machine behind them crashed again. A rock soared slowly into the air, fell ruinously upon the doorway, behind which plumes of black smoke were rising. A hoarse cheer rose from the ranks of the Lanzenorden as they pressed forward to the breach. Their emperor pulled his long sword free, turned to lead them, Holy Lance held with shield grip in one brawny fist. "Tell me more later," he shouted over the rising war cries. "At dinner, once the rats are dead." Chapter 6. The Caliph of Cordova, Abdurrahman, was troubled in his heart. He sat cross-legged on his favorite carpet in the smallest and most private courtyard of his palace, and allowed his mind to sort carefully through its troubles. Water ran continually from the fountain at his side, soothing his thoughts. In 100 pots placed seemingly at random around the enclosed court, flowers bloomed. An awning defended him from the direct rays of the sun, already hot in the short Andalusia spring. All around the word was passed in whispers, and servants fell silent, took their work elsewhere. On bare feet his bodyguards patted gently back into the shaded colonnades, watching but remaining unseen. A Mustarib slave girl of his harem, urgently summoned by his major-domo, began very gently to pluck out a faint tune on her zither, so low as to be almost inaudible, alert for the faintest sign of displeasure. None came as the Caliph sank deeper and deeper into introspection. The news from his traders was bad, he reflected. There was no question but that the Christians had seized every island that could conceivably be used as the base for a fleet. Malta, Sicily, Majorca, Minorca, the other Balearics, even Formentera, all gone. And behind them, though this was none of his concern, the Greek islands of Crete and Cyprus. His traders reported that all ship movements, even along the African shore, were now subject to harassment from Christian raiders. It was strange that they had come so quickly, he mused. There was a reason, though the Caliph did not know it. For all its size, the Mediterranean is in some ways more like a lake than an open sea, because of its prevailing winds and the insistent current that pours in from the Atlantic to replace the constant evaporation of the almost landlocked sea. It is far easier in the Mediterranean to sail west to east than east to west. Easier, too, to sail north to south than south to north. The first factor was to the Caliph's advantage, the second to that of his Christian foes. Once the block of the Arab fleets and bases in the north had been removed, the way was easy and open for every Christian village on the Mediterranean islands that could fit out a ship to send it south and try to reclaim their long losses from the traders of Egypt and Tunis, of Spain and Morocco. No, thought the Caliph, the interruption of trade vexes me, but it is not the source of my trouble. Spain lacks for nothing. If trade is cut down, some men will become poor, others rich in their place, as they supply what we used to buy from the Egyptians. As for the loss of fleets and men, that angers me, but it can be avenged. That is not what perturbs my soul. The news from the Franks, then? The Caliph had no personal feeling for the brigand strongholds that the new emperor of the Franks was burning out. They paid him no taxes, contained none of his relatives. Many of them were men who had fled from his justice. Yet there was something there to irritate him, it was true. He could not forget the words of the Prophet Muhammad. O believers, fight against the unbelievers who are nearest to you. Could it be that he, Abdurrahman, had neglected his spiritual duty? Had not moved aggressively enough against the unbelievers on his northern border? Had not come to help of those of Islam who obeyed the Prophet? Abdurrahman knew why he had left the northern mountains alone. Thin profits, heavy losses, and the removal of what was, after all, a screen between himself and the Franks the other side of the mountains. Christians, heretics, Jews, all mixed together, easier to tax than to rule, he had thought. Yet maybe he had done wrong. No, the Caliph reflected again. This news angered him and made him think of changing his policy in the future, but there was no danger in it. Leon and Navarre, Galicia and Roussillon, and the other tiny kingdoms, they would fall whenever he put out his hand to them. Next year, maybe. He must think deeper. Could it be the reports passed to him by his Cadi, the mayor and chief justice of the city? There was indeed something in them that disturbed him deeply. For 20 years Cordova had been vexed by one foolish young man or young woman after another from the Christian minority. They thrust themselves forward. They abused the Prophet in the marketplace. They came to the Cadi and declared that they had been followers of the Prophet and had now turned to the true God. They tried every trick they could to earn death beneath the executioner's sword. Then their friends revered them as saints and sold their bones. If the Cadi did not order and supervise total cremation as holy relics. The Caliph had read the holy books of the Christians and was well aware of the parallel with their account of the death of the prophet Yeshua, how the Rumi Pilate had done his best not to condemn the man before him, but in the end had been provoked into ordering his death. A sorrow for the world that he had not been firmer. And they were at it again, so the Cadi reported, stirring up their Moslem fellow citizens to fury and creating riots in the city. Yet even that was not the heart of the matter, the Caliph thought. His predecessor had seen the cure for that problem. The Christians were quick enough to embrace death for the glory of martyrdom. They were slower to endure public humiliation. The way to deal with them was what Pilate himself had suggested: strip them and flog them in public, using the bastinado. Then send them contemptuously home. It appeased the Moslem mob. It created neither relics nor martyrs. Some took their beatings well, some badly. Few returned for more. The key was not to react to the provocation. A real believer in Islam who became a Christian, such a one must die. Those who merely declared their conversion to gain death, they should be ignored. But there was the heart of the matter, the Caliph realized. He shifted uncomfortably on his carpet, and the tinkling of the zither instantly ceased. He settled back again, and very tentatively the music began once more. The core of Islam was the Shahada, the profession of faith. He or she who once made it before witnesses was then forever and irrevocably a Moslem. All that was necessary was to say the words, "I testify that there is no God but God, and Muhammad is the Prophet of God. La ilaha illallah Muhammad Rasul Allah," muttered the Caliph to himself, for perhaps the 100,000th time. That witness was ordained by the Prophet himself. It could not be taken back. Yet the Prophet, praised be his name, thought the Caliph to himself, had never had to deal with Christians hurling themselves to martyrdom. If he had, maybe he would have made the witness harder. The Caliph caught himself. There indeed was the heart of his trouble. He was on the point of criticizing the Prophet, of accepting change in Islam. He was becoming an unbeliever in his heart. He raised a finger, made the gesture of one who unwinds a scroll. There, minutes later, the keeper of his library, the Khatib Ishaq, stood silently in front of him. The Caliph nodded to a cushion, to indicate that the Khatib should sit down, crooked a finger for sherbet and dates to be brought. "Tell me," he said after a pause, "tell me of the Mu'tazilites." Ishaq glanced at his master and employer warily, a chill at his heart. What suspicion prompted this question? How much did the Caliph want information? How much did he want reassurance? Information, he guessed, but unwise to neglect the appropriate disclaimers. "The Mu'tazilites," he began, "were fostered by the unworthy followers of Abdullah, enemies of your house. Even in Baghdad, though, seat of the impure ones, they have now fallen into disgrace and been scattered. A slight narrowing of the eyes told Ishak to proceed more quickly to the information. The seat of their belief, he went on, was that faith should be subordinate, as the Greeks would have it, to reason, and the reason for their disgrace was that they argued that the teachings of the Koran were not eternal, but might be subject to change. Only Allah is eternal, they declared. Therefore the Koran is not. Ishak hesitated, unsure whether he dared press on. He himself, like so many of the learned of Cordova, sympathized heart and soul with those who offered free inquiry, a breaking of the chains of hadith, tradition. They had learned not to betray their sympathies. Yet he might venture to show the dilemma, as the wise thinkers of the Greeks, the Falasifa, might put it. The Caliph will see that the Mu'tazilites provoke a hard choice, he continued. For if we agree with them, we agree that the law of the Sharia, the clear path, may be altered. And then where is our clear path? But if we do not agree with them, we must believe that the Koran was there even before it was declared to the Prophet himself. And if we believe that, we take honor from the Prophet for finding it out and declaring it. What is your view, Ishak? Speak freely. If I do not like what you say, I will not hear it nor ask you again. The librarian drew a deep breath, sympathizing with that famous vizier of the Caliph Harun, who said that every time he left the presence, he felt his own head to see if it were still on his shoulders. I think the Mu'tazilites may have had some kernel of wisdom. The Prophet was a man who lived and died as one. Some part of what he said was human, some part sent by God. It may be that the parts declared by his own human wisdom are subject to change, as are all the works of man. But we do not know which is which, summed up the Caliph, and so the seed of doubt is sown. Ishak cast his eyes down, hearing the iron clang of finality, so often followed by the note of death. He had come to the end of toleration once again. Outside the quiet courtyard there came a patter of feet, breaking the thin current of the slave girl's song. The Caliph lifted his eyes, aware that he would not be disturbed save for something he had already indicated. The messenger who stood at the edge of the colonnade came forward, breathing deeply to show his diligence and the speed with which he had raced to his master. He bowed deeply. "The deputation sent to the land of the Magus has returned," he announced, "and not alone. They have come with the king of the Magus and a fleet of strange ships." "Where?" "They have reached the mouth of the Guadalquivir, and are rowing up it in some of their ships, the smallest ones. They row swiftly, almost as swiftly as our horses. They will be here in Cordova in 2 days' time, in the morning." The Caliph nodded, flicked fingers to his vizier to have the messenger rewarded, murmured orders to have guest quarters prepared. "A king," he said finally, "a king of the barbarians. It means nothing, but let us take particular care to impress him, find out what his tastes are. Girls, boys, horses, gold, mechanical toys. There is always something the children of the North desire." "I want a good display," said Shef to his chief advisers. He was crouching awkwardly on the bottom boards of one of Braun's 5 longships. The 7 catapult-mounting 2 masters had proved, to the surprise of the Arabs, too deep-keeled to pass far up the river, and had been left behind with full crews and guards. Shef had gone on up the river with just the 5 boats and as many men as could be conveniently fitted into them. Just under 200 all told. He had mixed his crews as well. 20 men in each ship were Norsemen from their regular crews. The rest had been transferred to the catapult ships and replaced by a similar number of crossbowmen, all of them English. The English were taking their turn at rowing amid much amusement. Nevertheless, both sides were well aware of the extra protection the others gave them. "How do we do that?" asked Braun. Like the others, he had been secretly shocked by the wealth and luxury visible all around them, and even more by the enormous numbers of people. From what they had been told, the city of Cordova alone contained as many people as the whole of Norway. All the way along the river they could see the roofs of mansions, water wheels turning, villages and towns stretching out across the plains one after the other as far as the eye could see. "We can dress up, but it'll take more than a silk tunic to impress these people." "Right. We don't try to look rich. They'll always beat us at that. We try to look strange and frightening. I think we can do that. And it's not just look, right? It's sound." The quayside loungers drew back muttering as the Wayman fleet docked and began to unload its men. Shef's orders had been thoroughly digested, and his crews were playing their parts. First the Vikings poured off their boats, every man glittering in freshly polished and sanded mail. Not a man was under 6 feet tall. Spears bristled from behind the bright-painted shields. Long-handled axes rested on shoulders. They had changed their seamen's goatskin shoes for heavy marching boots, studded with iron. They stamped heavily while Bronn and his skippers roared orders in gale-force voices. Slowly they drew into a long line, 4 deep. Another order and the crossbowmen followed them. Less impressive men physically, but more used to moving in unison. They ran to their places and also formed up, each one with his strange instrument sloped over his left shoulder. Shef saw them make their ranks, and then himself walked over the gangplank with careful ceremony. He, too, wore mail, a gold circlet on his head, as much gold as he could carry glinting from arm rings and necklet. Bronn followed him, with Thorvin and the 2 other Viking way priests who had joined the expedition, Skaldfinn the interpreter, priest of Heimdall, and Hogbarth the seaman, priest of Njörð. The 4 formed a rank at the head of the procession, immediately behind Shef himself, who walked alone. Behind them, and sheltered as much as possible by the bulk of Bronn and Thorvin, walked Hund and his protege Svandis. Under fierce orders from Shef, she had pulled a veil across her face and was darting sharp looks from behind it. Shef looked at the messenger who had been sent down to meet them and gestured to him to lead on. As the man, puzzled and unsure at the odd behavior of the Ferengis, began to walk away, continually glancing back, Shef gave a final wave. Quicka, his most loyal companion and life-saver, stepped forward with 3 of his companions, crossbows slung across their backs. All 4 blew firmly into the bags of their bagpipes, reached full pressure, and began to march forward, blowing lustily in unison. The loungers fell back even further as the uncanny noise hit them. The pipers marched forward behind the guide. Shef and his companions followed them, then the heavy-armed Vikings, their mail clashing, their boots stamping. Then came the crossbowmen, all stepping forward in time, a skill they had practiced on the new, level, hard stone roads of England. Every 20 paces the right-hand man of the front file raised his spear, and the 100 Vikings behind him shouted together their approach to battle cry, which Shef had first heard rolling towards him from the army of Ivar the Boneless, a decade before. "Ver thick," they shouted again and again. "Here kom." Guard yourself, here I come. The Arabs will not understand it, Shef had pointed out. They will not think we are challenging them. Let's shout something else anyway, suggested one skipper. Anything more complicated than that, Bronn had replied, and your lot will forget the words. The column moved on through the packed streets of the town with metal echoes clanging from the stone walls, preceded by wailing pipes and roaring voices. At the rear, the crossbowmen had started to sing a song in praise of their own victories. As they moved on, the excited crowds grew thicker, so that the marching men began to mark time, stamping down on the spot with their hobnails. Out of the corner of his eye, Shef saw a fascinated Arab watching Bronn's enormous feet crashing up and down. First he looked down at the boots half a yard long. Then he gaped up, trying to measure the 7-foot distance between them and the metal crest of Bronn's helmet. Good, Shef thought, stepping forward again as the crowd was thrust back by the caliph's escorts. Good, we've got them thinking first. They're thinking, is he human? It's not even a bad question. The caliph heard the uproar of the crowd even within his shaded and enclosed hall of audience. He raised an eyebrow, listened while the news was poured into his ears by an attendant. As the noise came closer, he could indeed distinguish the screeching of the Ferengis' strange instruments, as lacking in beauty as the howling of so many cats. Could hear, too, the astonishing crash of metal on stone, the deep shouts of the barbarians. Are they trying to frighten me, he wondered, amazed. Or is that their custom at all times? I must speak to Ghania. If one does not understand the customs of the foreigner, one cannot guess his thoughts. The noise ceased abruptly as Shef gave the signal to halt, and the right-hand marker, by arrangement, waved his spear in a circle. Shef's men, Vikings and English, stood rigid in their ranks in the outside courtyard. "How many may enter for audience?" asked Shef. "No more than 10 besides yourself," came the answer. Shef nodded, pointed out those to come with him, Bronn and Thorvin, Hogbarth and Skaldfinn. He hesitated over Hund. No one in the north knew more of leechcraft, and Cordova was famous for it. He might be needed to judge or respond. Yet he would not be parted from the irritating but still obediently veiled Svandis. Take them both, then. Finally, he called forward 2 of the Viking skippers to flank Bronn, both men who had fought their way to command in a score of single combats, nodded silently to his long-term companions Quicka and Osmond, with their crossbows. The Caliph, sitting high on his dais, observed the strangers enter, listening now to muttered commentary from Ghania, who had come forward while the Magus assembled outside. The king was the one-eyed one. Strange for the Ferengis, who respected strength and size so much. The king should be the giant beside him, though the one eye had indeed the bearing of command. Abderrahman noted the way he strode forward confidently to stand directly in front of him, look round for his translators. He noted also the sweat by now pouring from under the hair and the gold circlet. What were these men wearing? Metal to hold the rays of the sun, leather underneath it to guard their skin, and beneath that, it seemed, sheep's wool? In the Andalusian summer, men dressed like that would die of heat-stroke before noon. And yet the king and his men showed no awareness of it, felt no shame at the evidence of their own bodies' discomfort, did not even try to wipe their brows. My people think it dignified to withdraw from discomfort, the Caliph reflected. These think it dignified to ignore it, like a slave working in the sun. The Caliph asked the first and vital question. Are any of these men Christians? He expected the question to go to Suleiman the Jew, who would speak in Latin and be translated by some man of learning among the strangers. He was surprised to see, as Suleiman indeed began to translate, the king himself shake his head. He understood some Arabic then, and the answer was already forthcoming. Skaldfin had as his vocation the learning of languages and the understanding of peoples. He had spent the voyage learning from Suleiman, and teaching him Anglo-Norse in exchange. Shef, too, had sat listening much of the time. Skaldfin spoke now in slow but passable Arabic, translating for his king. No, none of us are Christians. We allow Christians to follow their faith, but we follow a different way and a different book. We fight only against those who deny that right. Has it been explained to you that there is only one God, who is Allah, and that Muhammad is his prophet? Believe that, and you can expect rich reward from me. It has been explained. You do not believe in Allah. You choose to believe in your own gods, whoever they are. Tension and the note of the executioner in the Caliph's voice. Bronn shifted his grip slightly on the axe battle-troll, and marked the 2 men standing behind the Caliph, scimitars bared. Big men, he thought, burnt blacker by the sun than I have ever seen before, but naked above the waist, no shields. 2 blows, and the third for the Arab in the chair. Realizing that he could follow the Arabic that the Caliph spoke, Shef replied for the first time without a translator. Pitching his voice high and speaking the simplest Arabic that he could, he called out, I have not seen Allah. I have seen my own gods. Maybe if I had 2 eyes I would see Allah too. 1 eye cannot see everything. A buzz of comment ran round the courtyard. The Arabs, used to metaphorical language and the art of indirect reproof, understood the last sentence. He means that those who believe in one thing alone are half-blind. Blasphemer, thought some. Wise for a Ferengi, thought others. This is not a man to fence with, thought the Caliph. Already he has shown he understands display. Now he is taking my own audience chamber away from me. Why have you come to Cordova? He said. Because you asked me, thought Shef, glancing slightly at Ghania, standing between and to the side of both men. Aloud he replied, To fight your enemies, my enemies too. Ghania tells me the Franks have new weapons to fight on sea and on land. We men of the way understand new weapons. We have brought new weapons and new ships to see if our enemies can stand against them. The Caliph looked silently at Ghania, who began an excited account of the ships and the catapults of the Wayman fleet. As they sailed south, Shef had several times encouraged the skippers to make raft targets, drop them over the side, and then destroy them at half a mile with hurled rocks. The crews were skilled and practiced, and the results had amazed the envoy. Indeed, no ship known to him could take more than a blow or 2 from the onagers. He had not seen the armored but virtually unsailable Fear Not of the Brethrabor battle. As Ghania came to an end, Abderrahman looked thoughtfully once more at the god deifier. He is still not impressed, he thought, watching the grim, impassive face, nor his companions. He made a sign, and one of the huge executioners walked forward, bringing his scimitar from his shoulder. Another sign, and a slave girl stepped out to join him. As she did so, she peeled away the long filmy scarf that covered her upper body and stood, still veiled, but with breasts bared before the men. "I hear much of your new weapons," he said. "We have weapons, too." He flicked his hand. The girl tossed her scarf in the air. Slowly, gently, the thin silk floated down. The executioner turned his scimitar edge up and held it out beneath the drifting fabric. The scarf met the edge, divided, settled in 2 pieces to the ground. Bronn grunted, muttered something to the skippers at his side. Now, the Caliph thought, the king will tell that giant to split something with his great clumsy axe. Shef turned, looked at Quicca and Osmond. Neither of them the best shot in the world, he thought. Osmond is a bit more certain. He pointed silently at a marble vase, holding bright purple flowers in a niche above the Caliph's head. Osmond gulped visibly, looked sideways at Quicca, unslung his crossbow, cocked it with one heave on the goat's foot lever, dropped in the short iron quarrel, raised, aimed, and pulled trigger. Osmond had guessed right, aiming low to allow for the short-range rise. The armor-piercing bolt smashed into the stone, shattering it into pieces. Stone splinters hummed around the room. The bolt bounced back from the wall and clanged onto the floor. The flowers fell in a decorative trail. Earth from the shattered vase slowly pattered down. The Caliph stroked his beard in the silence. I threatened him with my executioners, he thought, but that Iblis bolt would have split my heart before I could move. Ghania did not warn me enough. "You will fight our enemies," he said finally, "and you say that is what you have come for. If our enemies are your enemies, that may be true, but no one works only for another's good. There must be something else that has brought you here. Tell me what it is, and by Allah I shall do my best to see you have it." For the 3rd time the foreign king shocked him. In clear but simple Arabic he replied once more, "We have come to see the flying man." Chapter 7. Shef pushed his way impatiently through the growing crowd, the pole ladder emblem of his god dangling over his chest. As the days of waiting had gone by, he and his men had slowly discarded layers of clothing. First, the mail armor. It had become clear that while Shef's 200 men were indeed in the heart of a potentially hostile power, nevertheless they were so outnumbered as to make organized battle futile, while the streets of Cordova were guarded with such strictness that no man need fear private quarrel. Shef had put the Vikings' mail and the Englishmen's crossbows in a guard-room, less to keep them safe, he remarked, than to prevent them from selling their issued weapons for drink. "There is no strong drink anywhere in Cordova," Hunt had objected. "The orders of Mohammed forbid it." "There's some somewhere," Shef had replied, and supervised the handover of weapons himself. Then the jackets had gone. A couple of days wandering open-mouthed round the narrow, stone-walled streets of Cordova had convinced even the most conservative northerners that leather was an encumbrance, if not a risk to life. By now all the waymen were down to hemp shirts and wool breeches, and those fortunate enough to retain a balance of their pay were sporting gaudy cotton. In the sun their silver pendants, no one had yet been so rash or god-defying as to sell one, gleamed and jerked, marking their owners out yet again from the darker faces and gayer clothes around them. Last, fear had gone. Shef had expected, given the importance of his mission, to be shown to the great Binfirnas, the flying man, at once. It had taken days, not, so Suleiman the Jew assured them, out of desire for delay, still less deliberate insult, but because of the veneration here accorded to the wise. The Caliph might indeed have commanded an audience and a demonstration, but preferred instead to send messengers, present gifts, ask for the favor of the wise to be shown to the barbarians drawn from afar by rumor of him, and generally go through the established ritual of Andalusian diplomacy. Binfirnas, too, Suleiman further assured them, was not making deliberate difficulties in his replies. He was anxious only not to disappoint, to be unable to live up to the doubtless exaggerated tales carried into far lands by hearsay. Further, as messages traveled both ways, it transpired that he was waiting for a wind. Shef and his men had spent the days of waiting wandering with increasing entrancement round the streets of Cordova, seeing for the first time for any of them the 100,000 details of a developed commercial civilization. The carts coming in each dawn with produce, so many of them that those coming in had one side of the main streets, those going out the other, while there were men of the town Kadi who did nothing all day but ensure that such rules were maintained. The ever-turning water wheels or norias, which scooped water out of the river and transferred it to stone runnels, from which even the poor could fetch their water. The rigid regulations about sewage, which even the richest must obey. The houses for treatment of the sick, the public disputations where wise men spoke simultaneously of the Koran, the learning of the Jews, the wisdom of the Greeks, the surgeons, the mosques, the courts where the strict, even-handed justice of the Sharia was dispensed. Something there for everyone to stare at. In a while, even the timidest lost their fear of the alien. Even the fiercest and greediest ceased thinking of this world as merely another city to sack. If anything, the feeling that had been created was one of awe, the word the Vikings used to mean not fear, but a sense of being hopelessly outmatched. Could these people do everything? Only a few rose above this to observe weaknesses, inadequacies. Shef at least strove to do so, conscious that it might be mere jealousy which drove him. And then the Caliph sent word that it was time to meet the impossible, the flying man. This is going to be another disaster like the one with the hen's feather man, Shef told himself as he neared the tower from which the launch had been promised, his companions shoving along behind him in the way they had grown used to, in a continuous, unbelievable swarm of the city. Probably another disaster. But it has to be said. There are two good things this time that were not so when King Alfred's man tried to fly from my tower. First, though there is this talk about the wind, as there was last time, no one has mentioned birds or feathers. And second, we have met men, truthful-seeming men, if I and Skaldfin can judge their words, who insist that they saw this man fly 15 years ago. Not heard about it, not been nearby, saw it themselves. And their stories, if they do not tally on what they saw, agree on when and where. The tower door was before him now, guarded against the pushing spectators by men in the yellow and green of the Caliph's guard. The spears pulled aside as the guards recognized the eye patch and emblem of the Ferengi king, and the holy man white of those behind him. Shef found himself blinking in the cool and dark at the base of the tower. As his eyes adjusted from the glare outside, he became aware that the owner of the tower was in front of him, bowing slightly and holding clasped hands to his heart. He began to respond, bowing in his turn, jerking out a greeting in simple Arabic. But as he did so, he realized with a shock that the man in front of him was a cripple. He could stand upright for a few moments, but then his hands went back to the wooden frame in front of him. When he moved, he pushed the frame forward and then dragged himself after it. "Your legs," Shef managed to say. "How were they hurt? With flying?" The Arab smiled, apparently unoffended. "With flying," he agreed. "The flight went well, the coming to earth less so. You see, I had forgotten something. I had forgotten that all flying creatures have tails." As Ben Firnas, the cripple, began to shuffle his slow way to the stairs leading up the tower, Shef looked round at Thorvin, Hund, and his priest companions, an expression of doubt and disappointment on his face. "Another bird-man after all," he muttered. "Wait till he shows us the cape of feathers." But at the top of the tower, on the square, airy platform overlooking the steep sides of the Guadalquivir, there was no sign of feathers, no preparation for a leap. Back in the bright daylight, Shef could see that Ben Firnas was flanked by aides and servants, among them the young man Mu'atia, who had come on the embassy to the north, and the ever-present factotum Suleiman. Some stood by what seemed to be a light winch or windlass. Others held lengths of pole and canvas. Behind Shef mustered the priests of the way, the only ones for whom he had been able to secure admission. Walking to the tower's lip, Shef looked down and saw most of his men in the crowd staring up, the giant figure of Bronn conspicuous even in the throng. The still-veiled Svandis was close by him, he noted, though neither turned to the other. Bronn had accepted the charge of looking after her from his friend and curer Hund, but had refused to have more than absolutely necessary to do with her. The Ivar face chilled him, he confided, right in his old belly wound. "The first thing we do is this. Shef realized Ben Firnas was saying. "If the king of the Ferengis will condescend to notice. See?" He gave an order. The winchmen began to pay out cord. A kite lifted into the air, caught the wind, began to recede into the sky as the windlass handles span. Shef stared at it. It seemed a light box, 4 walls made of cloth between poles, open at both ends, with slats or vents cut here and there in the cloth. "This, of course, is no more than a child's game," Ben Firnas continued. "The kite lifts no more than itself. See, though, that the cord keeps its open mouth pointing towards the wind. Control is much easier into the wind. Away from the wind it seems easier to sail like a ship, but alas, then the wind is master, not the man. So I found. I would do it differently if I tried again." Shef could hear the cries of the crowd from below as they saw the kite. They lined the river bank, some of them almost on a level with the tower as the slope rose away towards the city's 1,000 minarets. "You understand the kite, then?" Shef nodded, waited for the word to haul in. Instead, Ben Firnas hobbled 2 paces to the winch, produced a knife, laid edge to cord. The kite, released, leapt up, swooped, sailed away downwind in erratic spirals and flutterings. 2 of the waiting servants jumped to their feet, raced down the stairs to pursue and recover it. "Now we try a harder thing." On a gesture, 4 servants carried forward a different contrivance. Its shape was similar, the open-ended box of cloth between poles, but it was twice as large and clearly heavier in construction. Inside it, furthermore, was a sort of sling of rope and cloth. Short vanes projected from either side. Shef stared at it, puzzled. A young boy wriggled between the other servants and stood serious-faced in front of the new kite. Ben Firnas laid a hand on his head, spoke to him with a babble of Arabic too fast for Shef to follow. The boy replied, nodding. Quickly, 2 of the big, dark-colored servants lifted him up, dropped him into the mouth of the kite. Walking nearer, Shef saw that the sling was a harness into which the boy fitted. His head remained outside the box, his hands rested on handles. As he twisted them, the cloth vanes to either side of the box rotated. Carefully, 4 servants lifted the box, held it up to the wind, walked to the edge of the tower. The winchmen heaved a trifle, took up a yard or 2 of slack. Shef heard a rising buzz of excitement from outside, which slowly stilled. "Is this dangerous?" he said quietly to Suleiman, not trusting his own Arabic at this stage. "I do not want the boy killed on my account." Suleiman spoke aside to Ben Firnas, while the serious-faced child remained poised on the edge of the tower, the wind tugging at him. He turned back. "Ben Firnas says, of course, that all is at the will of Allah. But he says also that as long as the cord is retained, all may be safe enough. The danger would come if they released it. Let the boy try to fly free." Shef stepped back, nodding. Ben Firnas saw the gesture, turned to feel the wind, and then in his turn made a gesture to his servants. With a grunt they heaved the box up to arm's length above their heads, felt the wind catch it, let go altogether. For an instant the kite sagged below the wall of the tower. Then some updraft or eddy caught it, and it rose again. The winchmen spanned their handles, let the cord out 5 fathoms, 10. Slowly the kite rose in the sky, the little face still framed in its open end. Shef saw the vanes twist and turn slightly, the box rotate upwards, turn, level off. It dipped and bucked in the wind, but the boy seemed able to control it, to keep the box facing the way he wanted. If it had swooped and plunged like the earlier one once they had cut it free, he might have been thrown out of his harness, Shef guessed. But no, it seemed to ride stably. No worse than a boat on a choppy sea. Silently Ben Firnas passed to Shef a device like the one Muatia had demonstrated, a farseer. Without words he showed that it was different from the last one. In 2 halves, one sliding over the other in a case of greased leather. It meant you could alter the length of the tube. Ben Firnas made a squinting face as he moved the bottom half in and out. Shef took the device from him, trained it on the kite and its flyer's face, gently moved the tube up and down till the image came into focus. There it was. The boy's tongue stuck out between his teeth. He was concentrating grimly on managing his vanes, trying to hold the kite steadily into the wind. There was no doubt, anyway, that the kite could carry his weight. "How far can you send him?" he asked. "As far as the rope will run," reported Suleiman. "And what if the rope is cut?" "He says, does the Ferengi king wish to see?" Shef lowered the telescope from his eye, frowning. "No. If they've done it once already, I'd like to hear about that." He focused again as a long dialogue broke out. Finally, Suleiman addressed him again. "He says 15 years ago, first they let it fly free with a boy inside. When the boy survived, he himself, Ben Firnas, risked the attempt. He says he learned 3 things. First, it is much easier to control flight into the wind than before it. Second, there is a skill in controlling the vanes which the boy had from many trial flights on the tether, but which he himself had not had time to learn. He says you must react with the body before the mind has time to issue an order, and that is a skill that only time can bring. Third, he learnt that he should also have fitted a vane to control flight side to side, as well as up and down. He says the kite turned on its side as he flew down the valley of the river, and he could not turn it back. So instead of landing gracefully like a water bird, he turned end over end in the rocks. Since then he has not walked without support, for all the surgeons of Cordova could do. He says his legs were his gift to Allah for knowledge." "Winch the boy in," said Shef. "Tell the master of the house how grateful I am to him for showing me this, and how much I respect his readiness to try for himself. Say we would like to make careful drawings of his contrivance. We may be able to find a better place to test it than the banks of the Guadalquivir. And tell him also that we are amazed by his tubes of glass, and would like to know how to make them for ourselves. We wonder how he came upon the idea. He says," the translation came back, "that the lens which makes small writing large has been known here for many years. After that, it was only a matter of mechanical skill and many tests." "Making old knowledge new," said Shef with a beam of pleasure. "This is a wiser man than his pupil." In one of the innumerable tiny tenements of the city, a man sat cross-legged in front of an open window. His hands moved continually as he stitched, the seam he worked on moving through his hands as if it were a living serpent. His eyes never looked down, never left the street. Everything that went by was observed. In the corner to one side of him sat another man, out of sight from outside. "You got a close look at it?" asked the tailor. "I did. They walk through the city all the time, gaping like monkeys. They wear no more than a tight tunic on their upper bodies, and many of them not even that. They would walk naked as apes in the sun if the Cadi allowed it. It is easy to see what they wear round their necks, and I have stood as close to the Ferengi king as I am to you. What did you see, then, and what did you hear? All the strangers wear a silver charm round their necks. Often it is a hammer, many times a horn, or a phallus, or a boat. There are some signs that only a few wear, an apple, a bow, a pair of strange sticks. Usually these are worn by the bigger strangers, the ones who entered the city wearing mail. But the apple is worn only by the very small one in white, whom they say is a leech. And what does the king wear? He wears a graduale. There is no doubt of that. I have peered so close I could smell the sweat of his shirt. It is a graduale. It has 3 steps on the right and 2 steps on the left. Which is uppermost? 2 are level at the top like a cross. Below that, the right as we see it. The left as he wears it, the tailor reflected, still sewing. Tell me what you have found out about these signs. The other man hitched his stool conspiratorially closer. We found soon that all these men are very eager to find strong drink, of the sort forbidden by the Prophet, more eager for it than for women or for music. We approached some of them, said that we were Christians for whom this was not forbidden, that we had a store of wine for the service of our God. We found then that the bigger ones were shocked, looked askance, wanted the drink, but cared nothing for the Christ. Some of the smaller ones, though, said easily that they had been Christians too, knew all about the Mass and the holy wine. These we drew aside. Had been Christians? Muttered the tailor. So they are apostates now? That is so. But they told a clear story, as far as our interpreters could follow. They said that their whole kingdom had been Christian once, but they spoke with horror of the practices of their church. Some of them had been slaves to abbot or bishop, and showed us stripes to prove it. Then they had been freed by the one-eyed king, who had converted the land to what they call the Way. It means much the same as Sharia. The sign of this is the pendant they wear, one sign for each of the many gods they have. And the graduale? All agree that it too is the sign of a god, but none was very sure what god it might be. The name they gave was Rig, which I think is one of their words for king. It is like our word roi, or the Spaniards' reje. All say without exception that no other man wears it, except some of the slaves rescued by the One-Eye, who wear it as a sign of their gratitude to him. If he did not wear it, the sign would never be used at all. Both men fell into a reflective silence. Eventually the tailor, putting his pile of clothing aside, rose stiffly to his feet. "I think we may have to return home, brother. This is news that we must share. A strange king wearing a sign personal to him alone, the same as our holy graduale, though with rungs reversed, as a token of devotion to the king. Surely this must have some meaning." The other man nodded more doubtfully. "At least we can get the stink of the lowlands out of our nostrils and breathe cool air again, and wake without the salat ringing in our ears." He paused. As they became drunk, the small northerners said again and again that to them this man is not just their king. They call him the One King. He spat neatly through the window. "Whatever he may be, they are apostates and idolaters." "To the church," the tailor replied. "So are we." Bron settled his massive shoulders back against the walls of the room with a contented sigh. He had been sure that the English at least had managed to get hold of strong drink somehow. But every time he approached one of the pygmies, they had gone into their usual state of glassy-eyed denial. Finally, pocketing his pride, he had edged over to Quicka and Osmond and appealed to them as former companions, guests, and shipmates to let him in on the secret. "Just you, then," Quicka had finally said. "And you can bring Skaldfin," Osmond had added. "We have trouble understanding them most of the time. Maybe he can get a bit more out of them." They had been guided deftly out of the crowd, leaving the flying demonstration, and taken into a little shabby room, where, Bron had to admit, they had been given cheerfully and without a word of payment surprising amounts of good red wine. Good, as far as Bron could tell, since he had not drunk wine a dozen times in his life. He emptied his pint pot and passed it forward for more. "Aren't you supposed to be looking after that priestess female?" inquired Quicka. Skaldfin scowled. "Don't call her that. She just says she is. She hasn't been accepted." Bron looked round as if surprised to note that Svandis was not present. "I suppose so," he muttered. "She makes me feel cold just looking at her. Daughter of the Boneless One. I knew she existed all right. There was a good deal of talk about it. I just hoped the whole hell-spawn family was dead." "But you are supposed to be looking after her," pressed on Quicka. He and Hund, born and bred within 20 miles of each other, had a strong fellow feeling. If Hund and his master Shef accepted the woman, the rules and rituals of the way would not count for much with him. "She's safe enough," said Osmond. "Find her own way back, I dare say." He too waved his mug at their smiling hosts for a refill. "In some towns I know, woman wanders off, she'll end up raped in an alley with a sack over her head. Not here. Chop your hand off as soon as look at you, and other bits too. And the Cadi's men everywhere." "Cursed noisy woman," grumbled Bron. "Not sure 6 drunken sailors isn't what she needs." Skaldfin retrieved Bron's mug and tipped half the contents of it into his own. "I don't like the woman," he said, "but you're wrong there. 6 drunken sailors isn't a tenth of what she's met already, and it hasn't done her any good at all. But she'll make her own way back to our quarters right enough," he added pacifically. "She's got no choice. Doesn't speak a word of the language, any language they speak here." He turned and called out to their hosts in the bastard Latin studded with Arab words, which he had already recognized as their native dialect. In a cool courtyard not far from the hot shut-in room where the men were sitting, Svandis sat on a bench, eyeing the circle of women who sat with her, round the fountain. Slowly she put a hand up to her veil, pulled it away from her face, threw back her hood. Her copper hair spilled down, framing the pale ice-water eyes. Some of the women around her drew in deep breaths. Others did not. "You speak English, then?" said one of them. She too dropped her veil as the others did. Svandis looked at the one who had spoken, realized she was almost as fair as herself, with hair the color of pale ashwood and green eyes. Realized, too, that she was a woman of amazing beauty. Since she had grown past childhood, Svandis had been used to being the center of all eyes. If this woman were in the room, she admitted to herself that might not be so. "Yes," she replied, in English also, "but not well. I am a Dane." The women looked at each other. "Danes took many of us from our homes," said the first one, "sold us to the harems of the powerful. Some of us did well, those who knew how to use their bodies. Others not so well. We have no reason to love Danes." As she spoke, there was a continual patter of translation from English into Arabic. Svandis realized that those around her were of mixed race and language, although young and beautiful. "I know," she said. "My father was Ivar Ragnarsson." This time the expressions moved from fear to rage. Hands moved inside the all-covering cloaks. The ash-blonde girl thoughtfully pulled a long steel needle from her hair. "I know what my father was. I know what he did. It happened to me, too, and worse to my mother. How could such a thing happen to you, a princess of the Danes, of the Viking woman-stealers? I will tell you, but let me make it a condition." Svandis looked round the circle of a dozen women, trying to estimate their age and race. Half of them northerners, she could see, but some olive-skinned like the men of Cordova. One almost yellow-skinned. Others, she could not tell. "The condition is that each of us shall tell the others what is the worst thing that has happened to her. Then we will all know we are on the same side. Not English or Danes or Arabs. All women." The women looked sidelong at each other as the translation pattered out. "And I will begin. And I will tell you not of the day I lost my virginity for a crust of stale bread. Not of the day I buried all my friends at once, in one grave. No. I will tell you of the day my mother died." By the time the last woman had finished speaking, the sun had moved off the central courtyard, and the shadows were lengthening. The ash-blonde girl wiped the tears from her face, not for the first time, and waved imperiously at the cloisters round the fountain. Silently, slave bodyguards appeared, setting out small tables with dishes of fruit, jars of cool water and sherbet, faded back into the shadows to watch their master's property. "Very well," she said. "So we are all the same, even if you are a Dane and the daughter of a madman. But now, tell us what we want to know. What brought you here? Who is the one-eyed king? Are you his woman? And why do you wear the strange robes like the priests they talk about? Have they made you a priestess, and of which god?" "There is something I have to tell you first," said Svandis, her voice dropping, even though she was sure none of the men in the shadows could understand her tongue. "There is no god, not even Allah." For the first time the mutter of translation ceased. The women looked at each other, unsure how to put what she had said into other words. So close to the Shahada. There is no God but God. So far apart. And if saying the Shahada made man or woman irrevocably a Muslim, saying its opposite, that must mean death at the least. Let me explain. Chapter 8. "What do you mean you don't know where the Nidhoggnawed woman is? I told you not to let her out of your sight." Bronn, never used to being spoken to in this way since the day his beard had first begun to grow, clenched his massive fists and started to rumble a reply. By his side, almost 2 feet shorter, stood Hund, his face anxious both at the disappearance of Svandis and at the growing confrontation between a guilty but unapologetic Bronn and an angry, overburdened Shef. All round them turmoil reigned. The northerners had been assigned a whole courtyard, a kind of barracks by the banks of the Guadalquivir. Now men ran in and out of every door. The air was filled with shouts of rage and inquiry. Gear accumulated on the sanded courtyard floor, with men standing guard over it, against comrades who might be inclined to remedy their deficiencies at the expense of someone more careless. Viking skippers and English captains of crossbow platoons counted their men and tried to work out who was missing. "Look at the goat's turd mess," Shef shouted on. 12 men missing. Scarthy says some bastard sold half the oars for his ship. The oars, for Christ's sake. I mean Thor's sake. The towelhead screaming at me all the time to get moving. Get back down the river. The Christians are coming with a fleet and an army and Loki knows what. We'll get back to the ships and find they've already been burnt to the waterline without throwing a rock, because everyone's asleep. And now I have to stop and look for some useless woman because you couldn't keep your hands off the beer bottle. Bronn's rumble turned into a growl. He thrust both hands firmly into his belt in an attempt to keep from strangling his king, lord, and former crew carl. Hund ludicrously stepped between the two much bigger men in an attempt to hold them back. Shef realized that the grinning faces watching the confrontation were now looking over his shoulder. He turned. Through the gates of the courtyard, still in the early morning shadow, stepped Svandis. Her veil was still discreetly pulled across her face. As she met 50 hostile stares set in a growing silence, she stripped the veil back. The pale ice-water eyes glared out over a set jaw. Bronn clutched his belly instinctively with a low moan. "Well, she's back," said Hund soothingly. "Yes, but where has she been?" "Out tomcatting," muttered Bronn. "Out all night. Probably some Arab picked her up for his harem and then realized she wasn't worth the trouble. Don't blame him." Shef considered the angry face in front of him, looked sideways at Hund. In his culture, every woman was the property of some man, husband, master, father, brother. For one to stray sexually was above all a matter of disgrace for the man. In this case, as far as he could see, if Svandis had an owner, it was the man who had taken her as apprentice, Hund. If he seemed unaffected or undisgraced, then no harm was done. In any case, Shef reflected, he had a strong feeling that Svandis had not seized an unwatched moment to find herself a new lover, whatever Bronn thought. She seemed far more angry than flirtatious for all her beauty. From what Hund had told him or hinted to him, that was only natural. Svandis braced herself for a torrent of abuse and probably blows, the normal consequence of what she had done. Instead, Shef started to turn away, turned back, and remarked, "Well, as long as you're safe," seized Bronn by the arm and began to drag him away towards the pile of stacked oars, which Hogbarth was counting once more in an attempt to get a definite answer. The fury she had been hatching as a protection burst out. "Don't you want to know where I've been?" she shrieked. "What I've been doing?" Shef looked over his shoulder. "No. Talk to Hund about it. One thing, though. What language were you talking? Skaldfinn was dead sure you wouldn't find an interpreter except for Latin, which you don't know." "English," Svandis hissed. "How many English women do you think there are in Cordova? In the harems?" Shef let go of Bronn, walked back to look at her more carefully. Svandis realized that his face had once more turned grim. When he spoke, it seemed to be to himself, though he addressed the words to Hund. "We might have known, eh? I saw them in Hedeby Market, Vikings selling Wendish girls to Arabs. The guard told me the price of girls had gone up since the English trade stopped producing. But they must have been selling girls down here for 50 years. Everywhere we go, Hund, we find them. In backwoods, Norway, in turf huts on Shetland, here in Spain. There doesn't seem to be a place in the world without its slave from Norfolk or Lincoln, or Yorkshire," he added, remembering the berserk Cuthred. "One day we must have a chat with an experienced slaver. I bet we have a few lying quiet in the ranks. Find out how they used to divide them up, price them for the market. Worn-out ones for the Swedish sacrifice, strong workers for the hill farms, and the pretty ones down here for gold, not silver." Shef's hands seemed to grope for a weapon, but as usual he was not carrying one, not even a sword at his belt. "All right, Svandis, tell me about it sometime. I don't blame you for what your father did, and he's paid his price. Now, as you can see, we're moving. Get some breakfast, get your things together. Hund, see if we have any sick." He moved off purposefully towards the oars, shouting for Skaldfinn to see if any could be ransomed from their new owners. Svandis glared uncertainly at his back. Bronn too moved away, muttering into his beard. Hund looked up at his apprentice. "Have you been talking to them about your beliefs?" he said quietly. "The infidels are playing with their kites again," remarked the master of the Cordovan flagship to the captain of Marines. The captain, a Cordovan, spat neatly into the sea to show disgust and contempt. "They are trying to catch up with the learned man Benfirnas, Allah be merciful to him. As if the sons of dogs from the far end of Barbary could match the deeds of a true philosopher. See, their kite sinks already, and it has no man or boy in it. It is going down like an old sheik's penis. A far cry from Benfirnas, I saw his kite fly like a bird with a stout boy in its beak. I wish the infidels may perish in torment for their pride and their folly." The master looked sideways at the captain, wondering if such fury was wise. "The curse of Allah on them," he said placatingly, "and on all deniers of the Prophet. But may it not fall on these ones till we have seen them use their stone machines." "Stone machines," snarled the captain. "Better to meet the worshippers of Yeshua saber in hand, as we have always done before and always defeated them." "So that's it," reflected the master. "He sees his trade taken away from him." "As you say," he agreed again. "And if Allah wills, we shall do so. But one thing, Osman, you will grant me. Let us keep these magus, these bookless pagans from the north, on our side, at least until we have met the Greeks. Their stone machines can do what the bravest sabers cannot, and I have no desire to meet the fire of the Greeks at sea." He turned from the rail before the disgruntled soldier could frame a reply. Half a mile away, across the clear blue water of the coastal Mediterranean, gazing through the far seer the Arab philosopher had given him, Shef watched the kite slowly rocking down the sky. He felt no particular irritation. As soon as the combined fleet of the Way and the men of Andalusia had cleared for sea, after a racing passage down the Guadalquivir, he had begun to experiment, eagerly seconded by Quicca, Osmond, and the catapult crews of the Favnisbane. Shef had made certain large quantities of the poles and cloth that Benfirnas used for his devices had been taken with them. He and his men now set to construct kites after any fashion that seemed likely. "We don't know what holds the things up," Shef had told the eager, attentive circle, "so we might as well try anything and see what works." Today they were trying the effect of an unbroken box of sailcloth without air gaps or panels. It appeared to be a total failure. Did that mean the panels were necessary after all, and against what seemed to be common sense? Or was it the two control lines they were also trying today? The two catapulteers holding them were trying gently to work the kite back into the sky, with limited success. It didn't matter. For one thing, it was keeping the men amused. Shef looked up at the masthead and saw, as he suspected, that the lookout was gaping steadily at the kite instead of attending to his duty. A shout, a wave, and the lookout turned guiltily to stare at the horizon once more. For another, in Shef's experience, a great deal of any technological breakthrough came from random fiddling, while the men who had to work the machine got used to it, discovered its problems, worked out how to counter them. Nothing ever worked absolutely right first time. He was quite happy now to let the men amuse themselves, see if they could at least reach the standard Benfirnas had demonstrated to them, learn the skills they would need when the time came to improve. One thing Benfirnas had not realized, with the curious playful reluctance to push a theory to its limits, which Shef had already noted as characteristic of this culture. Experimenting with manned flight or buoyed flight would be a good deal safer over a calm sea than a rocky ravine. Shef had already checked to find out how many of Ordloff's lightweights could swim. The kite settled into the water to a general groan of disappointment. One of the 5 Viking longships which they had taken up the Guadalquivir to Cordova cruised over towards it, or, sweeping in leisurely time, began to retrieve kite and rope and bring them back. That was a weakness of the two masters, one that no one had ever noticed out in the Atlantic for which they had been designed. They were true sailing craft, fast, sturdy, capable of mounting onagers and crossbows and carrying scores of tons of food and water. In British or Scandinavian waters, where the wind literally never ceased, and was more often too rough than too gentle, they had swept the seas against Frankish cogs or Viking longships, the first too slow, the second too fragile to contest with them. But no one had ever tried to row them for more than a few hundred yards working out of harbor, and that was done with massive 4-man sweeps capable of reaching bare crawling pace. Here in the inner sea, as today, the wind often seemed to die away altogether. With both sails spread and what wind there was blowing directly from the sea, the Favnisbane and her hero-class consorts, Grendelsbane, Sigemund, Vada, Theodoric, Hagenna, and Hildebrand were barely making steerage way. By contrast, the 5 Viking boats were keeping pace under oars at a mere paddling stroke on the placid sea, their crews happy to work off some surplus energy by fetching and carrying the kites. The Cordovan galleys, meanwhile, after repeated angry outbursts from their admiral, had seemingly accepted the situation. The routine now was for their main body to row on ahead during the morning, take their long siesta at midday, and then row on again as the sun declined to find a place to camp and water overnight. The infidels made up lost distance during the siesta, and caught up finally in the evening. Meanwhile, contact was maintained between the advance body and the laggards by a string of intermediary ships, seemingly out of courtesy, or more likely because he did not trust them. The admiral himself hung back in his own green-painted galley, with a double score of his larger ships, enough to board and envelop Shef's own fleet at need. There was no way of guarding against that, other than making them keep their distance, to give time for the onagers to work. After thought, Shef had accepted the situation. If the Arabs had not overwhelmed him and his men in the streets of Cordova, they were unlikely to do so here and now, steering to meet a dangerous common enemy. Hogbarth was preparing for the noon ceremony, at which he measured the height of the sun with his seaman's staff, and considered the results against a set of tables he was compiling. It was of little practical value. The answer might tell you, if Shef understood the theory, how far north or south you were, but all that meant in practice was that Hogbarth could say which spot on the Atlantic shore they were now level with. What would be more interesting would be to combine these results one day with a good map. Such information, Shef recognized, would have saved him and his companions much trouble during their long walk across the keel of Norway from Atlantic shore to Jarnberland. Shef unrolled the map he had been given by his Arab hosts, one he conceded far better than any he had seen in his life before. They had watered the night before at Dania, a good protected harbor with smooth beaches either side for the shallow draft ships to draw up on. There the commander of the local garrison had reported that the Christian warships, and in particular the feared Red Fleet of the Greeks, had made landings less than 100 miles to the north within the last 2 weeks. They could then be just over the horizon at this moment. At the thought, Shef raised his head and called to the lookout. "Anything to see?" "Nothing, Lord. The admiral spread his awnings and stopped rowing, dropping behind us now. A few fishing boats out to sea. All of them got those funny 3-corner sails. The skyline's bare as a whore's—" A yell from Hogbarth cut short the lookout's simile. For some reason Hogbarth had decided that the purity of their one female passenger had to be guarded from contamination. All the Vikings, Shef had noted, much as they might dislike her, were unable entirely to resist the awe they felt for the Ragnarsson blood. Hogbarth sat down cross-legged on the deck next to Shef and the map, followed by Hund and Thorvin, who settled himself more deliberately on a canvas folding stool. Shef looked round for a moment, wondering who else might be invited to join the impromptu council. Bronn was not aboard, had insisted on returning to his own ship, the Narwhal, built to replace the much-lamented Walrus. His excuse was that he felt impatient aboard the stately Fafnisbane, preferred the maneuverability of his own smaller ship. Shef suspected that he simply could not bear the presence of Svandis, for her father's sake or her own. Skaldfinn was standing in plain sight by the rail. Why did he not come over? Shef realized that Skaldfinn had with him Suleiman the Jew, did not want to abandon him, was not sure that Suleiman would be welcome at a conference which he could by now very well understand. The Jew was a strange, dignified, withdrawn figure. For weeks Shef had been unable to imagine him as anything but a machine for translating. Yet learning a language from someone gives many insights. Shef had begun to think that for all his professed loyalty to Abdurrahman and his Muslim masters, Suleiman was not quite to be trusted, capable of being won over. One thing that had emerged was that in the Muslim world Jews paid taxes, and Christians, while Muslims did not. That was bound to be a source of discontent, if not disaffection. Shef waved to Skaldfinn, indicating that Suleiman was welcome to join them too. "Well," said Hogbarth, "tell us again, Lord, what's the plan? We launch kites into the air, steal Greek fire from the Christians, and rain it down from the sky." Shef grinned. "Don't tell Muatia. He'll say his master thought of it first. All right. We're about here." He tapped the map with a grubby, nail-bitten finger. "The Christians can't be far away, and all we hear says they're coming for us just as we're going for them. We should expect a straight head-on clash, so that's what we won't get. They know something we don't know. We know something they don't know. So do the easy part," said Hogbarth, youngest and most careless of the way priests. "Tell us what we know." Shef grinned again. "One thing we know is that none of these people, Christian or Arab, know how to fight a sea battle." Silence and looks exchanged. Finally, Suleiman, looking round first to see if anyone else would take the bait, ventured the query. "Lord King, the fleets of Andalus have fought many battles, and so have the Greeks. Do you mean they have not fought them correctly?" "No, I mean they weren't sea battles. It's obvious from the way old Admiral What's-His-Name works." Shef jerked a thumb over his shoulder at the awning-rigged galleys taking their siesta 2 miles off upon the glassy sea. "His main idea is to fight a land battle in which his ships form one wing. Ever since we made contact back wherever it was, Alicante, he's just tried to keep pace with the land army marching up the coast. It's true our ships hold him back, but we could make better speed if we sailed all night, which is all right by us. But he camps every night in touch with his land colleague. They expect to clash on the coast, army to army and fleet to fleet. They never go far from their water. They can't with all those rowers on boat in this heat. And they never go far from the army, horse and foot together." "What advantage does that give us?" asked Thorben carefully. What his one-time protege said sounded very much like lunatic overconfidence, but no one dared say that of the victor at Hastings and at the Bréthrabor. "What I'd like to do is locate the enemy, then swing out to sea on the land breeze we get every morning. Come in on their flank and rear from the open sea in the afternoon. Then we could get the catapults to work in daylight with them trapped between us and the coast." "You only have 7 ships with, what do you call them? Mules," observed Suleiman delicately. "Are 7 enough to determine a great battle?" "The admiral here has hundreds of ships," Shef replied. "So we're told did the admirals of both fleets the Greeks have destroyed already. But those fleets were helpless against the Greek fire. We hope the Christian fleets will be helpless against our mule stones." "It will take a long time to sink hundreds of ships by shooting," said Thorben skeptically. "That's the point. I only want to hit the ships with the Greek fire. The red galleys, they say. Maybe 20 of them. In this battle, all that will count will be their 20 with the fire and our 7 with the mules. The one of those that gets into action first will be the winner. All the other ships, once that's decided, will be porkers for the slaughter. Lambs for the slaughter, I mean," corrected Shef hastily, remembering the strange dietary customs of Muslim and Jew together. "I see," said Skaldfin. "Now the other question. What do they know that we don't?" "I don't know," said Shef quickly, before anyone else could make the obvious answer. All the northerners laughed, while Suleiman watched them impassively, stroking his beard. They were like children, he thought, just as Abderrahman had said. They would laugh at anything. Always mirth, always horseplay. The men hiding each other's food, tying each other's shoelaces together. The king himself would fly kites all day, and never mind if they fell into the sea. They had no dignity. Or was it that they felt their dignity was so great that it could not be diminished by anything to which they consented? Mu'atia talked till he was hoarse about how stupid and untaught they were, yet they learned with terrible speed. And Mu'atia would learn nothing that did not come to him on the authority of a great man, or better still, a great book. What, he wondered, did the One-Eye really think? "I'm hoping they don't know we're here," said Shef finally. "No one in the southern sea has seen a mule shoot from a ship. They may be expecting to meet another overconfident Muslim fleet, all numbers and bravery. In that case, we've probably got them. But if they do know we're here, I would expect them to try and attack at night. The exact opposite of what we want. We need light to shoot at a distance, and we want to spread out. They want to get up close and meet a packed enemy at close range, where light doesn't matter. In any case, they'll make their own." "The answer to that's pretty obvious." "Right," agreed Hogbarth. "We lie inshore with the screen of other ships. If they set light to them, we'll have light to shoot at them and time to wind the machines." "Maybe there's something else we don't know," repeated Thorben. "I know. Could they have built a fear-naught like we did?" Hogbarth shook his head, still with a faint touch of sadness. The unwieldy, steel-plated, barely sailable fear-naught, which had literally broken the back of the Ragnarsson fleet 7 years before, had once been his own Arvendil, fastest sailor in the north, he had claimed, before her total rebuilding. But she too had had her back broken by catapult stones, had never sailed again after the battle, chopped up for firewood long since. "They can't do it," he said flatly. "I've looked at these galleys of the inner sea, seen how they build them. They've been building them the same way for 1,000 years, they say, and the Greek ships will be just the same. They lay the planks edge to edge, not clinker fashion like we do, and they just fit plank to plank till it's ready, no frame to build on. Weak keel, very weak ribs, strengthened fore and aft to take the ram, but even that's not much. Doesn't take much to punch a hole in one of these. I'm not saying their shipwrights are stupid, mind, just that they build for a shallow sea with no tides and no swell. I am saying that you couldn't make a fear-naught out of any of these galleys. They haven't the strength in the frame. I'm sure about that." A long considering pause broken only by yells and splashings from close at hand. The Favnes Bane was now at a complete halt in the midday heat, sails hanging limply, providing only welcome shade. The crew had seized the chance to strip and hurl themselves into the welcome blue water. Shef noticed Svandis standing watching their nakedness by the rail, scratching absent-mindedly at her side under the long white wool dress. She looked as if she were about to strip and dive in too. That would cause some excitement at least, no matter what Bronn might say about the wrath of the sea hags and the Marvendils of the deep. His authority on the subject had dwindled, paradoxically, once men knew that he was a quarter Marvendil himself. "We'll stick to our plan, then," said Shef. "Hogbarth, you and Suleiman talk to the Admiral tonight about night guard ships. Tomorrow I will ask him to send light ships forward to find and fix the enemy, so we can outflank them. Our secret weapon besides the mule stones is that we do not fear the open sea nor running out of water for thirsty rowers. That's what we'll rely on. And there's one other good thing." "What's that?" asked Hogbarth. "Old Yoke-Shoulders Bruno isn't there. The Emperor, I mean." "How do you know?" Shef grinned yet again. "I'd have felt it if that bastard was nearby, or had bad dreams about him." Much less than a day's sail away, the two commanders of the joint Roman-Greek expeditionary force were also making their plan for battle. Only the 2 men sat in the rear cabin of the great Greek galley in the hot cedar-smelling half-light. Neither believed in consulting subordinates. Like their masters before them, the emperors Bruno and Basil, they had discovered that they could communicate well enough in Latin, the language native to neither of them but understood after a fashion by both. Neither liked to talk it. Georgios the Greek had learnt the Italian form of it from Neapolitan sailors, whom he despised as effeminates and heretics. Agilulf the German had learnt the French form of it from his neighbours across the Rhine, whom he too hated as ancestral enemies and arrogant would-be cultural superiors. Yet both had learned to do what was necessary to cooperate. Each had begun even to have a certain wary respect for the skills of the other, brought into being by months of successful skirmishing and victory. "They are a day to the south and coming on slowly?" inquired Agilulf. "How do you know?" Georgios waved a hand at the scene outside the small portholes fitted into the galley's sharp-ended stern. Among and around his own score of red-painted ships, each 100 feet long, there lay a host of smaller craft of every size, the scourings of the Christian fishing villages of the northern Spanish coast and the islands, and of the borderlands between Spain and France. The Arabs are so used to the fishing boats that they take no notice of them, nor can they tell Christian from Muslim or from Jew. Our boats mix in with theirs. Every night one has steered out to sea and brought us a report. I have known exactly where every ship of theirs has been for days. Maybe they've been doing the same to us." Georgios shook his head. "I am not as careless as the Arab admiral. No boat comes within 50 stadia of here without being boarded and inspected. If they are Muslims—" He chopped his hand down on the edge of the table. "How come our spy boats are back here so long before their fleet? Are they faster?" "Handier, certainly. You see the kind of sails they use." Georgios waved a hand again at the cluster of boats alongside. One, slipping quietly across the water on some errand, had its sail up and rigged. a three-cornered sail on a sloping yard. Round here they call it the Latin sail, Latino in their language. Both men let out a simultaneous sharp bark of contemptuous amusement at the foreigners. They use Latino to mean— Georgios hesitated for a word. Something like aptus, handy. And it is a handy rig, fast and useful in light airs. Why don't you rig them, then? If you were to look closely, the Admiral explained, you'd see that if you want to turn the ship from side to side, neither his Latin nor Agilov's ran to the word for tack. You can't do it by just turning the yard, the stick the sail is on. You have to lift the yard over the mast. Easy for a small boat. Harder and harder as the mast gets higher and the yard gets heavier. It's a rig for small boats, or for ships full of seamen. Agilov grunted, not much interested. So we know where they are, but they don't know where we are. How does that help us? The Greek leaned back on his bench. Well, our weapon is fire. Theirs, as you have told me again and again, is stone. You tell me you have seen one of theirs, an iron one at that, sink a whole fleet in less time than it takes to say a mass. Agilov nodded. He had been at the Battle of the Breiðabor, had seen the Ragnarsson fleet battered into wrecks by Shef's own fear-knot. It had impressed him greatly. I believe you. So they will want to fight at a distance. We want to fight up close. They may expect us to try to attack at night. I have a better idea. You see, my men on the spy boats are all unanimous on one thing. These northern ships, they say, are sailors. They have never seen anyone even try to row them, and they look heavy and round-bellied. But in these waters the wind always fades round noon, as earth and water reach the same heat. No wind either way. That's when I am going to hit them. They can shoot their stones without moving at all, objected Agilov. Not over bow or stern. In any case, my plan is to drive off or burn their support ships, the Arabs, and then to have a good look at the northerners. When I can move and they cannot. If the worst comes to the worst, we just row away. If they show a weakness, we'll take it. So you drive off the fleet, leaving the northerners becalmed if need be, and then come in with your marines and rowers from the sea on the rear of the Arab army, while I hold the Arab horse and foot from in front. Georgios nodded silently. Both men knew there were many permutations possible within their overall plan. Each knew now how the other thought and what the other could do. They had never lost a battle or a skirmish yet, had swept the northwest Mediterranean from coast to coast. Agilov rose. Good enough. My detachments for your ships are already told off. I'll have them by the shore an hour before dawn, fully provisioned. Just have the boats ready to take them off. Georgios rose too. The two men shook hands. I wish the Emperor were here, said Agilov suddenly. My Emperor, that is. Georgios rolled his eyes with extravagant disbelief. He is your Emperor, not mine. Yet not even my Emperor, not even the idiot before him, would go chasing relics at this stage of a war. It worked for him last time, said Agilov, forcing as much loyalty into his voice as he could muster. Chapter 9. Tell me again about this goddamned— Bruno, Emperor of the Holy Roman Empire, protector of the faith, scourge of the heretics, apostates, and false believers, paused. It had been a bad day. Another bad day. Here in the broken country where France joined Spain, and both were separated by the high Pyrenees, every village had a fortress on a peak, most of them seemingly called Puigpunyent, Sharp Point Peak. That was why so many Muslim bandits had managed to establish themselves. No longer. He had cleared them out. But now, when he might have expected gratitude and cooperation from the Christians he had saved from their enemies, instead, stubborn resistance, closed gates, flocks driven into the hills, people lodged in their high eyries. Not all of them. According to the barons who had come in and submitted to him, the people who were resisting him now were heretics, of some sect long established in the border country, with whom the Catholics had fought a bitter neighborly war in private for generations. The trouble was, everyone agreed that it was the heretics who had the secret of the Holy Grail. If it existed, and Bruno believed passionately that it did, just as the Holy Lance on which his rule rested had existed, hidden among the pagans. It was in some mountain peak or other, hidden among the heretics. And so he had set himself to reduce them, to burn, batter, frighten, bribe, or wheedle them out of their mountain lairs. Sometimes it went well, sometimes badly. Today had been a bad day. Fierce resistance, the gate untouched by the heavy catapult rocks, and 20 good brothers of the Lanzenorden dead, along with many more of the troops levied from the barons of southern France. Even so, he had almost committed a mortal sin in speaking ill of the precious relic. Bruno paused, looked round deliberately. He set his own penances. In time past he had taken a handful of wooden splinters, set them alight and let them burn on his open palm. Yet the blisters had impeded him in battle. He had no right to disqualify himself from God's work merely for his own sin. And in any case it was not the hand which had sinned. No. Drawing a dagger, he held its tip over a candle, waited till he saw it glow. Then deliberately once more he thrust out his almost sinful tongue, laid the red-hot tip to it, held it for long seconds. A tear slowly trickled down through the dust caked thick on each cheek, but his hatchet face otherwise did not change. The smell of scorching flesh came to his nostrils, a familiar one now in these days of siege and skirmish. He pulled the dagger away, looked critically at its tip to see if he had affected its temper. Seemingly not. He looked up and met the disapproving gaze of his confidant and spiritual adviser, the deacon Erkenbert. Erkenbert did not like these ascetic practices, felt they led to spiritual pride. "If thine eye offend thee, pluck it out," said Bruno, answering the unspoken accusation. "Better to attend to the instructions of your confessor," replied Erkenbert, always assuming he has any. Erkenbert had a grudge against Bruno's confessor Felix as well, for Felix, being a priest, could hear confessions and give absolution, as Erkenbert, still only a deacon, could not. Bruno dismissed the incipient argument with a gesture. "Now," he repeated, "tell me again about the blessed grail of our Lord. My faith, alas, needs strengthening once more." Erkenbert began the story, still with an air of reluctant disapproval. In a sense he, Erkenbert, was a man trapped by success. He had been with the Emperor when the latter, a mere Ritter of the Lanzenorden, went into the waste places of the north to return with the Holy Lance, which had once more unified the collapsing empire of Charlemagne. And because he had been with the Emperor all that time, had done the research which had enabled them in the end to identify the lance, and had furthermore consoled the despondent Emperor when he felt his search might never end. Now he was considered to be an expert on relics and on searches. But the lance had been proposed and authenticated by the holy Saint Rimbert, Archbishop of Hamburg and Bremen. This story that the Emperor was now convinced of had a very different origin. Nevertheless, Erkenbert had studied what few documents could be brought to him. He knew the tale as well as anyone. Maybe it was best that it should be told by one who could not be in any way seduced by it. "As you know," he began, "the four Gospelers do not all tell the same tale of the crucifixion of our Lord. And this, of course, is proof of their truth. For how often do we not see that four men who have seen the same thing happen will nevertheless tell it in different ways? Yet where they do agree, as they agreed about the centurion who pierced Christ's side with his lance, and venerated him forthwith as the Son of God, we may be sure that something great and holy is meant by it, for all four were inspired by the Holy Ghost to see and write the same thing." Bruno nodded, the satisfied expression on his bleak, hard face like that of a child who hears a well-known bedtime story unrolling. "Yet there may also be great wisdom or great knowledge in something vouchsafed to only one witness. Now the Gospel of John tells us many things that are absent from the others. One thing he tells of is strange but not unlikely. I have read in other works that it was the custom of the Romans, a cruel and godless folk, when they crucified a man, to leave his body to be eaten by the birds." Bruno, whose gallows groaned all over Europe with unburied dead, nodded again, perhaps with satisfaction, perhaps with imperial agreement on policy. "But it was the law of the Jews that no dead thing might be exposed over their holy day of Passover. That is why men were sent to kill Christ and those crucified with him, not in mercy, but so that they might be taken down before sunset on Friday, when the Sabbath of the Jews begins. What happened then? Only John says this, but the story is not unlikely, nor need it have been known to all. He says that a rich Jew begged Pilate for the body, to have it wrapped in shroud and laid in a stone sepulchre, as is the custom in stony countries like this one, not laid in earth as we do. He gives the name of the Jew as Joseph of Arimathea. And then the story goes on to tell of the resurrection, as all the Gospelers in their different ways do. Now of this Joseph many other stories are told. My own people, not my Northumbrian people, but the English of the far west, have a story that this Joseph sailed from the shores of the Holy Land after the death of Jesus, and came in the end to England, not yet England, but rather Britannia. And there, they say, he built a church at Glastonbury and performed many miracles. They say, too, that he brought with him the Holy Grail and that it still lies there. But we do not believe that, queried Bruno, though he had heard the answer at least a dozen times. No, for a rich Jew to leave the Holy Land if he had become an enemy of his own people might be possible. But Britannia at the time of the death of our Lord was not yet within the empire. It must have been a wasteland inhabited by savage Welshmen. Who would wish to go there? So why do we think there is a Holy Grail? Erkenbert managed to conceal a disapproving sniff. He, at least, did not think there was a Holy Grail, but he knew from experience that if he said as much, his pious but overbearing master would keep him arguing till he had confessed he might be wrong, mostly because so many people have believed it. Nevertheless, Erkenbert hurried on before his master could press for a better answer. Looked at correctly, the accounts of the death of our Lord do leave room for wonder. I have already said that only the Gospel of the Holy John tells the story of Joseph of Arimathea. Only that Gospel also mentions the Jew Nicodemus, and it mentions him 3 times, at the end when Nicodemus and Joseph arrange for Jesus to be laid to rest, in the temple of the Jews, where Nicodemus calls out for a fair trial, and when Nicodemus comes to Jesus by night to ask him a question. And yet there is another Gospel I have read, besides the 4 of the Bible, prompted Bruno. Yes, it is the Gospel of Nicodemus. The fathers of the Church, in their wisdom, decided not to include it among those works called canonical. Yet it is clearly a work of great age, and what it tells us is the story of what happened after Christ died, and before he was resurrected. When he went down into hell, breathed Bruno, face rapt. It is this Gospel which allows us to have the words in the Creed, descendit ad infernos. He descended into hell. So this Nicodemus saw Christ buried, knew of his resurrection, and talked with those whom Christ released from hell. How else could he know the story? He must have been a man far deep in the secrets of our Lord, more so perhaps even than Joseph. Such men recognized our Lord as the Son of God as soon almost as did the centurion Longinus, who kept his own lance as a relic. They had many chances to put by the things that the Son of God had touched, and one of them may have been the Grail. Some say it is the chalice of the Last Supper, some the jar in which the holy blood was collected after the lance had shed it. "But that's because they're bloody French," yelled Bruno suddenly, driving his dagger with his usual appalling speed and strength deep in and through the table in front of him. "They can't speak their own bloody language. Just gabble, gabble Latin till it sounds like nothing on earth. Take aqua, turn it into eau. Take caballeros, turn it into chevalier. I ask you, what might a Grail have been before those miscegenated bastards got their tongues round it?" 2 bodyguards moved into the tent, weapons ready, saw their lord sitting unharmed by the table. Bruno grinned suddenly, waved at them, spoke in his usual familiar low German. "All right, boys. Just saying what I think about the French." His men returned his grin, withdrew. Bruder of the Lanzenorden, they shared their master's opinion, especially after today, when there had been Frenchmen on both sides, and when they felt their own had fought less wholeheartedly than the enemy's. "Well," said Erkenbert, trying to answer the question, "a Grail can be a sort of flat plate or dish." "Couldn't keep blood in it, could you?" "Maybe it is blood. Maybe when these people say Sancto Graale, or Saint Grail, Holy Grail, whatever the pronunciation, their ancestors were trying to say sang real, royal blood. It would be much the same in Latin, too. The one is Sanctus Graduale, the other Sanguis Regalis. Maybe the Grail is just the holy blood." For some time Bruno remained silent, meditatively touching the blister on his own tongue. Erkenbert watched his face with a growing interest. They had been over this ground several times, and what Erkenbert had not been able to understand was why Bruno seemed so sure of himself and his quest. There were indeed odd features in the Gospel of John and that of Nicodemus. There was nothing for the Grail, though, like the strong recent evidence there had been for the Holy Lands, possessed within living memory by Charlemagne. Nor was there anything like the centurion's letter that Erkenbert himself had seen. Erkenbert had suspected before that Bruno was hiding something. "How do you get dish or chalice out of graduale?" asked Bruno finally. "It is from gradus, a stage," replied Erkenbert. "So it comes to mean a course at dinner, and then what the course is served on." "But gradus doesn't mean a bloody stage," snarled Bruno. "You're just saying that. It means a bloody step. It means something you step on, and a graduale is something with a lot of graduses on it. And you and I both call that the same thing, whether we talk my German or your English. Same word, both languages. I checked. You know what it is. It's a bloody—" "Ladder," completed Erkenbert, his voice low and cold. For the first time he saw where his master's thought was leading. "Ladder it is, like you-know-who wears round his neck." "But how could that become a holy thing, like the chalice of the Last Supper?" "Have you ever thought," inquired Bruno, leaning back in his camp chair, "what happened after the crucifixion?" Erkenbert shook his head dumbly. "Well, the Romans didn't take our Lord, did they? I expect my ancestor Longinus—" Erkenbert noted silently the promotion of Longinus from predecessor to ancestor. "He marched off back to barracks, looking at his lance and wondering, I should think. But the body of our Lord, well, you just said it. It was handed over to the Jews. The friendly ones, that is, not the ones who had him crucified. But if you wanted to know what happened next, you'd have to ask the Jews. Not the Romans. They'd all marched off. Not the Christians. They were all hiding. And what do you think was the first thing they'd do?" Erkenbert shook his head mutely. He had a terrifying sensation that something was building up here, something stemming from the past, from Bruno's own past, with terrible ramifications for the future. He had no idea what it was. Bruno poured 2 large goblets of wine from the handy pitcher and pushed one over to Erkenbert. "Thirsty work talking," he remarked, his face taking on once more its unexpected glow of amiability and good fellowship. "Now, have you ever really thought seriously about how to crucify someone? And how you decrucify them, eh?" Shef lay in his hammock, slung between the rail and the forward catapult mounting. A faint breeze moderated the heat still rising from the wooden decks, and the ship rocked gently on an almost motionless sea. Round him 70 men slept also, some in hammocks, some stretched out on deck. Above them the stars burned brightly in a clearer sky than any they had seen before. In his dream, Shef knew he was far, far below earth, or sea, or sky. He was on some kind of gigantic stairway, a stairway so huge that he could only just reach the top of the next step with his fingertips. He might be able to jump, haul himself up, get a knee over the edge, and scramble on to the next step. How often could he do that before weariness took him? And there was something coming up the steps towards him, something enormous that dwarfed him as he would dwarf a mouse. He could feel vibrations through the cold, wet stone, a thump, thump, thump of enormous feet climbing the stair. A waft of malice and malevolence crept up the stair ahead of the feet. If the thing that was climbing saw him, it would stamp down on him as surely as he would crush a poison spider. A faint light was beginning to glow from down below as well. The thing that was coming would see him. Shef glanced around, already imagining his own flesh and blood spattered across the stone. No way up that did not lead to being overtaken. No point in going down. To the side. He sprang across, began to grope in the dim light across the side of the stairway. There was something there, a wooden strip or lining. And he was like a mouse. From years before, Shef remembered his own vision of himself as Volund the lame smith, and Farman priest of Frey, peering up at him from the floor like a mouse from the wainscoting. Now he was the mouse and Farman. The thumping feet on the stair called Shef back from thoughts of the quiet wisdom house to his immediate reality. A crack in the wood. Shef began to squeeze himself into it, first head first, then realizing that that might leave him unable to see the menace behind, pulling out and reversing in, careless of splinters tearing his tunic and digging into the skin. He was back, covered at least from direct vision. He pulled his head back even further, knowing that nothing shows up so well in the dark as pale skin. There was still a line of sight. As the thump, thump, thump of feet became deafening, Shef saw a face across his limited vision. A set, cruel face, marked and pitted with poison. The face of Loki Baldersbane, free from his eternal prison, from the snake ever dripping venom into his eyes when his loyal wife did not intercept it. The face of someone set on vengeance. Vengeance for unforgivable injustice. The face passed by, the feet continued their steady climb. And then they stopped level with Shef's head. He held his breath, conscious suddenly of the beating of his heart, that seemed to pound like a drum inside the echo chamber of the little wooden crack. He remembered Braun's huge feet, stamping up and down while the baffled Arab watched. Loki could surely smash in his fragile hiding place with a kick. The feet moved on, began to climb once more up towards the light. As Shef breathed again, he heard a second noise. This time it was a slither. The slither of scales across stone. He remembered the awful sight he had seen of the great head striking at him, striking and falling short before it returned to its endless task of torment. Endlessly frustrated by the gods who had tethered it just out of fang reach. The monster viper that was climbing now after the one who had so long escaped it, had had centuries in the dark to grow in rage, and its eyes were closer to the ground than a god's. And vipers had other senses than sight, senses designed for catching mice in the dark. Shef remembered the blue swelling face of Ragnar Lothbrok, Ivar's father and Sigurd's too, as he died in the snake pit, the Ormgarth of York. In panic, he forced himself round to try to wriggle deeper into concealment. The crack was widening. He jerked his shoulder through, wondering what might be on the other side. All light had faded, but the slither behind him was coming closer and closer. He was through. Through what he did not know, but now he was standing in a pit and looking up. And there, far above him, was a full pale moon with markings on it like a ghastly skull. He could see a wall facing him, far lower than the cliff behind, but still far too high for him to jump and catch the edge, climb out as he might have done onto the next step of the stairway behind. In a panic now, Shef began to run towards it, careless of what might see him. But as he moved, there came from all around him, not just from behind, a piercing and universal hiss. He stopped dead, aware of slithering all around him. He had escaped from Loki and the viper that pursued him. But now he was in a crawling carpet of snake bodies. He was in the Ormgarth of the gods, and there was no way to climb out. As he stood stock still, he felt a thud striking his thigh, felt the first deep bite of the fangs, the poison spreading into his veins. Shef sprang from his hammock in one convulsive movement, caught a foot in a cord, and crashed to the deck. He was on his feet again instantly, ready to lash out in any direction, a great yell bubbling from his throat. As men around him cursed and scrambled also to their feet, groping for their weapons, he felt a brawny arm close round him, was swung momentarily off his feet. "Easy, easy," muttered Thorvin. "All right, the rest of you, go back to sleep. Just a dream, just a nightmare." He propped Shef on the seaward rail, let him look round in the starlight and get his bearings. "What did you see this time?" Shef caught his breath, felt the sweat drying on him. His tunic was drenched, as wet as if he had been in the sea. The salt stung his empty eye socket. "I saw Loki loose. Then I was in the Ormgarth, like Ragnar." Shef began to rub his thigh where he had felt the strike of the fangs. "If you have seen Loki loose, the college must know," muttered Thorvin. "Maybe Farman in Stamford, or even Viglake of the Visions in Kaupang might have some counsel. For if Loki is loose, we are that much closer to the doom of the gods and the coming of the Skuld world. Maybe it is we who have stirred it up." "Loki is not loose," came a cold, angry voice from behind them. "There is no such thing as Loki, or as the gods. The evil in the world comes from men alone." In the starlight, Shef pulled up the hem of his tunic, stared down at his bare thigh. On it, there, 2 purple marks, puncture wounds. Svandis stared, reached out a hand, drew it back. For once found nothing to say. 200 miles from the Favnisbane, floating on the placid sea, a group of other men sat huddled at the foot of another dark stairway, deep inside a mountain. "He is likely to break in tomorrow," said one of them. General nods, murmurs of agreement. "We caused them many casualties today. Tomorrow they will bring that great catapult up a little closer, start earlier with our outer defenses down, find the range. Then it will be a rock on top of the main gate, and their stormers will come through. Of course we will make barricades inside, but—" A Gallic shrug, barely visible in the candlelight. "If we surrender tomorrow at dawn, they may give us terms. The Emperor Bruno is said to be merciful. They will ask only for an oath, which we can in conscience give them falsely, then—" The gabbling, frightened voice was cut off by another fierce gesture. "What happens to us is of no moment," said the first voice. "We may get terms, we may live, we may die. What counts is the holy relics. And if the Emperor thinks they are here, and he already thinks they are here, that is why he is besieging us. Anyone who lives tomorrow will be tortured till they tell all they know." "Try to get them out? They have sentries. But in the crannies of the Puig our mountain men could crawl out." "With the books and the records, maybe. With the graduale." The speaker's Occitan accent had turned the word to Grail. "I don't think so." "Get the other things out that way. Just drop the holy relic outside the wall. It has no gold on it, no marks of worship like the Catholics would give it. They won't know. Our brothers will pick it up later." A long pause. "Too risky," said the first voice. "It could be lost in the rubble. Whoever we told to recognize it later might die, might be tortured, might confess. No. What we must do is leave it here, under the mountain. The entry to this place is known only to us, and to the perfecti among us outside the walls. The Emperor cannot tear down the mountain. He will never find the entrance, unless someone tells him." "And none of us will tell him," answered one of his fellows. A sudden flash in the candlelight, a thud, a choked-off gasp. 2 men eased a body to the floor, that of the speaker who had suggested terms. "Go to God, brother," said one of the killers. "I love you as a brother still. I would not have you put to a test you could not bear." The first voice continued. "So that is clear. The relic must stay. All those of us who know the secret stair must die, for no one can be sure what he will say at the last end of pain." "Are we allowed to die in battle?" queried one of the dark shapes. "No. A blow on the head, a crippled arm. Anyone may be captured without consenting to it. We would die later of the Endura, but that might be too late, and alas, we have no time for the Endura. One of us will go up the stair and tell Macabru, the captain, to make the best terms he can tomorrow morning for our poor brothers, the imperfecti. Then that brother will return, and we will take the holy draught together from the chalice of Joseph." A hum of satisfaction and agreement, hands shaken across the table in the dark. An hour later, as the silent, perfect ones heard the step of their brother coming again down the stairs to share the poison draught with his brothers, a final voice in the dimness. "Rejoice, brothers, for we are old. And what was the question that our founder Nicodemus asked the Son of God?" Voices answered him in chorus, garbling the Latin words in their own strange dialect. "Quomodo potest homo nasci, cum senex sit?" How can a man be born when he is old? Or can he enter again into the womb of his mother? Chapter 10. The enemy fleet was hull up before Shef's lookout saw or recognized it. The Greek admiral had chosen his time perfectly. A little after noon, with the combined fleet of Arabs and Northerners split into its 3 habitual divisions. The advance guard and main body keeping pace with the cloud of dust, which meant horse and foot advancing along the coastline, but already with oars shipped and prepared for siesta. The Northerners 2 long miles behind, awake but hopelessly becalmed, the sails acting only as awnings against the fierce heat. Another mile behind them, the admiral with his escort ships dropped back to take their siesta, confident of their ability to catch up on the lumbering sailing ships later in the day. In any case, all attention was fixed on the land. Just dimly from where they lay on the blue water, Shef could hear a faint sound of screaming trumpets, high and shrill in the Arab mode. Was that an answering bellow? The hoarse war horns of Germans or of Franks? Everyone on the ships was crowded on to the landward rails, listening intently, trying to make out what might or might not be happening there on the shore. A dust cloud? Pinpricks of light? Weapons catching the sun, that was for sure. Turning from the rail, Shef blinked his one eye, weary from straining across the dazzling water. Looked out to sea, into the noon haze. Fishing boats creeping towards them, their three-cornered sails picking up what breaths of air there might be. A lot of them, Shef reflected. Had they found a school of tunny? They were using their oars as well, moving fast for fishermen in the heat. Too fast. "Look out," he bellowed. "Out to sea. What can you see?" "Fishing boats, Lord," came the cry, a little puzzled. "A lot of them." "How many?" "I can see 20, 30. No, there's more coming out of the haze, pulling hard." "Do they have the grin here?" asked Thorvin, veteran of the journey to the far north. He meant the Halogalan custom of driving schools of whales ashore with a fleet of boats, to slaughter them in the shallows. "That's no grin," snapped Shef. "Nor no fishermen either. That's the enemy fleet, and us all looking the wrong way. How long have those bastards been watching us, and us saying, 'Oh, they're only fishing boats'?" His voice rose to a shout as he tried to pierce the sunny lethargy, move the gaping faces turned towards him. "Quicker, Osmond, man the mules! Everyone to the crossbows! Hogbarth, can you get any way on at all? Thorvin, blow the signal horn, alert the rest of the fleet. For Thor's sake, move, all of you! They're ready and we aren't!" An incoherent yell from the lookout and a pointing finger. No need for either. Out of the heat haze, hull up already, moving at terrifying speed, Shef saw the red-painted galleys of the Greeks, sweeping down in a broad wedge. Their banks of white-painted oars flashed and swept in the sun. Each ship had a bone in her teeth, a white bow wave cresting over the menace of the ram. Shef could see the black-lashed female eyes painted incongruously on the high forequarters, could see the armor of their marines flashing as they waved their weapons in defiance. "How far off are they?" It was Hund asking. His eyes were weak. "A mile, maybe. But they're not making for us. They're making for the Arabs, going to take them from flank and rear." The Andalusian advance guard hardly stood a chance at any time. Deep in siesta, awnings rigged, it took precious moments to strike them and man the oars once more. The faster and more alert ships turned devotedly to try to ward off the attack sweeping towards them at 20 miles an hour. As they tried to engage, Shef saw spears and arrows flashing across the water from both sides. As if in reply, a thin trail of smoke on the air, a far-off unearthly whistling. And then the flame. The watchers on the Favnesbane cried out as one man, as the orange flame licked across, seemed suddenly to explode. Not like a fire catching in the hearth, not like a tree blazing in a forest fire. Instead, a sudden ball of flame that seemed to spread out, hang in the air, hold in its heart a ship already disintegrating. Shef thought he could see tiny black shapes struggling in it, plunging already alight into the sea. But then the rest were in action. The red galleys slowed as they reached the main body of enemy ships, picking their targets, flames snorting first from one, then from another. First to die were the bold ones who steered to engage. The feeble missiles that flew from them ignored like midges harassing so many great red bulls. Then the unprepared ships who remained still. Then, as the red galleys accelerated once more to ramming stroke, the cowards who had turned to flee. In one pass the Greek flotilla left behind them more than 100 blazing shapes. In their wake the fishing boats from the Christian villages, packed with men with injuries to avenge and stiffened by Agilulf's detachments, closed in on those who had dodged the flame, eager to board, slaughter, and take plunder. "Very well done," remarked Georgios to the captain of his own flagship. "That's them off the board. Now let's see about the stone-throwers. Half speed now, and watered wine to the rowers." As the red galleys pulled round in a wide circle, Shef abandoned the attempt to make way under sail. 5 minutes to furl the sails prevent them from obstructing his catapult crews. Then the giant sweeps over the side, only a dozen for each ship, each one pulled by 4 men, all that could be spared from the catapults. The men began to heave, drag their heavy round-bellied ships through the water. "If they don't want to fight, they don't have to," said Hogbarth tensely. They have 5 times our speed. Maybe 10. Shef made no reply. He was watching for the range. Maybe the other side did not know what mule stones could do. If they came on a little more, vital not to let them get close enough to use their fire weapon. Its range 100 yards at most. A mule stone would fly true for half a mile. He might reach them now. Let them come on a little more. A little more yet. Better to get off a concerted volley. If all the ships shot at once, they could sink half the fire galleys in one shoot. "Mule won't bear!" shouted Quicka from the forward catapult. An instant later, Osmond echoed him from the rear. "Mule won't bear!" Shocked, Shef suddenly saw the trap. His ships were spread out in a long line ahead. None of them could shoot over the bow or the stern. A galley coming straight towards him could cover the distance from extreme mulestone range to effective distance for their fire weapon in, he did not know, maybe 50 strokes. And they were coming now. Or one of them was, picking up speed and leaving the others behind, oars threshing in perfect unison. "Sweeps!" he shouted. "Starboard sweeps! Start pulling! Port sweeps! Backwater!" Seconds of delay while the men at the sweeps worked out what was demanded, moved their cumbrous log-like oars into position. Then, slowly, the head of the Fafnisbane began to heave round. Quicka, mule captain on the bow catapult, glaring tensely over its metal-plated shield, braced to lift his hand to show his sights were on. As the bow of the Fafnisbane came round, so the galley heading towards them heeled over in the same direction. If that went on, she would present her long, fragile side to the waiting mule. No more than a quarter-mile off now, a certain hit and a certain sinking. But with beautiful speed and maneuverability, she was keeping constantly in the Fafnisbane's blind spot. They knew exactly what they were doing. Maybe one of the other ships could get in a shot. Shef looked behind him, realized that the furious roaring he had tuned out in his tension was coming from the captain of the Sigismund close behind. The Fafnisbane had steered right across him, was blocking his complete broadside, and the Greek galley had completed her turn, was sweeping back to safety, her first plunge beaten off. But even while he was watching, the whole situation had changed yet again. The other Greek galleys had not lain on their oars while their consort darted in. They had split, swung in 2 wide arcs just neatly out of mulestone distance. Someone had been observing them very closely as they took their practice shots, and were forming a ring round the northern ships. Already one was swinging round to try to get behind the stern of the Haganah, last ship in the line, and the captain of the Haganah did not seem to have noticed. It would only take 1 fire galley to get within range, and she could then cruise up the long, straggling line of the English 2-masters, setting each one alight and using it as cover from the stones of the one next in line. They had to cover each other. Each ship had to have bow and stern approaches covered by the mules of another ship. What was the formation they needed for that? And while he thought, he had to signal the Haganah, still floating motionless, sweeps not even out, lookout and skipper still staring fixedly in the wrong directions. Shef began to shout to the skipper of the Sigismund, to see the danger and pass on the message. Bronn had caught on quicker. As the shouted messages passed down the line, Shef saw the narwhal suddenly streak past his line of vision, oars beating faster even than those of the Greeks. Another of the Viking longships followed him. Shef realized that all 5 had closed in, clustered to seaward of the 7 bigger sailing ships for protection against the Greek fire. But Bronn had realized that there was a weak spot for all of them. He was moving to buy time. Heart in mouth, Shef ran to the stern, climbed nimbly up, stood on the barely moving dragon tail that rose 6 feet above the deck. Suddenly remembering, he pulled the farseer from his belt. If they had had a dozen like it, lookouts might have given better warning. No time for regrets. He pulled it open, tried to adjust the length of the sliding tube so he could see clearly. Through the smoky and discoloring lens, he saw the 3 ships, 1 Greek and 2 Viking, closing on each other at prodigious speed, far faster than any horse could run. The Greek was twice the size of either of the other craft, could ram and run them down without troubling to use her fire. But she had to be delayed. Shef saw what Bronn and his consort were trying to do. They were aiming to steer their bows along the whole line of the Greeks' oars, snapping them and killing the rowers with the backlash. Then maybe board and see how the Greek marines would face Viking axes. But the fire, the fire! For the first time, Shef could see something of the strange device that burnt ships like tinder. A copper dome midships, men clustered round it, two sweating at handles which they worked up and down like a suction pump in the East Anglian fields. Suddenly the pumping men were whisked away as if by a broom, and those clustered round to shield them. Shef turned the farseer frantically, trying to make out what was going on. There was Bronn's ship, and he could see Bronn in the prow, waving an axe, and a dozen crossbows lining the side, all simultaneously dropping in the quarrels and heaving on their goat's foot cocking handles. The Greeks had not expected the heavy armor-piercing missiles at close range. But their captain knew all about oar-snapping. As Bronn's narwhal cruised past the far side of the galley, Shef saw a wood of oars leap into sight. The rowers had heaved them up in well-rehearsed display. As they did so, Shef, in the round field of the farseer, saw men scrambling again to the handles of the Greek fire-weapon. Caught a glimpse of a gleaming nozzle as it trained round to bear on the second Viking ship, 50 yards behind Bronn's and on the near side. A man standing by it pushing forward what looked like a lit cord. Shef thrust the farseer from him just too late to avoid seeing the flame leap out, the ball of fire at its tip. And centered in the midst of it, the skipper of the Marsvin, Sumarfugl, who had stormed the walls of York with Shef and Bronn years before, hurling a spear and yelling defiance at the doom about to take him. A great groan rose from the decks of the Fafnisbane as they saw the Marsvin go, fire rising higher than her mast, shapes again hurled into the water, some of them still thrashing on a burning sea, all men they had known and drunk with. Shef looked round again, constricted with terror at the thought that everyone was looking in the same direction again, not watching for the death that might be coming up on them at racing speed from any direction. He realized that twice already he had heard the twang and crash of the mules, twang as the rope was released, crash as the throwing arm hit its padded bar, making the whole firm, braced ship shake. There in the sea, not so far off, wrecked timbers and men swimming. Not the great galleys, though, just fishing boats. The Greek commander was sending them in to draw attention and increase the number of targets, like playing fox and hens with too many foxes for the hens to keep track of. They're not frightened of us, Shef thought. That's why this is going badly. We are terrified of the flame, have seen our mates go up in it. There are some of them still dying in the burning water. How can water burn? But they're just fencing with us. Those men out there on the wrecked ships, it's just a swim for them, a little wait till they're rescued. Got to make them worry, make them afraid. But first make us safe. We must form a square. No, 7 ships, 4 sides. There would always be a weak side. They might decide to come in on that, lose a ship or two to take all of us. Get into as near a circle as we can. That way any approach will face at least 2 broadsides. If there was just a breath of air, we could get some steerage way. He seized Hogbarth by the shoulder, told him what he wanted, left him to shout over the side to the skipper of the Sigismund and the Grendelsbane beyond, turned back to see what new disaster had come upon the scene. This whole battle seemed to progress in a series of flashes unlike any other he had been in. He had always known what was supposed to happen before. He had no idea even how long the shouted conversation with Hogbarth had lasted. Somehow in the meantime the Haginah had managed to get into action, delayed for vital seconds by the Narwhal and the Marsvin. The Greek galley had been too slow in dipping oars again and keeping in the blind spot. The Haginah had veered round, come broadside on, and shot simultaneously with both catapults, each one sending a 30-pound rock skimming over the water at a bare quarter-mile range. Viking longships, clinker-built and locked to the prow and the tail, simply fell to bits when struck square on. The galley, for all Hogbarth's contempt for the strength of her construction, lasted a little better. Keel broken in 2 places, she was going down, but leaving a mass of wreckage like a raft, with rowers and marines clinging to it. Fishing boats were already closing in, maneuvering to keep in shelter of the wreck to pick up survivors. Shef's eye was caught beyond the scene being played out a few hundred yards off by the now familiar gouts of flame a mile beyond. With the fatalistic courage of his creed, and spurred on by thoughts of the impaling post that waited for cowards, the Arab admiral had decided to venture forward to engage the Greeks. Half a score of galleys had turned to meet him, leaving the rest of their number to watch and circle the northern ships like wolves round a bogged elk. Again and again the flames licked out like dragon breath, a ship exploding at the end of each tongue. Yet the crowd of Arab ships seemed to be making some impact, steering through the embers of their comrades. Shef could just see. He pulled out the Farseer again to make sure. Grappling irons flying as the rear ranks of the Admiral's squadron managed to close with some of their enemies. Too close now for the fire. Now it would be saber and scimitar against pike and shield. Shef felt his heart slow its frantic pounding for the first time since they had seen the fishing boats, and realized they were hostile. He lowered the Farseer, became conscious of a deep hum of satisfaction rising from the decks of the Fafnisbane, a hum that broke into growls and fierce shouting. Bronze Narwhal was cruising gently past the wreck of the Greek galley, her crossbowmen pouring volley after volley into the defenseless men clinging to her planks. Some were crossing themselves, others holding out their hands in a plea for mercy. A few had even swum towards the Narwhal, were trying to catch hold of the sweeping oars. Shef saw Bronn himself, easily recognizable even at a furlong's distance, leaning over the side, slashing downwards with his axe battle-troll. Where the water was not black with ash and embers, it was turning red with blood. The Haganah was joining in too, its crew making uninterrupted target practice with their heavy gunwale-mounted steel crossbows. Shef became aware of hands clinging to his arm, looked down. It was Hund. "Stop them!" shouted the little leech. "Those men aren't dangerous anymore. They can't fight. This is butchery. Better be butchered than roasted," snarled a voice behind him. It was one of the ship's boys, Tolman, a small, incongruous figure clutching an axe bigger than himself. Shef looked over the side. The Fafnisbane had swung in a half-circle as Hogbarth formed the protective ring Shef had demanded. That and some barely detectable set of the current along the coast had swung the Fafnisbane into the patch of water where the Marsvin had been torched. Still floating in the water were what looked like broiled sides of meat at an ox roasting. Shef pointed. "Some of them may still be alive, Hund. Get the boat. Do what you can for them." He turned away, heading for the foremast where he could scan the horizon, and for the first time since the action began collect his thoughts. There was someone in his path, someone shrieking and clutching at him. Svandis. Everyone seemed to be shouting and shrieking today. He pushed her firmly aside and walked to the mast. A rule, he thought. There must be a rule. Don't speak to the man in charge until he speaks to you. Hogbarth, Skaldfin, and Thorvin were evidently of his mind. They had intercepted the still shrieking woman, were hustling her away, waving others aside, to let him think. Holding the mast as it swayed gently to the roll of the wavelets, he looked deliberately all round the further horizon. To the south, the Arab admiral's ships, burning, sinking, boarded, in flight, none still fighting. To seaward, 4 Greek galleys rowing in a gentle arc well outside his range. To the north, 2 more, and a great cluster of smaller boats, some of the latter sneaking casually closer, tacking to and fro with their strange, handy, 3-cornered sails. To landward, 3 more galleys completing the circle. But beyond them? Shef aimed the Farseer, scanned carefully along. A dust cloud, men moving south and in a hurry. Impossible to say what kind of men were making the dust, but a scan further, and there, cresting a small hill, caught by some trick in clear outline in the Farseer's blurry lens, he could see them. Stiff ranks of men in metal. Helmets, chain armor, metal flashing in the sun as their feet moved. Feet moved together. A slow, steady, disciplined line of armored men moving forward. The Lanzenorden had won its land battle without hindrance from the sea. That was the situation. It was clear what should be done. Shef raised his voice in what had now become silence. "Hogbarth, how long till the wind gets up again? Half an hour? When we have enough wind to make steering speed, we will head south down the coast. We'll go in a wedge 50 yards apart. If the galleys try to take the last ships from behind, we all turn and sink them. It'll be easy once we're under sail again. We'll make as much distance as we can before it's dark, and then anchor for the night in some cove we can block off. I don't want fire ships coming up on us in the dark. Quicker! See those boats trying to sneak up on us? When there are 4 within range, see if you and Osmond can sink them all. They're getting too cheerful out there. Thorvin, call over Bronn. When Quicka and Osmond have sunk the fishing boats, he's to take 2 of his ships over there and kill all the crews. No swimmers, no survivors. Make certain the Christians see him do it." Thorvin opened his mouth to protest, hesitated, held his tongue. Shef stared him full in the face. "They're not frightened, Thorvin. That gives them the advantage. We have to take it away, see?" He turned and walked over to the seaward rail. Hund and a few helpers were struggling to lift a man over the side. As his face came level with the gunwale, eyeless, hairless, burned down to the gleaming skull and cheekbones, Shef recognized him. Sumarfugel, old comrade. He was whispering something or husking it with what remained of his lungs. "No hope for me, mates. It's in my lungs. If there's a mate there, give me the death. The warrior's death. If this goes on much longer, I shall scream. Let me go quiet like a Drenger. A mate there? Is there a mate there? I can't see." Slowly Shef stepped over. He had seen Bronn do this. He put an arm round Sumarfugel's head, said firmly, "Shef here, friendy. I'm your mate. Speak well of me in Valhalla." He drew his short knife, set the point behind what had been Sumarfugel's ear, drove hard into the brain. As the corpse fell to the floor, he heard the woman behind him again. She must have got out from below deck. "Men! You men! The evil of the world is from men alone, not gods. Men!" Shef looked down at the charred, skinless body at his feet, its genitals burned away. Over the side he could hear shouts and screaming as Bronn's crew hunted another survivor from bits of wreckage, harpooned him in the water as they would have a seal. "Men," he replied, staring at her and through her with his one eye, as if to pierce down through the earth to the underworld. "Men, you think? Can you not feel Loki stirring?" As the afternoon breeze off the sea strengthened, the northern fleet picked up speed, the 4 remaining Viking ships swarming over the waves with their usual supple motion, the 2 masters plowing through them, spray leaping up over the tall prows. The Greek galleys had feinted to bar their passage, then fallen back before the threat of the mules. Very soon they had given up their ominous shark-like pursuit and turned away into the haze. Fortunate for them, Shef remarked to Thorvin and Hogbarth. If they had held on longer, he would have turned and tried to catch them, sink the entire fleet. Galleys held the advantage in a calm, sailing ships in the wind. Catapults trumped Greek fire in the light and at distance. The other way round, close up and in the dark. Well before the sun set, Shef had marked a cove with high cliffs to either side and a narrow inlet, taken the whole fleet well inside. By the time the dark came, he had taken every precaution he could think of. Bronn's Vikings, experienced in the holding of beachheads, had set off immediately inland, reconnoitered the approaches, established a firm block on the one single footpath leading down. 4 catapult ships were firmly moored broadside onto the cove entrance, so that any ship entering would face 8 mules at a range well outside that of the fire projectors. Shef had sent 2 parties up to each of the cliffs on either side with tar-soaked bundles of straw, and orders to light them and hurl them down at the first sign of any ship trying to enter. At the last moment, one of the English crewmen detailed for the job had come over, asked uncertainly for some of the kite cloth. What for, Shef had demanded. Slowly the man, a stunted creature with a villainous squint, had fumbled out his idea. Attach some cloth, like a small sail, to each of the bundles. When they threw them over, he thought the cloth would hold the air like it did with the kites. Take longer for the bundles to fall. Shef stared, wondering if he had found another ud. Clapped the man on the back, asked his name, told him to take the cloth and consider himself a kite handler for the future. It had all been done efficiently under the driving force of the king's tongue and every single man's knowledge of what the Greek fire could do. Yet they had been slow, sluggish. Shef himself felt completely drained, exhausted, though he had not struck a blow or swung an oar. It was fear, the sense that he was for once facing a cleverer mind than his own, one that had made a plan and made him dance to it. Without Bronn and Sumarfugel's intervention, every single ship and man in the fleet might have been at the sea bottom, or floating like a charred log on the water for the gulls to peck. Shef had ordered one of the fleet's last barrels of ale broached, a quart served out to every man. "What's that for?" someone had asked. "It is to drink the the remembrance ale for the men of the Marsvin," he replied. "Drink it, and think where you would be without them." Now, guarded, warmed by a fire, his belly full of pork and biscuit, cooked careless of the defeated stragglers who might be wandering the shore, Shef sat brooding over his last pint. After a while he saw the pale eyes of Svandis fixed on him from across the fire. She seemed for once, and unusually, not contrite, but as if she might listen to another voice for a change. Shef crooked a finger, beckoned her over, ignoring the routine flash of anger in her eyes. "Time you told us," he said, pointing out a stone for her to sit on. "Why do you think there are no gods, only wicked men? If that's what you think, why this mummery with white robes and rowan berries like a way priest? Don't waste my time being angry. Tell me the answers." Weariness and strain gave Shef's voice a chill that brooked no defiance. In the firelight behind Svandis, Shef saw Thorvin squatting on the sand, hammer in belt, and the other way priests with him, Suleiman the Jew next to his colleague Skaldefin. "Well, do you need me to tell you why I think there are wicked men?" "Don't be silly. I knew your father. I killed him, remember? The kindest thing you could say about him was that he was not of one skin, Egi Engham, like a werewolf. Only he was wereworm. I saw him on the other side. If you had to think of him as a man, well, what could you say? He cut women's living bowels out for pleasure, the only way he knew to put bone in his prick. Wicked?" Shef shook his head without words. "No, tell us why you think there are no wicked gods. You're talking to a man who's seen them." "In dreams. Only in dreams." Shef shrugged. "My mother saw one on a beach like this, and felt him too, Thorvin says. Otherwise I wouldn't be here." Svandis hesitated. She had explained her views often enough, never in the face of such solid cast-iron certainty on the other side. Yet the fierce blood of Ragnar ran in her veins, only surging more strongly to opposition. "Consider the gods that people believe in," she began. "The gods my father and his brothers sacrificed to. Odin, god of the hanged, betrayer of warriors, prepared always for Ragnarok and the battle with Fenriswolf. What are the words that Odin tells us in the holy Havamal, the sayings of the High One?" Her voice broke suddenly into the chant of the way priest. "Early shall he rise, who will reft another's life, or lands or woman." "I know the sayings," said Shef. "What's the point?" "The point is that the god is like the men who believed in him. He told them only what they wanted to know already. Odin, the High One as you call him, he is just a mouthpiece for the wisdom of a pirate, a murderer like my father. Think of another god. Think of the Christ god, flogged, spat on, nailed to a cross, and killed without a weapon in his hand. Who believes in him?" "Those wicked bastards of monks," said an anonymous voice in the darkness. "Used to be my masters. They laid on the lash all right, but no one never flogged none of them." "But where did the Christians start?" cried Svandis. "Among the slaves of the Rome folk. They made a god in their own image, one who would rise again and bring them victory in another world, because they had no chance in this one." "What about the monks?" said the skeptical voice again. "Who did they preach their religion to? Their slaves. Did they believe it themselves? Maybe, maybe not, but it was useful to them. What good would it have done them if their slaves had believed in Odin? And what of the followers of the prophet here?" she went on, pressing an advantage. "They believe in the one clear way. Anyone can join it by saying a few words. No one can leave it without facing death. Those who join pay no taxes, but their menfolk must forever fight the unbelievers. 200 years ago the Arabs were sand rats, nobodies, feared by none. What is their religion but a way of gaining strength? They have made themselves a god who gives them power, as my uncles made a god who gave them courage and fearlessness, or the Christians, one who gave obedience." "Render to Caesar the things that are Caesar's," said the skeptical voice again, followed by a comprehensive hawk and spit into the fire. "True enough. I heard them say it." Shef placed the voice finally. Not Quicka, but Trimma, one of his mates. Strange that he should speak so freely. It must be the ale. Another voice breaking in, the quiet one of Suleiman the Jew, by now speaking the fleet's common Anglo-Norse mixed speech with barely a trace of accent. "An interesting view, young lady. I wonder what you will have to say of the Lord whose name is not spoken," he added, as ignorance remained complete. "The God of my people. The God of the Jews." "The Jews live in a corridor," said Svandis flatly, "at the far end of this inner sea. All the armies of the world have marched up and down it, Arabs, Greeks, Rome folk, all of them. The Jews have been toads under the harrow since their history began, from what I have been told of it. Have you heard the toad shrieks out as the harrow rakes it? It cries out, "I will be revenged." The Jews have made a God of total power and total memory, who never forgets any injury to his people, and who will revenge it, sometime, when the Holy One comes. He has been a long time coming, and they say you crucified him when he did. But if you believe what you do, it does not matter that the Holy One never comes, because he is always coming. That is how the Jews live on. Shef could see Suleiman's face in the firelight, watched it carefully for any grimace, any twist of anger. Nothing that he could see. "An interesting view, young princess," said Suleiman carefully. "I see you have an answer for everything." "Not for me," said Shef, draining his mug. "I have seen them in dreams, and others have seen me in the same dreams, so it is not just my fantasy. They have shown me sights far off as well, and they have come true, as they have for Viglake of the Visions, for Farman, priest of Frey, for others of the Way. And I tell you, those gods are not made in my image. What was it that bit me, Svandis? You saw the marks in my flesh? A pet of Loki's, a pet of Odin's? No pet of mine. I do not even like my father Rig, if he is my father. The world would be better with no gods, I say. If we all believed what we wanted, I would be a believer in Svandis. But I know better. It is the gods who are evil. Men are evil too, because they have to be. If it were a better world that the gods made, men would be better too." "It will be a better world," rumbled Thorfinn in his deep bass, "if we can escape the chains of Skuld." "Keep thinking about it, Svandis," said Shef, standing up. He stopped as he walked towards his blanket on the sand. "I mean what I say, and not as a joke nor an insult. You are wrong about the gods of the Way, or at least you have not explained to me what I know. Just the same, there may be new knowledge in there somewhere, knowledge of people, if not of gods. That is what the Way is about. Knowledge, not preparing for Ragnarok." Svandis dropped her eyes, for once silent, defenseless against praise. Chapter 11. The small northern fleet, only 11 ships now, mustered next morning the moment the highest lookout saw the first streak of light in the sky. Many men had dreamt of fire in the night, none wished to be trapped against a hostile shore by the red galleys of the Greeks. Shef left the details of the withdrawal to be organized by Bronn, who had rowed away from many a beachhead. The clumsier two masters moved first, using their sweeps while they waited for the first puffs of the land breeze that blew from the cooled land towards the warmer sea every morning. The 4 remaining Viking longships lay on their oars close in, sterns just touching the beach. The party of sentries blocking the landward path ran down all together, their commander in the rear, shoved the boats out, and scrambled aboard in the same moment, Bronn counting carefully as they boarded. 10 strokes, and the longships were out in the main channel, pulling easily past the Favnisbane. 2 last groups to recover. On each of the headlands either side of the cove, Shef had posted a dozen men with their bundles of dried grass and pitch to illuminate any enemy trying to force the cove entrance. The Vikings had a routine for recovering such men, too. On the hail, ropes appeared. Men began to drop down like spiders on the ends of their threads. The Vikings were lowering their more inexperienced English colleagues bodily, Shef realized. They touched ground, waded out into the water, seized outstretched oars, were hauled aboard. Now the experts were doing it at 3 times the speed, moving as if an enemy army were rushing up the other side of the hill. Ropes slung round firm-driven stakes passed doubled round the waists, and the Vikings were walking swiftly backwards down the cliffs, bracing themselves against the pull. Into the water the ropes jerked free. And they'd left someone behind. As the last man scrambled for the waiting ships, Shef saw a head and a waving arm. He could even recognize the face, the squint. It was the innovator of the evening before who had wanted to set kite-cloth to the flares. Shef knew his name now, Steffi, known familiarly as Cross-Eye, said to be the worst shot with a crossbow in the whole fleet. He seemed unworried, was indeed grinning broadly. Shef caught the words floating down. "I got a new way to come down. Watch this. Steffi moved to the highest point of the cliff, looked down into deep water, the boats moving gently across it 100 feet below. He had something tied to him and trailing behind. Shef shut his eyes. Another one who thought he could fly. At least it was over water. If he didn't hit a rock. If he could stay afloat long enough to be rescued. Steffi took a few steps backward, ran awkwardly forward again, and then leapt straight out. As he leapt, something billowed out behind him. Kite cloth. A square of it 8 feet across, fixed by cords to some kind of belt. As the small figure shot downwards, it seemed to catch the air, form a kind of bell above him. For a few instants the figure slowed, hung marvelously in the air, Steffi's grin once again perfectly visible. Then something seemed to go wrong. Steffi began to lurch from side to side in the air. His grin vanished. He hauled vainly on his cords, legs thrashing. A splash barely 20 feet from the side. 2 of Bronn's men were in the water, swimming like seals. They resurfaced with Steffi between them, blood streaming from his nose, towed him to the Favnesbane, heaved him up to waiting hands before stroking back to their own narwhal. "It was going fine," muttered Steffi. "Then the air started to spill like a mug that's too full. I've still got the cloth," he added, hauling on the lines attached to the belt now in his hands. "I didn't lose nothing." Shef patted him on the back. "Tell us before you do it next time, Birdman." He turned, waved to Hogbarth. Slowly the fleet rowed and swept its way out to sea, every lookout scanning the horizon with far-seers for any trace of the galleys, any threatening scout of a lateen sail. No sign. Hogbarth coughed, asked the vital question. "Lord, which direction now? South and back to base?" Shef shook his head. "Take us straight out to sea, as far from land as we can get before noon. When the wind dies and we are helpless again, I want us to be so far away that the furthest Christian scout cannot pick us up. They will be sweeping the shore in line abreast before long. We must be over the horizon by then." "Conference at noon," he added. "Tell Bronn to come aboard then." He turned to sling his hammock. A night on the sand with the sand mites had left most men weary. Those not detailed to handle the sails or keep lookout followed his example. Hours later, an awning shading them from the noonday sun, Shef and his council met on the high deck of the Favnesbane's forward catapult mounting. Shef himself sat on the frame of the mule. Round him, sitting or squatting on the deck, were the 4 way-priests, Thorvin, Hogbarth, Skaldfin, and Hund, with Bronn resting his great back against the dragon prow. After thought, Shef had once more called Suleiman the Jew over to listen to them. A few feet away, permitted to listen but not intervene unless asked, squatted Quicka and Osmond, to relay word to the crewmen once a decision was reached. Between them, a sullen expression on his face, was the young Arab Muatia. He would understand little or nothing of what was discussed in the Anglo-Norse patois of the way, none of which he had troubled to learn in his weeks with the fleet. Yet he might be needed to answer questions. "All right," said Shef without formality. "Only one question. Where do we go?" "Back to Cordova," said Hogbarth promptly. "Or back to the mouth of the Guadalquivir, anyway. Tell the Caliph what happened. He'll know before we get there. Some stragglers must have got away, but at least we can tell him we didn't run." "We'll have to tell him we failed, though," Shef replied. "These Mohammedans are not patient with failures, especially as we'd told him we would succeed." "Nowhere else to go," rumbled Bronn. "Go north, they'll find out about us. Send word to the galleys. Go out to sea like we're doing, well, they say there's islands out here, but all in Christian hands. They'd catch up with us. But I agree. No point in going back to the Caliph. Why don't we just go home? Maybe pick up a little something on the way. Go back through the straits into the open ocean. Sail home. See if we can't find a few bits and pieces to make a profit on the trip. From the Christians on the Frankish coast," he added, his eye on the listening figure of Suleiman. "If we decide we're still in alliance with the Caliph, that is." Shef shook his head. "No. Even if we made a profit, we'd be going home without what we came for. Just in case you've all forgotten, we came for knowledge. At least I did. Knowledge of flight. And now, knowledge of fire. Don't forget, if the Empire of the Christians has learnt that, the next time we meet it may be in the English Channel. Home isn't safe anymore." "Nowhere else to go," insisted Bronn doggedly. "Only safe thing to do is keep moving. There are no safe harbors left, not here in the inner sea." A long pause while the ship rocked gently on the halcyon water. The sun burned down above them, crewmen stretched out on the decks, luxuriating in idleness and warmth, new experiences for almost all of them. The ship's holds were stuffed still with food and full water barrels. No need for care, or no immediate need. Yet the weight of decision pressed down. Home was many miles away for English and Vikings alike, and between it and them lay only hosts of enemies. Enemies and uncertain friends. Suleiman broke the silence. As he did so, he began to unwind the turban that he had never been seen to shed before. "It is possible that I can find you a safe harbor," he said. "As you know, there are many of my people, the Jews, who live under the rule of the Caliph of Cordova. What I have not yet told you is that there are some, many, who live, well, not entirely under it." "At the other end of the inner sea?" queried Shef. "In the land where Christ was crucified, whatever they call it?" Suleiman completed the unwinding of the turban, shook out the long hair it had bound in. On his head now there was only a small round cap fixed on seemingly with hairpins. Out of the corner of his eye, Shef noticed that the young Muatia had half risen to his feet, been dragged down again by Quicka and Osmond, was being restrained none too gently. Something was going on that he did not understand. "No," said Suleiman. "At this end. To the north, between the kingdom of the Franks and the Caliphate of Cordova. There in the mountains my people have lived, along with others of different religions, for many years. They pay a tax to the Caliph, but they do not always obey him. I think you will be welcome there." "If it's north," said Bronn, "it will be the Christians we have to fear now, not the Caliph." Suleiman shook his head. "The mountain passes are difficult, and we have many strongholds. In any case, as the fair princess said last night, my people have much experience in being a corridor. The troops of the Emperor marched through by permission, never entering a town. It would be a major campaign for him to take our princedom. Septimania we call it, though the Franks among us say Roussillon. Come to Septimania. There you can judge a new faith." "Why do you make us this offer?" asked Shef. Suleiman looked across at Svandis, standing out of earshot by the rail. "For many years I have been a servant of the book, Torah or Talmud or even Koran. Now you, some of you, have shown me something different. Now I too share your desire for new knowledge, knowledge outside the book." Shef turned his one eye across to the still struggling Muatia. "Let him go, Quicka." He went on in his simple Arabic. "Muatia, what you have to say, say it. Say it with care." The young man, released, rose instantly to his feet. One hand was on the hilt of the dagger in his belt, but both Quicka and Osmond were crouched, ready to drag him down again if he moved. Shef saw Thorvin slip the hammer he always carried in his belt free. But Muatia seemed too furious to care for threats. His voice shaking, he pointed to Suleiman. "Dog of a Jew! For years you have eaten the bread of the Caliph. Your people have taken his protection. Now you seek to break free, to leave the Shat al-Islam, the path of submission to Allah. You will ally yourself with anyone, like some noseless whore in a kennel. Yet beware. If you seek to let the Christians into Andalusia, they will remember you for killing their God. May the curse of Allah rest on those who worship one born in a bed. And if you seek to ally with—" He swept an arm round. "With these, know that they are barbarians, who come and go as the wild sheep defecate, now in that place, now in this." Faces turned to Shef and Skaldfin, waiting for translation. "He's calling Suleiman a traitor," Shef observed. "He doesn't think much of us, either." "Why don't we just throw him overboard?" asked Bronn. Shef thought for a long minute before replying. Muatia, who had not understood the brief interchange, nevertheless sensed from Shef's immobile face, and Bronn's jerked thumb, something of what was going on. His face paled. He began to speak, stopped, and tried to draw himself up with an appearance of composure. Finally, Shef spoke. "He's certainly useless as regards knowledge, but I liked his master Bin Firnas. We'll keep him. Maybe he can serve as an envoy one day. And he has done one thing for us." He looked round, met Skaldfin's eyes. "He's confirmed that what Suleiman here said was true. Otherwise we'd have no reason to believe it. A Jewish city in Spain. Who would believe it? But it seems it must be true. I say that we should sail there, find a base, try to frustrate the plans of the Christians. Not the Christians, we have no quarrel with them. Of the Church and the Holy Empire it supports, and the Emperor who supports it. And see what we can learn about the Greek fire," amplified Thorvin. "And give Steffi there another chance to fly," agreed Shef. Round the listening circle, heads nodded. There was a growl of agreement. Suleiman's dark eyes took it in, showed a gleam of pleasure. From the masthead there came a hail. "To the north there! A sail! Three-cornered one! Looks like a fishing boat, maybe 4 miles off. Steering west, might not have seen us yet." Shef walked to the prow, clicked open his far-seer, tried to see if he could pick out the sail tip nicking the horizon. "Do you think Narwhal would catch her brawn oars against the lateen sail?" "In this calm, easy." "Go over there, then, sink the boat, kill everyone aboard." Bronn hesitated. "I don't mind killing people, you know," he said. "But they could be just fishermen making a living. And they could be spies for the Greeks, or both at once. We can't take any chances on that. Just go over and do it. Use the crossbows if you're feeling squeamish." Shef turned and walked away, obviously heading for his hammock. The conference, as far as he was concerned, at an end. Bronn stared after him, his face perplexed. "That's the one who was always telling me to go easy on the looting, always fretting about the slaves." "He still frets about slaves," remarked Thorvin. "But he'll kill off innocent people for nothing, just because they might be a risk, not even for amusement, like Ivar would have, or to make them talk like old Harry Breeks." "Maybe Loki is loose," said Thorvin. "Better go do what he says." He clutched his hammer pendant protectively. The same day, the same time, and no longer so many miles away, Bruno, Emperor of the Franks, the Germans, the Italians, and the Burgundians, slowly and reluctantly raised his shield, to protect his face not from the arrows that had flown at him all day, their snapped-off points studding the leather facing of his shield. No, only from the heat that surged and crackled from the blazing tower in front of him. He did not want to lose sight of the tower, hoping against hope that some last cry would rise from it, some turn of fortune would come to save the day. Yet even for his ascetic frame, the heat was too much to be borne. It had been a bad day all along, yet another bad day. He had been sure the fortress would fall this time, and fall it had. Yet he had hoped, expected, after the trials of the days before, that the defenders would see sense, take his offer, accept the mercy that they could hardly have expected. His system for raising these mountain fortresses had been worked out again and again against the Moslems of the coast, and his men understood it. The first thing was to get the great counterweight catapult that Erkenbert had built close enough to throw its one titanic rock onto the top of the gate. Smash the gate, take the fortress. But the catapult had terrible limitations. Unlike the lighter onagers or the dart shooters or man-powered weapons, the counterweight machine had to be set up on the flat. On the flat and close to its target, no more than 200 double paces. Here at Puigpunyent there was no flat place anywhere near the gate, only a steep hillside. Grimly, the brothers of the Order of the Holy Lance had driven back the defenders inside their walls. Grimly, they had hacked out a launch platform from the living rock. The defenders had waited till all was done, then rolled boulder after boulder, leaping down the hillside, hurled over the walls by the strength of 20 men at once. Grimly, the brothers had driven deep piles into the rock, strengthened them with timbers, made a shelter for the precious catapult to cower behind. Hundreds of porters had struggled up the hill with the machine, with the rocks that were its counterweight. The great boulders it threw had been even more of a problem, carried up in the end on wooden platforms by relays of sweating, gasping men. They had done it. Set up the machine, hurled a first boulder skimming over the top of the gate, so that Erkenbert the deacon could make his strange reckonings, and say how much weight should be removed for the next boulder to land exactly on top of the wooden structure. And then, the work done and the threat displayed, Bruno had sent forward one of his best men, Bruder Hartnett of Bremen, to make the offer. Life for all and liberty. The contents of the castle only to be surrendered. Bruno had been sure, almost sure, that they would take the offer, knowing as they must that once a breach was made, all the laws of God and man said that there could then be no mercy for man, woman, or child who had put the attackers to so much toil and risk. The other brothers, even of the Lansenorden, had looked sideways at their master as he had sent Hartnett forward, knowing the offer meant the loss of their traditional privileges, hard-earned with the sweat of all and the lifeblood of too many. Killing and plunder, vengeance and rape. The brothers were sworn celibates, could never marry, any more than monks. Celibacy did not apply to what happened in a sack, however. After all their partners would be dead before morning. The brothers needed the outlet custom gave them. Yet they had let Hartnett go forward, knowing their master had some driving design. They had heard him shout his offer in the bastard Latin most could understand. They had even some of them, better aware of the defender's temper than Bruno, expected the flights of arrows that were the traditional refusal of an offer to surrender. Hartnett, behind his oversized shield or mantlet, had half expected it too. No one had expected the great marble column that jerked over the wall and came down like a bonding giant's club. One end of it had smashed the mantlet and broken Hartnett almost in half before it plunged on and down the hillside in a cloud of dust. Every man had heard the piteous whimperings of Hartnett the Bold, his splintered hip bones driven through his bladder, until the Emperor himself had stilled them with his own misericord, the long thin dagger that gave final release. Grimly then they had launched the next boulder from the counterweighted catapult, smashed the gate, fought their way in and over the barricade they had known would be set up in the inner courtyard, set themselves to winkle out every last defender from tower and attic and stair and cellar. Grimly the defenders had fought back, never leaving a man, killing their own wounded as they retreated, till they were penned into the one last tower. Only men inside. Bruno himself had seen in the inner rooms of the fortress as they fought their way through, the ranks of women, old people, children, slumped over their benches or lying with arms crossed, poisoned, dead, not a survivor, just the last 20 or so trapped in the last tower, which his men had fired. He lowered the shield cautiously, waiting for the instant arrow, stepped forward a hesitant pace. He risked looking foolish now, but it had to be done. Once again he called out, "You in there, heretics! If you feel the flame, come out, surrender. I give you my word as a Ritter. As a Kaiser, you will not be harmed. No one in the world could have fought better. You have done enough." Only the crackle and stab of flame in reply, his brothers looking sideways at him once more, wondering if the Emperor was mad. And then from the heart of the flame a voice calling, "Emperor, know this. I am Marcabru, the captain, alas still an imperfectus. We care nothing for you and nothing for the flame. Tonight, like the good thief, I will be with my master in paradise. For God is kind. He will not let us burn both in this world and the next." A crash from the tower as its roof beams fell in, a waft of dust and smoke, and silence. Long silence broken only by the slackening flames. None of the familiar dreadful sounds of sack, the screams and the tears and the deep shouts of release. Only the crackle of flame and the crash of falling stone. Bruno backed away, shield still up. Erkenbert had appeared now that the fighting had died, his escorts standing a pace behind him. He saw amazingly a light of excitement and even good humor shining in the Emperor's bright blue eyes. "Well, we know something now," he said to the scrawny Englishman. "What's that?" "The bastards must have had something to hide. All we have to do now is find it." The Favnesbane ghosted through the night, her consorts spread out behind her, sails carrying her on with barely a ripple. Shef sat near the prow, feet overboard, catching from time to time a faint spray from the bow. Like a pleasure cruise, he thought. Nothing like the ice and hunger of his long voyage to the north. He remembered the burnt face and body of Sumarfugel, the way the skin had crackled under his hand as he drove the dagger home. A presence on his blind side. He whipped round, relaxed, half relaxed. It was Fondis in her white dress, settling herself beside him. "Bronn didn't kill those fishermen, you know," she began. "He sank their boat, but gave them time to make a raft and load water on it. They had a pair of oars. He said they should reach either the mainland or one of the islands in about a day and a half, time enough for us to be gone." "Unless one of their friends picks them up," muttered Shef. Do you want to turn into a man like my father? Svandis hesitated for a few moments. After all, they say you too are Egi Einhammer, not a man of one skin, because of what you see in dreams. Will you tell me about them? What was it that gave you those marks on your thigh the other night? They looked like the bite of a poison adder, but you did not swell up and die, and the marks have gone now. Shef hitched his tunic, stared at the place on his own thigh in the faint starlight. There was nothing there now, nothing that could be seen, anyway. Perhaps he should tell her. He could feel the warmth of her body comforting in the cool of the night, could catch the faint scent of woman, making him wonder for an instant what it would be like to hold her, plunge his face between her breasts. Shef had never in his life known comfort from a woman, held at arm's length by his mother, deprived by fate of his one love Godive. He felt a temptation to relax into it, shrugged the temptation aside immediately. Eyes watched them. To put his head down and appeal for an embrace like a crying child would not be drengelir, warriorly. Still, he could talk. Quietly he began to tell her the details of his last dream. The stair. Feeling like a mouse among humans. The giant coming up the stair, his boots stamping. The monstrous serpent that came up after him, following the god Loki, as he was sure the giant had been. The Ormgarth of the gods, with the snakes underfoot, and the one that struck at him. That is why I believe in the gods, he ended. I have seen them. I have felt them. That is why I know Loki is loose and set on vengeance, as if I needed to know after Sumarfugl. Svandis was silent a while, for which he was grateful. She seemed to be thinking about what he had said instead of merely shouting it down. Tell me, she asked finally, was there anything in the dream that reminded you of something you had seen before? Something you might have been thinking about before you slept? The boots, for instance. The boots of the god coming up the stair. You said you saw them. The boots? They were like bronze boots. Shef laughed, told her how as they marched through Cordova he had seen an amazed Arab looking Bron up and down, from his enormous feet to the helmet on his head, how he had barely been able to believe that such feet belonged to a human. So you had a picture like that already in your head? What about the snakes? Have you seen an Ormgarth? Shef felt a prickle of doubt and suspicion once more. This was the daughter of Ivar, after all, the granddaughter of Ragnar himself. I saw your grandfather die in the snake pit, he said briefly. Did no one ever tell you? I heard him sing his death song. He used to hold me on his knee and sing to me, said Svandis. He used to grow his thumbnail long to gouge men's eyes out with, replied Shef. My friend Cuthred tore it out with pliers. So you have seen a snake pit, too, Svandis went on, and seen a man die in it. Were you very frightened then? Did you imagine yourself in the pit? Shef thought for a while. What you are trying to tell me, he said, is that these visions of mine, I do not call them dreams, do not come from the gods at all. They are made up in my own head out of things I have seen or been frightened by. They are like a story, a saga, one told by a fool with no beginning or end and only bits of connections to each other. They do not feel like that. They feel much bigger than that. Because you are asleep, said Svandis. You are not thinking correctly. Anyway, the visions I see, they are visions of the gods. They tell the stories that I have heard from Thorvin, of Volund, and Skirnir, and Hermod, and Balder. Because you have heard them from Thorvin, said Svandis. If you dreamt stories that Thorvin had not told you, that might mean something. Maybe only that you had made them up out of things you yourself have seen and felt. But do you not think that Arabs dream of Allah, Christians of their own stories of saints? Your visions are like the gods themselves. People make both of them up out of their own needs and beliefs. If we stopped believing, then we would be free. Shef examined the idea with care and doubt. It seemed to him that sometimes he had seen the vision before he knew the story. Svandis would say that he had forgotten something, got the story backwards. Certainly he had no way of proving different. And she might be correct. Everyone knew that sometimes dreams were caused by the events of the day, or even by sounds that men heard in their sleep and turned into a story. The stoutest Viking had dreams of fear. Often he had heard men muttering in their sleep. So there may be no Ragnarok, he wondered. No Loki loose. I have been deceiving myself all along. If I could believe that, things would be much easier for me, and there would be no truth in visions." "There is no truth in visions," Svandis said forcefully, determined to carry her point and make a convert. "Gods and visions are nothing but illusions, which we create to make ourselves slaves." She pressed closer in the cool night, leant forward to look up into Shef's one eye, her breast nudging against his arm. Far to the north, at the Wisdom House of Stamford in the English Midlands, night had not yet fallen. Instead, the stone tower with its many outbuildings lay in the long grey twilight of an English early summer. From the hedged fields nearby, the heavy scent of flowering hawthorn drifted. Faint laughter came from the outskirts of the town, where farm churls and craftsmen, milking and ditching and trading done for the day, sat for the last hour before full dark with pint pots in their hands. Children played around their fathers in the dusk, and younger folk, men and women, exchanged glances and faded sometimes into the dark of the comforting fields. At the Wisdom House itself, the forges had fallen silent, though red light came still from banked fires. A priest strode from the central courtyard, intending to call on his friends, draw them out to drink mulled ale and discuss their experiments and their discoveries. As he turned the corner by the stone tower, he stopped short. On a bench in front of him sat Farman, priest of Frey, most famous of the priests in England for the number of his god visions, rivaled in the world only by Vigleik the Norwegian. Farman sat easily. His eyes were open, but he seemed unseeing. Cautiously, the priest who had come upon him moved closer, saw that Farman's eyes did not move from their fixed, unblinking stare. He stepped back quietly, went to the corner again, waved urgently for others to join him. After a while, a score of way priests stood in a semicircle round their unmoving colleague. Apprentices and laymen chased away. They waited unspeaking for him to move. His eyes blinked. He stirred on the bench, became aware of those around him. "What did you see, brother?" asked one of them. At the end I saw a tree and a serpent in it. Before the tree there stood a woman, one of great beauty. She was holding out an apple to a man, and he was stretching his hand out to it. And all the while the serpent watched, and its forked tongue flickered out and in." No reaction from the way priests. None of them had read the Christian books. They knew nothing of Satan, of Adam and Eve and the fall of man. "But before that I saw something of more mark, something the king must hear of." "The one king is not here, brother," a priest reminded gently, knowing that those coming out of the vision needed time to recover themselves. "His deputy, his partner. King Alfred is his partner. He presides over the Council of Aldermen. There is no deputy." Farman rubbed his eyes. "I must write down what I saw before it fades, and then the news must go to the king." "Can you tell us anything of what you saw?" "Danger and destruction, fire and venom, and the bane of Balder loose." The priests stiffened, knowing who it was that Farman would not name, the god they remembered by the bale fire in their holy circle. "If the bane of Balder is loose," one of them asked slowly, "what is it that the English King Alfred can do? Council of Aldermen or no?" "He can turn out the fleet," replied Farman. "Send every man and every ship to the place of danger. And that is not the mouth of the Elbe now, no, nor the Danevirke. The bane of Balder is loose everywhere, but he will show himself first in the south, where the sons of Muspel ride on the day of Ragnarok." He stood up like a man unutterably weary from an immense journey. "I did wrong, brothers. I should have gone with the one king when he went to seek his destiny, for his destiny affects us all." Chapter 12. From the hitherto barely known rock of Puigpunyent, the riders spurred in all directions, some at the best speed their horses could make. They had little distance to travel, were under orders to go directly to every baron's hold and rock-based tower in the borderlands, to demand every man that could ride to join their emperor. They would not get them, for in the complex local politics of the mountain marches, where Frank-faced Spaniard and Christian-faced heretic, where the Moors raided continually and Jewish levies watched the passes and the toll roads, no baron, not even those whom Bruno's informants had selected for loyalty to Holy Church, would think of leaving himself defenseless. Nor would Bruno trust them if they did. But they would provide the first ring till they were replaced by better men, at this moment when the Empire and the Emperor needed above all numbers. Other messengers paced themselves more carefully, riding in small groups with a tail of spare horses behind them. They had further to go, some many hundreds of miles further, but all of them knowing that it would be days of riding before they reached the secure parts of the Empire, where remounts were to be had at the display of the Emperor's tokens. Those who had furthest to go were the ones selected to ride for the strongholds of the Lanzenorden, all of them in the German-speaking realms far to the east and north, through the mountains or across the Rhine. Freiburg and Worms, Trier and Zurich, and even Bern high in the Alps. From there would come the men in whom Bruno had most trust, every last warrior monk of the order, the men he needed to fight his war and pursue his quest to the finish. There would be no hesitation or calculation there, but they could not come immediately, would never come in the numbers he needed. In between were the riders heading for every bishop's seat in the marches of southern France and Italy, Massilia and Vercelli, Lyon and Turin, and Carcassonne and Dax. Their message was the simplest. Every man you can spare. No need for knights, no need for the heavy-armed and aristocratic, though they must come, too, to officer the rest. Send every man who has a pair of eyes and a hunting bow. Send the poachers and the huntsmen, the falconeers and the charcoal burners. The confessors of every village must know who are the men who can find their way in the dark, who can chase the deer across the hills and into the maquis, offer forgiveness and remission of sins to all who will take service now, for church and cross and empire. Above all, Bruno had pointed out, I must have your bacheliers, the men who in proper Latin, if the Latin of the degenerating empire, would have been bacalarii, the men of the Vache. The cowboys who rode the marshes of the Camargue on their rough horses, armed with the 10-foot ox goads that were their trade tool, strips of jerked beef wound round their hats, watchful at all times for the attacks of the stalking, furious-tempered wild bulls. Too flighty and light-armed for battle, but capable of scouring a countryside like a kitchen-maid sanding rust out of a kettle. I want this place sealed off tighter than an abbess's, tighter than a convent dormitory, Bruno had said, forgetting his usual careful respectfulness to every form of religious life. We haven't the men now, but as soon as they start to come in, assign them and place them. Till then, Tasso, he added to his Lanzenorden guard commander, you can tell our lads that no one goes to sleep. Me neither. Get them out and watching every rock. What for? Said Tasso. You saw the way they all killed themselves. Why? Because they didn't want anyone to tell us something. Tell us where something was. So it must be here. And you can be sure someone will try to get it out, so we'll seal the place off. That won't find anything, said Tasso, an old comrade allowed to speak freely to a brother of the order, even if that brother was his Kaiser and commander. Bruno seized him with both hands by the beard. It won't lose anything either. And now we know it's here. Once we're all sealed off, all we have to do is look. We've looked already. Not under every stone we haven't. And we're going to take every last stone of this hill down and throw it in the sea if we have to. Erkenbert, Bruno shouted to his deacon, busily giving messengers their directions. Tell the bishops to send pickaxes too, and men to use them. Released, Tasso tramped off to survey the ground and set up his 2 scanty sentry posts. As the day wore on, his expression grew more and more troubled. A Bavarian himself, from the vineyards of the south, he found the ravines and dense scrub of the sharp, steep Pyrenean foothills baffling. Need 1,000 men to do this job, he muttered to himself. 2,000. And where's the food coming from? Or the water? Still. Befehl ist Befehl. Helmbrecht, Siegnot, Hartmut. Guard this path here, and remember, no one sleeps till reliefs are sent. Kaiser Befehl, understand? He tramped on in the heat, scattering detachments here and there. He did not know that keeping pace with him a quarter of a mile outside the ring he was setting up, sliding through the dense, thorny scrub as low to the ground as a weasel. Eyes watched his every move. The shepherd lad had expected fear and strangeness as he came in to make his report. But even so he gulped and swallowed convulsively as his eyes adapted to the dim light. Facing him behind a rough table sat a semicircle of men. At least they might be men. Every figure was dressed in long gray robes, and each one had a cowl over his head, pulled so far forward that the faces could not be seen. If he had seen them, he might have recognized them, for no one could be sure who the perfecti might be, though among the heretic villages rumors and evaluations ran continually. He refused mutton the other day. Maybe he eats no meat. His wife and he sleep together, but speak to each other like brother and sister. She has not given birth for 3 years, though her child was weaned last spring. All might be indicators of having passed into the central mystery. But in the heretic villages all strove to live like perfecti, even though they might never reach that grade. So fasting or celibacy might indicate only ambition, not achievement. The cowled man could be anyone. The shepherd boy knelt clumsily, straightened again. A voice came from the semicircle, not from the middle. It might be that a spokesman had been selected because his voice would not be recognized. In any case, he spoke in no more than a whisper. "What did you see at Puigpunyent?" The lad considered. "I went close up to the rock, from all sides except the east where the road is. The gate is battered down, the towers are burnt, and much of the stone has fallen in. The Emperor's men swarm over the castle as thick as fleas on an old dog." "What of the outside?" "The Christians have placed all men round the rock, as close to the base of it as they can get, in a ring on all sides. They are heavy men in armor, and walk about very little in the heat. Food and water is brought out to them. I cannot understand what they say to each other, but they do not sleep, and they seem not to complain. Much of the time they sing their heathen hymns and prayers." The perfecti ignored the lad's equation of Christian and heathen. It was what they thought themselves. The interrogating voice dropped even lower. "Were you not afraid that they would catch you?" The lad smiled. "Men in armor? Catch me on the hillside or in the maquis? No, lords. If they saw me, they could not catch me. But they have never seen me." "Well, then, tell us this. Could you and some of your fellows, it might be, could you pierce the ring and get over the wall and inside the castle? Perhaps take one of us with you. A mountain man, but not a swift boy such as yourself." The boy's face grew more hesitant. If he said yes, would they ask him to do it? He had no wish to join the corpses he had seen carried out and laid on the green plain below the castle entrance. Yet above all he wished for the good opinion of the men whom all respected, the men of honor. "Their posts are badly placed, and the sentries start and shoot if so much as a fox rustles in the thickets. Yes, I could make my way through them, and maybe 3 or 4 of my friends. An older man. The spines on the scrub grow high, you see, maybe a foot, 2 feet from the ground. I do not walk, I slide on my belly, fast as another man walks. A heavier man, a man who does not stoop, who says, 'Oh, my back!'" For a moment the lad imitated the priest of his village, a heretic like the rest, but one who remained in communion with the church and the bishop. To throw off suspicion. He could not get through. He would be caught. The cowled heads nodded almost imperceptibly as they registered the finality of his statement. "And caught he must not be," observed the whispering voice. "Thank you, lad. You have done us a service. Your village shall know of it. Our blessing to you, and may it grow as you grow older. Outside, talk to the men you will find there. Show them the sentry posts as you have seen them." After he had gone out, nothing was said for a while. "Bad news," said one of the cowls after a while. "He knows there is something there. It was the defiance of Marcabru that alerted him. If they had surrendered and walked out, he would have thought it was just another siege and gone his way. It is best not to attract attention. To surrender, to deny our faith, to vow obedience to the Pope as we have always done, then return to what we know after they have gone. Marcabru fought to the last because he feared someone would talk, and who knows, they might have done. Maybe he had his orders. After all, we do not know what happened inside the castle. Maybe there were signs of treason." The silence descended again. Another voice volunteered information. "They say that after the Emperor took the castle, he had all the bodies inside it carried out onto the plain by the river, and there had them burnt. But before he did that, his men stripped and searched all the dead, searched their bellies with knives even, to be sure they had hidden nothing. After they were burnt, his men sifted the ash once more, and everything inside the castle, every stick of chair or table, was carried out and laid out to be inspected by the Emperor and his black deacon. He had them burnt too, before people of the nearby villages, while he watched their faces. He thought they would betray it if they saw a holy relic burnt. He does not know what he is looking for, then. No, nor does he know how to find the entrance to the place of the Grail. But he is demolishing the castle stone by stone. How long will it take before some pick-stroke lays bare the door or the staircase? Not for a long time, said one of the voices, with certainty in its tone. But if he digs down to very bedrock? For a third time the silence fell. At length, as the sun threw shadows further and further aslant across the dim-windowed room, the most certain of the voices spoke again. We cannot take the risk. We must recover our treasures, by war, by stealth, with the bribe. If we need help from outside, we must find it. Outside? Came a query. The world is coming to us now. The Emperor, successor of Charlemagne, whom we drove off 80 years ago. But others, too. Strange news from Cordova, as you know. We must guard above all against thinking like men, as if all that happens in this world were mere chance and mortal effort. For we know it is a battleground between the one above and the one below. If all that happened in this world, we know which one would win. And yet he is the Princeps Huius Mundi, the great prince of the world. And so we must go outside our world, outside this world. Slowly the perfecti, the men who believed the God of the Christians was indeed the devil, to be overthrown when time came into its fullness, began to evolve their plan for bringing that fullness forward. The old man who sat in the shade of the vine trellis looked at the king of the north sitting opposite him with doubt. He did not look like a king, still less like the subject of prophecy. He was not dressed in Bosra purple. His men did not bow down before him. He was sitting on a small stool, and following the custom of the northerners, sitting in full sunlight, as if he could not get enough of it. Sweat ran from his brow, dripped steadily onto the flagstones of the balcony built out to overlook sea and harbor far below. "You are sure he is a king?" the old man asked Suleiman again. They spoke in Hebrew, Shef listening patiently but without understanding to the alien syllables, which no Englishman had ever heard before in the history of the world. "I have seen him in his homeland, in his own hall. He rules a wide realm. He was born a Christian, you tell me. He will understand this, then. Tell him—" The old man, Benjamin, Prince of Septimania, Lion of Judah, ruler of the Rock of Sion, spoke on. After a few moments, Suleiman, or in his own country, Solomon, began to interpret. "My prince tells me that you will understand what it says in our holy book, which was your holy book also, in the days when you were of the Christian church. In the book of the wisdom of Ben Shirach, which you call Ecclesiasticus, it is said, The conies are a feeble folk, but they dwell in the rocks. The prince says that here, and I have told him what your strange woman said of the Jews. Here the Jews are not a feeble folk. Yet still they dwell in the rocks, as you can see in all directions." He waved a hand at the mountains looming not far off, at the sheer stone walls guarding harbor and town. Shef stared at him blankly. The Jewish prince's assumption that a Christian was bound to know Old and New Testaments was completely wide of the mark. Shef had never heard of Ecclesiasticus, never read a Bible, had indeed never seen a Bible in his life till he attended the wedding of his love Godive and his partner Alfred in the great cathedral at Winchester. The priest of his Fenland village had owned only a service book with extracts from the Bible for the different services of the church year. All that Father Andreas had ever even tried to teach was respect for authority, whether that were the creed, the Lord's Prayer, the necessity for tithing, or social superiors. He had never seen a coney or rabbit either, though this did not matter since Solomon had translated the word as hare, for want of a better. "Hares don't live in the rocks," he said. "They live in the open field." Solomon hesitated. "The point my prince wishes to make is that we have very strong natural and artificial defenses." Shef looked round. "Yes, I can see that." "He did not understand my remark," cut in Benjamin. "No. The fact is, Prince, that these people receive almost no education, even if they are born Christians. Few of them can read and write. I believe the king here can, but he does not do so easily. I do not think he knows the scriptures at all. They are not people of the book, then." Solomon hesitated. This was no time to explain the doctrines of the way, its devotion to new knowledge. His prince and his people felt no loyalty to the caliph, less to the emperor, were ready for any new alliance that might bring change. There was no need to hinder their acceptance. "I think they are trying to be," he suggested, "with difficulty and by themselves. I have seen their own writing. It is developed from a way of cutting signs with knives on bits of wood." Slowly the prince pushed himself to his feet. "It is meritorious," he said, "to assist those who desire to learn. Come, let us show the king here what a school is like. A school for those who are truly people of the book, not like the followers of Mohammed, forever remembering without understanding, nor those of Yeshua, forever hiding behind languages no one but their priests is allowed to know." Shef rose too, not unwilling to follow his host's demands, but increasingly bored with listening to conversations that no one troubled to translate. As Solomon explained the purpose of their visit, his eye was drawn against his will to what was going on down in the crowded and sunlit harbor. By the outer mole, where the ships of the northern fleet rode at anchor, well away from shore, and from the native craft, they were veering out the kites again. He glanced to see if the old prince was waiting for him, saw that he had gone a few steps inside into the cool dark, pulled his farseer from his belt, and snatched a quick glance through it. The kite was lifting well in a fresh breeze, Steffi now confidently directing operations. And they'd got Tolman, smallest and lightest of the ship's boys, standing by the rail. Were the bastards going to try the next experiment without him? It was a good day for it, and Tolman, bred to a fisherman's family off Lowestoft, was known to be able to swim like a fish. The Jews were waiting for him. Shef shut the farseer up, followed Solomon, Skaldfin, Prince Benjamin, and the rest of the escorts and entourage glumly into the dark, to join the people of the book. As Shef was led firmly and unwaveringly round the stronghold of the Jewish enclave, planted long ago at the time of the fall of Rome, his sense of strangeness and oppression grew steadily. After the court of the caliph he had thought himself ready for any new experience, but the fortress town seemed arranged like no other he had seen in north or south. There was the same crowded and active life that he had grown familiar with in the streets and markets of Cordova, among people dressed in much the same way, and talking languages in which he recognized the occasional snatch of Arabic or of some Latin tongue. Yet the sense of sprawl, of activities going on without license or control or physical boundary, was missing. The prince led him first on a careful tour of the town's outer defenses, a stone wall cunningly linking natural cliff and precipice, so as to shut in completely the bay and the harbor like a three-quarter circle. The strange thing was that in every other fortress city Shef had seen, whether York or London or Cordova, there was always, and as if immune to regulation, a second city, an outer huddle beyond the walls of huts and shacks, the dwellings of those not rich enough to come inside the protection of the city, yet drawn there all the same by the wealth it grew and slowly dripped from its boundaries. Alert guard captains were continually tearing them down, driving the inhabitants further away, trying to keep themselves a clear field of view and dart. It never worked. Always the whores and the hucksters and the beggars crawled back and remade their outer village. Not here. Nothing obstructed the walls, not so much as a kennel for dogs or a private latrine. Nothing grew in their crevices either. Shef saw a party of men on one stretch lowering some of their number over the parapets to grub out weeds from the stone. Though he could see tilled fields and groves in the distance, he could not see so much as a shed for a watchman. The parties he saw moving to and from fields to city carried their tools with them. In both directions, he noted. They did not even leave their heavy plows and grain baskets outside the walls. "I understand what you mean to do," he said finally to Solomon, still gravely interpreting the remarks of his ruler. "I do not see how you make people do it. I could not do that with my own people, even if they were slaves. There is always someone who will try to bend the rules, and 10 more to follow him. Even if you flog and brand the way the black monks did, there will always be someone who does not understand what he is to do, no matter how often you tell him. Those people out there, are they your slaves? Why do they obey so willingly?" "We do not keep slaves. replied Solomon. "Slavery is forbidden to us under our law." He translated the rest of Shef's comments, listened to the long reply, spoke again. "Benjamin Hanasi says that you are right to ask these questions, and that he sees you are a ruler in truth. He says you are right also to say that knowing the law is more wonderful than obeying the law, and declares that it is his belief that it is the unlearned alone who bring trouble into the world. What he wishes you to understand is that we Jews are different from your people, as from the caliphs. It is our custom to permit open debate of any matter. Your Lady Sphondis might stand up in our debating chamber and say all that she pleases, and no one would interrupt her. But it is our custom also that once a decision has been made, a rule passed, then all must obey it, even those who argued most strongly against it. We do not punish for disagreement. We punish for not obeying the will of the community. That is why people obey all the rules willingly, because we are the people not only of the book, but of the law. And how do you all know the law? You will see." Turning from the battlements, the party retraced its steps into the center of the crowded 40-acre site, full of houses of stone and plaster connected by alleyways no wider than 2 men, winding up and down flights of steps that sometimes seemed to reach the gradient of ladders. "See there," said Solomon, pointing inside a narrow courtyard. There in the shade sat a man dressed in black, solemnly intoning a long, unvarying drone to a dozen boys of different ages squatting on the ground. "That is one of the prince's Geonim. The prince maintains a dozen such, scholars who instruct youth without pay, for the love of learning. See, he will not desist even though he sees the prince, his master, pass by, for learning is more important than princes." "What is he teaching them?" Solomon listened for a while to the steady drone and then nodded. "He is reciting to them points of halacha. That is part of the Mishnah. The Mishnah is the law of our people, based first on our holy books, which the Christians call the Old Testament. But the Mishnah is all that has been thought and said on these books since we first made our covenant with God. In the halachot, we learn particular decisions which have been made on particular points." "Such as what?" "At present the Gaon is explaining why, though saving a man's life takes precedence over saving a woman's, it is proper to cover the nakedness of a woman before that of a man." Shef nodded, walked on broodingly, following the prince's unostentatious and unheralded tour. Another thing was beginning to catch his eye: books in the crowd. He had seen several being carried, one man sitting short-sightedly, with his nose almost buried between the covers of one. In one of the markets he thought he had caught a glimpse of a stall with a dozen or more laid out as if for sale. Shef had never heard of a book being sold. The Vikings stole them and ransomed them back when they could, to their owners. The monks of St. Benedict made them for themselves and their priest dependents. No one ever sold one. They were too valuable. Thorfinn would have died in his boots before selling his collection of the holy songs, written down with difficulty in the jagged runic script. How many books did these people have? Where did they come from? They paused again at what Shef identified as a church, if a Jewish one. In it men and women were praying, bending to the ground like Mohammedans, but somewhere in the dark interior Shef saw a candle burning, and in its light a man reading from another book, seemingly to 2 separated groups of men and women. Further on, a square, and in it 2 men debating. Each listened impassively to the other, then, at intervals of perhaps 500 words, spoke in his turn. From the ring of their voices it seemed to Shef that each would begin by quoting words not his own, and would then go on to explain them and fit them against the arguments of the other. A crowd surrounded them, intent and silent but for grunts of agreement, moans of rejection. "The one says, 'Take thou no usury,'" clarified Solomon. "The other replies, 'To a stranger thou mayest lend upon usury.' Now they are disputing as to the meaning of the word stranger." Shef nodded, reflecting. He knew of rule by the sword like his own and that of the Viking rulers he had overthrown. He knew of rule by fear and slavery, like that of the monks and the Christian kings. It seemed that this was rule by book and by law which was put down in book form, not decided by the doom of king or jarl or alderman. The law of the book seemed, however, no wiser than that of the immediate judgment of his own courts. There was something he did not understand. "Do your people study anything but law?" he asked. Solomon translated, heard the reply from the prince, still leading the way before them. "He says all learning is either a code or a commentary." Solomon struggled to find expression for either idea in Shef's Anglo-Norse, fixing in the end on book of laws, book of decisions. Shef nodded again, his face imperturbable. Was this new knowledge? Or just old knowledge continually chewed over, the thing he had set his face against in his own land and his own capital? "See," Solomon said, pointing the way finally to a small building down almost by the harbor front once again. In the background, between the alley walls, Shef caught a momentary glimpse of a kite swooping in the air, gaped at it convulsively. They had flown off without him, and he was almost sure from the glimpse that they had sent Tolman aloft after all. The kite had not been moving freely in the air, had been under control. "See," said Solomon again, more firmly. "This at least you will find new knowledge." Reluctantly, still craning his neck upwards, Shef followed his hosts into the building. Inside, tables set round a central space. Men behind the tables, and from them a continuous scritch-scritch sound as their hands moved, seemingly all in time like the feet of the Emperor's marching soldiers or Shef's own troops. A man in the midst of them all, standing up, holding a book and reading from it. Reading whatever the language very slowly, a pause every few words. They were copying, Shef realized. He had heard of such places, even among the Christians. One man read slowly, the others wrote down his words. At the end, depending on how many copiers, you had 6, even 10 books where there had only been one. Impressive, and showing once again how the people of the law knew their law. Yet this, too, was hardly new knowledge. A word from the prince, and the reading stopped, the reader and the copiers turning to their ruler and bowing gravely. "It is not the copying that is new," said Solomon, "or the Holy One forbid the copied, rather that which they copy on to." At a word the reader held his book, his master copy, out towards Shef. He took it clumsily, unsure for a moment at which side it might open. His hands were used to hammers and tongs, rope and wood, not these little thin sheets of skin. Skin? If it was skin, he did not know what kind of a beast it came from. He raised the book, sniffed carefully, felt the leaf between his fingers, twisting it as he would have a sheet of vellum. Not vellum. Not even the other thing, papyrus, made from strange reeds. The thin stuff parted. The reader stepped forward again with a look and a cry of anger. Shef paused, held the book carefully, returned it, staring into the man's angry eyes without hint of expression or apology. Only a fool thinks everyone knows what he knows. "I do not understand," he said to Solomon. "It is not the calfskin we use. It has no flesh side, no hair side. Can it be bark?" "Neither. But it is made from wood. The Latins call it papyrium, from some Egyptian plant or other. But we do not make our papyrium from that plant, only from wood, crushed and felted. We add other things to it, a kind of clay that prevents the ink from running. Knowledge of it came from very far away, from the other end of the Arabs' empire. There at Samarkand, they fought a battle with soldiers from another empire far across the desert and mountain lands. The Arabs were victorious and brought back many captives from the land of Chin. They, it is said, taught the Arabs the secret of paper. But the Arabs put little value in it, preferring to teach their boys only enough for them to remember sections of the Koran by heart. It is we who have made the books, with new knowledge." New knowledge to make the books, thought Shef. Not new knowledge. Solomon prayed to the Holy One to forbid it. Not new knowledge in the books. Yet this explained something. It explained why there were so many books, so many readers. To make a book of vellum might take the skins of 20 calves, even more, for not the whole skin could be used. Not one man in 1,000 could expect to own the skins of 20 calves. "What is the price of a book?" he asked. Solomon passed on the question to Benjamin, standing watching, his guards and scholars behind him. "He says the price of wisdom is above that of rubies." "I didn't mean the price of the wisdom. I meant the price of the paper." As Solomon translated again, the look of scorn on the face of the angry reader, still smoothing over his torn page, deepened into open contempt. I do not think there is much hope in them, said Shef to his counselors that evening, watching the sun go down behind the sharp and jagged mountains. Much the same, had he known it, was being said about him among the scholars and learned men who dominated the Jewish court. They know a lot, but the knowledge is all about rules, either about their God or about themselves. Yet they collect what they need from far afield. They know some things that we do not, like this paper stuff. But when it comes to Greek fire— He shook his head. Solomon said we could inquire among the Arab and Christian merchants of the aliens' quarter. Tell me more about the flying. You should have waited for me. The men said they might be at sea again in a day's time, and the wind was just high enough without being a danger. So they put Tolman in the harness and let the wind lift him. But they did two things that Ben Firnas did not do. Earnestly, Thorvin went through the details of the day's launch. When the young boy, still moored but trying to maneuver his great box kite, had flown out to the end of the longest rope they had been able to splice together, 500 feet of it. At the far end of the ship, Tolman was boasting of his prowess to the other boys and the crewmen, his treble pipe lifting from time to time over Thorvin's rumble. As the night came down, the voices died. Men turned to their hammocks or stretched out on the warm sun-retaining decks. Usually in his dreams, Shef knew that he was dreaming, could feel the presence of his instructor. This time he did not know even who he was. He was lying on stone. He could feel the cold of it running into his back. There was pain all around him, too, back and sides and feet, and something deep and tearing in his chest. He ignored it as if it were happening to someone else. What frightened him, brought out the chill sweat racing down his face, was that he could not move. Not an arm, not a finger. He was wrapped round and round in folds of some stuff or other, binding arms to sides and legs together. Was it a shroud? Was he buried, still alive? If it were, he could struggle upward, would strike his head against the coffin. For long moments he lay afraid to make the trial. For if he were buried, he could not move, could not cry out. Surely he would go mad. Convulsively he lunged upward, felt the tearing pain again near his heart. But there was nothing there. Why then could he not see? There was a band under his chin, binding his jaw up. He was buried, or at least he had been taken for dead. But he could see. Or at least there was a light, no, a patch of darkness, less dark than the rest. Shef stared at it, willing it to increase. And there were movements coming towards him. In the terror of live burial, fear of other men had dissolved. Shef thought of nothing but attracting their attention, whoever they were, begging to be cut free. He opened his mouth, let out a faint croak. But whoever it was had no fear of the dead, or the dead coming to life. There was a sharp point on his throat ball, a face looking down at him. The face said, slowly and distinctly, "How shall a man be born when he is old, or enter again into the womb of his mother?" Shef gaped up, terrified. He did not know the answer. He realized he was gaping up into a face lit by starlight. In the same instant he knew once again who he was and where he was. In his hammock, slung at the very bow of the Favnesbane for the cool rising off the water. And the face above him was that of Svandis. "Were you dreaming?" she asked quietly. "I heard you croaking as if your throat had dried up." Shef nodded, relief flooding through him. He sat up carefully, feeling the cold sweat soaking his tunic. There was no one else nearby. The crew granted him the small privacy of the space beyond the catapult platform. "What was it about?" she whispered. He could smell her hair very close to his face. "Tell me your dream." Shef rolled soundlessly from his hammock, crouched face to face with the girl, the daughter of Ivar whom he had killed. He felt the awareness of her as a woman growing stronger every second, as if the years of sorrow and impotence had never visited him. "I will tell you," he whispered with sudden confidence, "and you shall interpret it for me. But I will do it with my arms round you." He embraced her gently, felt an instant resistance, continued to hold her as she felt the sweat of fear on him. Her rigid stance seemed to thaw. She let him draw her down onto the deck. "I was lying on my back," he whispered, "wrapped in a shroud, and I thought that I had been buried somewhere and left. I was terrified." As he spoke, Shef slowly drew up the hem of her dress, pulled her warm thigh close to his own cold body. She seemed to feel his need for comfort, began to cooperate, to press closer to him. He pulled the dress higher, the white dress of a priestess corded round with red berries. Pulled it higher yet, still whispering. Chapter 13. From all directions the levies converged on the rock of Puigpunyent, where a tense and raging emperor directed them as they came in, either to strengthening the ring upon ring of sentry posts set in the ravines and thorny scrub all around, or to the ever-growing gangs of pickaxe-men, who stone by stone were dismantling the towers and walls of the heretics' fortress. 100 miles to the south, Admiral Georgios and General Agilov stared puzzledly at each other as they digested the order to halt, return, cease the pressure on the Arab forces, abandon the search for the vanished northern fleet, return at once with every man and every ship. Little further to the south, the Caliph himself, taking the field in the service of the Prophet for the first time for many years, pressed forward at the head of the greatest army Cordova had sent out, since the days when the forces of Islam had tried to conquer France and the lands beyond it, to be turned back by Charles, whom the Franks called the Hammer, Martel. And crossing the Bay of Biscay came a force small in comparison with the others in numbers of ships and men, but their superior in the new qualities of range and weight of missile. The fleet of the One King, of England and the North, drawn from all its blockade stations against the Empire and sent south on the word of Farman the Seer. 20 mule-armed two-masters, 30 longships pacing them, packed with the unemployed and impatient warriors of the North, all laden as deep as they could be, pressed with beef and beer and biscuit, for the appetites of more than 2,000 men. Alfred had accepted Farman's vision warning, but refused the expedition command, saying England must not be left kingless. The fleet sailed under the orders of Gold Gudmund, sub-king of the Swedes, once known and still well remembered as Gudmund the Greedy. Even in Rome, even in Byzantium, attention was falling on the remote borderlands where the Emperor of the Romans searched for the Grail relic that would complete his empire, and where the Shat al-Islam had suffered its first turning back in more than 100 years. But the One King himself sat in the sunlight and linked fingers with his mistress, smiling foolishly. "Completely slit-struck," snarled Bronn to the rest of the king's council, watching the pair at their table by the harbor from a decent distance. "Always happens to him. Treats women as if they all had snakes up their skirts for years on end. Then one of them does something or other to him, can't think how, and bang! You can't even get his attention. Behaves like a 14-year-old who's just been taken behind the barn by a milkmaid." "There may be no harm in it," offered Thorvin. "After all, better that he has a woman than that he doesn't. Who knows? He may get her with child. The way they're going on, they should have triplets already. The whole ship shakes half the night. And if that were to happen, it might make the king take his responsibilities more seriously. And she is who she is. Daughter of Ivar, granddaughter of Ragnar. She can trace her line back to Volsi himself, and through him to Odin." Thorvin pointed to the ship moored a furlong off on the still water. "Fafnisbane, Sigurd the Dragon-Slayer, his blood runs in her veins. No one was more pleased than I when her father and uncles were killed. But there was no one alive who did not in some way respect them. She is one of the God-born, and of a family favored by Odin. Maybe that will avert some of the anger of the god, which some of us have feared for him." The council pondered his words. On the whole, the Vikings among them, Hogbarth and Skaldfin, even Bronn, despite himself, were impressed. Quicka and Osmond looked at each other silently. Their memories of Ivar the Boneless had not faded. Only Hund allowed trouble to show on his face. Bronn, with the champion's sensitivity to matters of honor and precedence, noticed it. "She was never your woman," he remarked with as near kindness as his voice could manage. "Do you feel he owes you a debt because she was your apprentice?" "No," he said. "I wish them well if they have chosen each other. But what is all this about the God-born and the blood of heroes?" Bitterness tinged his voice. "Look at them over there. Who are they? A pirate's bastard who spent most of his youth in a wattle hut, and a woman who has been a drab to half of Denmark. And that is the One King and the One Queen to be." He rose abruptly and stalked away across the bright and crowded quayside. The others watched him go. "What he says is true," muttered Hogbarth. "Yes, but he worked his way up, didn't he?" contradicted Quicka, aflame with anger at any criticism of his master. "And I expect she only done what she had to, too. I think that's as important as king's blood, anyway. Me and Osmond should know. How many kings have we been at the death of, Osmond?" "6, said Osmond briefly. "If you count the Frankish king, that is, we didn't kill him, but his men did it for us once we beat him." "The trouble is," said Thorfinn, "the more you kill, the more power goes into the hands of the ones you don't." Only a few yards away from the Northerners on the crowded quayside, a different group watched the pair of lovers. They squatted in the shade of an awning where a tailor advertised his wares. The tailor himself crouched on a tiny stool, passing cloth through his hands while he stitched with the speed of a serpent. As his feigned customers felt material and from time to time called out the cries of surprise and outrage which were part of normal negotiation, tradesmen and clients exchanged muttered comments. "That is him for sure," said one in the thick and sweaty homespun of a mountain shepherd. "The one eye, the gold circlet, the charm round his neck." "The graduale," corrected a better-dressed man, grey-haired and grey-bearded. The others looked sideways at him, corrected themselves, and returned their eyes to the cloth. "2 days ago he went all through the city with Hanasi," said the tailor, voice and eyes never rising. "At the librarium, he tore a book and asked what was the price of wisdom. The Geonim think him an idiot and have asked Hanasi to send him away. Yesterday and today he has been with the woman. His eyes never leave her. He cannot keep his hands from her body, or only with difficulty." The grey-haired man looked first disbelieving, then sad. "It may be that he is still bound in service to the evil one. But who is not when he is born? It is from that we have to climb. Thierry, do you think he would come freely if we asked him?" "No, he knows nothing of us." "Can we bribe him?" "He is a rich man. His clothes would disgrace an onion grower, but see the gold he wears. They say—" "What do they say?" "They say he asks always for new knowledge. His men talk of the Greek fire in the taverns, say openly they seek a way to match it. Every day when the wind rises, they fly strange kites with boys in them from the decks of their ships. If you could tell him how to make Greek fire, he might go with you, or send another." "I know no way to make Greek fire," said the greybeard slowly. The shepherd spoke again. "Then it will have to be the woman." To cover the silence that fell, the tailor raised his voice in a cry of approval of his own wares and amazement at his prices. "It will have to be the woman," said the greybeard heavily. "So it is with men. Their own desires lead them to danger and to death. Their loins urge them to give life. But every life they give is another hostage to the evil one. God, the Father of the Christians. Jehovah of the Jews," added the shepherd. "The Prince of this world," said all the men in the booth together. Ritualistically, each man spat briefly and secretly into his palm. Shef, the object of so much hidden scrutiny, rose finally from the table where he had been sitting, throwing down a silver penny with his own head on it, as payment for the strong resined wine. The Jews had no such prohibition as the Mohammedans against strong drink, though they did not consume it in the everyday fashion of the Latins or the determined drunkenness of the way-folk. "Let's go back to the ship," he said. Svandis shook her head. "I want to walk round, talk to people." Shef's face showed surprise, dismay, alarm. "You did that before, in Cordova. You were away all night. You won't—" She smiled. "I won't treat you the way I did poor Hund." "There are no slaves here, you know. What language will you speak?" "If I can't find anyone to talk to, I'll come back." Shef continued to stare down at her. Since they had mated on the deck of the Favnisbane a bare day and a half before, he had thought of nothing but her. It seemed to be part of his nature that once he was attached to a woman, no other would do, no other thought could enter him, except what had to be done. Now there was nothing to be done. Yet something told him that this was a woman who could not be held, who would rebel at the suggestion of it. And soon the wind would rise. "Come soon," he said, and walked away, waving already for the boat and the rowers that would take him back to the Favnisbane. As the afternoon breeze began to rise, the kite handlers prepared for yet another trial flight. A small elite of them had grown up. Quicka and Ozma had places as of right. They had been companions of the One King in all his exploits. Even more important, both of them had now ground into them the deep belief that there was a technical solution to every problem. Technical solutions had raised both of them from slavery to wealth. First the catapult, then the crossbow, then case-hardened steel, then water wheels, windmills, the cam, the trip hammer, and the mill-driven bellows. They were used to the immense difficulties of putting ideas into practice, turning imagination into technology. They knew it could be done. Perhaps most significantly, they knew it had to be done by trial and error, by combining the knowledge of many. Failure one day did not deter them the next. Their conviction was contagious. Another member of the gang was Sheffy, the squinter. He too had belief enough, as the others recognized, to throw himself off a cliff and expect to live. Hamma and Trimma were the line handlers. Godrich and Bala cut and stitched the precious kite cloth given by Benfirnas. All the half-dozen ship's boys of the Favnisbane, recruited originally by Ordloff the skipper to man his yards, were eager contenders to be flown aloft, watched with bitter envy by their counterparts on the other 6 two-masters. All the kite handlers were English, all except the boys were men rescued by the way from slavery. The Vikings from bronze ships showed a certain curiosity, and were ready enough to man their oars and act as retrieval or rescue ships. Their own sense of dignity, though, seemed to hold them back from the manic, jostling, try-it-and-see activity of the experimenters. Most important member of the elite was the king himself, too often forced to worry about other matters, always returning like a hungry bee to the nectar of flight. Hogbarth, priest of Njörð, while half disapproving of the whole project as a threat to seamanship, nevertheless saw it as his duty to the way to record the experiments. He often found it difficult to get close enough to the apparatus to see what changes the stitchers or the line handlers were making. "See," said Quicka finally as the preparations reached completion. "We think we got it rigged absolutely right now. And we had to make 2 changes that the Arab fellow in Cordova didn't know about." "You took out all the hen feathers," suggested Shef, remembering the total failure of the dive from Stamford Tower. "No feathers at all. Like the old Arab said, you got to fly like a man, not like a bird. And the old Arab was right about another thing. You got to stop thinking sail. You don't want the wind to push you. You want it to hold you up. So you got to rig this kite here." Quicka struggled with the concept of asymmetry, settled in the end for different at both ends. Wider upwind, narrower downwind. "Right. Now the 2 things we've figured out are these. First, he launched with the boy in the sling facing upwind. Good idea for staying up. Not so good if you ever decide to try to fly free." The 12-year-old Tolman, most favored and practiced of the apprentice flyers, bounced on his feet with eagerness as Quicka said the words, was immediately kidney-punched by a jealous rival. The king unwound the 2 boys with the ease of practice and held them apart at arm's length. "Go on," he said. "It's kind of—" Quicka again struggled with an idea, this time what a later age would call counterintuitive. Settled for, "Not the way you'd expect. But we've tried launching with the boy facing downwind. It means he doesn't keep his eye on the ship." "I watch the sea and the sky," shrieked Tolman. "I watch where they meet. As long as that's straight and beneath my chin, I stay up." "And the other thing we've found out," continued Quicka determinedly, "pretty much like the Arab said, is you need 2 sets of controls. One for up and down. Those are the wing things that the boy works with his arms. But it stands to reason you have to have left and right as well. So we fitted like a tail vane, like they have on weathercocks. He works that between his feet." Hogbarth, watching, looked carefully at the double square of sailcloth fitted now on the wider upwind mouth of the great kite. Hogbarth, skilled seaman as he was, had never seen a rudder. All northern ships used the traditional steering oar instead. Nevertheless, it was clear the idea could be adapted to water. "And today's the day we're going to try free flight," remarked Shef. "Are any of the boys prepared to risk it?" As the kidney punching broke out again, the men of the kite crew secured a boy each and held them firmly. "We better stick with Tolman," said Quicka. "He's skinniest and he's had most goes aloft." "And he's worthless," added Osmond, Tolman's second cousin. Right. Now look, you men. Is there any risk in this? I don't want to lose even Tolman, even if he is worthless. Bound to be a bit of a risk, said Quicka. After all, he's going up 500 feet. No one can fall that far and just walk away. But it's over water. Warm sea. Recovery boats well downwind and watching. We've never had a kite just crash into the water. Worst they do is settle slowly. All right, said Shef. Now show me the line release. Quicka showed him the single thick mooring line led forward to a place by the flyer's right hand. Showed him the dog-lead clip that held it, the neat contrivance that ensured a few inches slack even when the kite was tugged by the wind. When he hits the water, he'll have to get out of the sling. Make sure he has a sharp knife. In a sheath round his neck on a lanyard. All right, Tolman. You're going to be the first man from Norfolk to fly. Struck by a sudden thought, Shef looked round. That Arab Muatia, where's he gone? I'd like him to see this so he can tell his master. Him. Quicka shrugged. He used to hang round saying things. We never understood him, but we could guess. One of those it'll-never-work people. You get them everywhere. Anyway, we got fed up with him, and Solomon, whatever we're supposed to call him, he took him on shore and locked him up. Said he didn't want him running off to Cordova too soon with some story about treacherous Jews. Shef shrugged in his turn, went to stand by the rail while Hogbarth took command of the now-practiced routine of launch. The Fafnisbane tacking out against the onshore breeze, a good mile from the wall that guarded the outer harbor. Two of the fast and manageable Viking longships positioned close in, a mile downwind, ready to row for the point of splashdown. Two mule-armed consorts, the Hagenna and the Grendelsbane, a further half-mile out, spread wide north and south, not to observe the launch, to watch and ward against red galleys sweeping out of the haze, sharp-eyed boys with farseers at every masthead. They are playing their games again, said Hanasi, the prince, disapprovingly to the silent Solomon. It will never work, snarled Muatia to himself as he watched from a barred window overlooking the sea. How can barbarians compete with my master, the glory of Cordova? They speak Arabic no better than monkeys even yet. The woman is by the well, reported Thierry, the shepherd, to Anselm, the grey-bearded perfectus. She tries to talk to the women who come down to draw water, but in no language they know. The ships cruised out across calm water, only ruffled by the rising breeze. As the moment of launch approached, everyone aboard the Fafnisbane went into a now-practiced routine. Tolman wriggled into his sling. Four of the strongest men aboard lifted the whole frame of the kite to the rear larboard rail. Hogbarth at the steering oar judged the breeze. At the right moment, the Fafnisbane moving at her best pace with the wind abeam, he yelled one order. Instantly, the hands at the ropes hauled up both sails. The two-masted ship, still under way, swung bow into the breeze. The kite, filled with air, started to lift from its handlers. Quicka nudged Shef. Say the word, Lord. This is the big moment, like. You say it. You know the right moment. Quicka, judging breeze and ship's movement, hesitated. Then called sharply, Let her go! The kite lifted sharply away from the slowing ship. The handlers had begun by paying out line from a coil round palm and elbow. They knew now that that was too slow. Instead, their lines ran almost freely from neat coils on the deck, slowed every now and then by horny palms closing, just keeping enough tension to pull the kite back against the wind, gain another trifle of lift. The box of cloth and cane soared gently into the sky, watched by 1,000 eyes. Line almost all out, called the handlers. What's the signal for him to release? 2 tugs. Give them. High in the sky, Tolman, son of a quern slave by an eel-trapper, felt the 2 sudden checks on his rise, felt for the dog-lead clip, jerked it free, dropped it carefully behind him. Another check while the metal clip struck the loop through which the line ran. They had carefully made that bigger so there would be no jam. And now he was free, hanging in the sky on nothing but the wind. Slowly, with a caution belied by his normal behavior on the ground, Tolman began to test his controls. He was still rising. Could he level out? Alert to every shift of the frail frame, he tried the arm controls, to catch the wind and bring him down. Tolman had no theory about how anything worked. His decisions were based on trial and response. The lack of preconceptions of a 12-year-old combined with quick responses to teach him basic aerodynamics. Now he had the horizon level again. There was a moment to look down. Far ahead he could see the mountains rising high out of the narrow coastal plain. Here and there his eye was even caught by movement, by flashes of light that must be metal. And far off to the north, in the distance, a smudge that must be burning. Where was the harbor? With a slight catch at the heart, Tolman realized that free flight had one major difference from dangling on a line. He was being blown steadily away from the Favnesbane and from the recovery ships. Already the Viking boats were almost directly below him, a bare furlong from the land. He would be over the land himself in minutes, could see himself being carried miles away into the mountains. He must turn back. But how? Could a kite turn into the wind? If a ship could. If he could make it point down, surely the speed of descent would counterbalance the tug of the wind, as long as he did not dive directly into the wind. Gently, alert all the time for the first twinge of an unbalanced response, Tolman worked his foot controls, felt his craft heel away to the right, found himself automatically working the arm controls to lift the left side and lower the right. A mile astern, Shef and Steffi and the rest of the watchers saw the seemingly runaway kite turn into a slow and gentle bank. Oars threshed as the recovery ships prepared to race after it, now that it was turning back towards the sea. Hogbarth prepared to shout orders, make sail, head in the same direction. "Wait," said Shef, head fixed upwards. "I think he knows what he's doing. I think he's going to try to turn and come back to us." "Well, one thing's sure," said Steffi, with a defiant glare round for contradiction, made more defiant by his squint. "There ain't no doubt we can fly, and not with no feathers neither." In the last moments of his flight, Tolman, like Steffi before him, seemed to lose control of his craft and come down hard and fast. He hit the water with a splash and a cracking of canes barely 100 feet from the Favnesbane itself, the recovery ships well astern of him. Shef, who had shed his gold circlet and bracelets minutes before, dived and swam over, knife trailing from his wrist, ready to cut the lad free if need be. In the warm water he and half a dozen other swimmers surged round the still-floating kite. But Tolman had wriggled loose already, was treading water like a frog, holding his craft protectively. "Did you see?" he shouted. "Did you see?" "I saw," Shef replied, kicking gleefully in the bright sunlight. The anxiety and depression that had grown on him with the years had vanished. Nothing so pleasurable as splashing in the warm inner sea, far from the freezing waters of England. And the problem of flight was solved, or at least well begun. And he was the lover of Svandis. "I owe you a reward," he said. "The promised reward for new knowledge. But you will have to share it with Quicka and Steffi and the gang. Maybe the other boys, too." "I should get most," shrilled Tolman. "I took it up and flew it." On the shore by one of the gates out of the fortress city of the Jews, Anselm the Perfectus eyed the little convoy of mules and donkeys. "You have her?" he asked. "Wrapped up in a carpet, slung over the black mule. You can't see her because we've packed other bales round her. The gate guards won't notice." Thierry the shepherd hesitated. "One bad thing, me dons." "What's that?" "We lost Guillaume. She killed him." "One woman against 6 of you?" "We thought we had her. One each side of her, coming up from behind, grabbed the bottom of her dress, lifted it right over her head like a bag. You'd expect a woman to start shrieking rape and be too frightened to fight, arms trapped and her legs bare. So she had some kind of gutting knife in her belt, slashed her own dress right open, stabbed Guillaume right through the heart while he was trying to grab her arm. Ben I hit her one and she went down. Kept on fighting, though, while we gagged her. We did it in an alley behind the well, only women around, and I don't think anyone saw. I hope she has no brothers. I wouldn't want to have to fight one of them if that's what the women are like." "Guillaume has earned his release," said the Perfectus. "May we all leave the world as well and earn the right to pass out of it. Go on, Thierry. I will leave the message and then follow." The mule train passed through the guarded gate, headed across the plain and up into the nearby mountains. Svandis slung bound, gagged, near naked, but conscious over the lead beast. Chapter 14. As the dinghy approached the quayside, Shef realized that there was a considerable reception committee waiting for him. He could not see the prince himself, Benjamin Hanassi, but Solomon was there, and men he recognized as members of the prince's entourage, the captain of his guards. Their faces were grave, trouble of some sort. Could it be that the flight that they must have seen went against one of their religious rules? Were they about to tell him to take the fleet and go? They seemed to have no aggressive intention. Shef composed his face into a mask of rigid severity. As the boat was pulled up to the steps, he leapt nimbly out, straightened, marched up, Skaldfin the interpreter at his heels. Solomon did not waste words. "We have found a man dead in the city," he said. "My men cannot have done it. They were at sea or on their ships in harbor. Your woman might have done it, but she is gone." Shef's face paled for all his forced composure. "Gone?" he said. It came out as a croak. "Gone?" he repeated more firmly. "If she has gone, it was not of her own free will." Solomon nodded. "That may be. This letter was left with a boy from the Christian quarter. He was paid to deliver it to the captain of the city guard, and to say it was for the one-eyed foreign king." Presentiment hanging over him, Shef took the paper. Paper indeed, he noted, unfolded it. He could read Latin letters with some difficulty as a result of his childhood education, ineffective though that had been. Yet he could make little of what he read. "Nullum malum contra te nec contra mulierem tuam intendimus," he spelled out carefully. "Skaldfin, what does this say?" Skaldfin also took the letter, read through it, brow furrowed. "It says, 'We mean no harm against you or your woman. But if you wish to have her back, come at the 2nd hour of the day following this to the 10th milestone on the road to Raz. There we will tell you what we would have of you. Come alone.' It adds in different writing. Poor writing, it seems to me, and worse Latin. 'She killed a man when we took her. Her blood is forfeit.'" Shef looked round at what seemed suddenly to be an immense crowd, all silent, all watching him. The hubbub of the market had ceased. His own men had come up from the dinghy and were close behind him. He knew somehow that the men on his ships lying at anchor had realized something was wrong, and were lining the sides as well and watching him. Years ago he had decided on impulse to rescue one woman, Godive, from the slavers. But then no one had seen him do it except Hund, and the Thane Edrich, dead long since. He had no doubt in his mind that he had to rescue Svandis now, but this time he had to persuade people that what he was doing was right. He was less free as a king than he had been as a thrall. Two things he was sure of. First, Bronn and Thorvin and the others would not let him go alone. They had seen him vanish too often before. If he did not go alone, would the kidnappers kill their hostage? The other thing he was sure of was that there in the crowd there would be agents of the men who had taken her. What he said now would be reported. He had to make it look reasonable to them, acceptable to Bronn and Thorvin. He turned, looked behind him. As he suspected, other boats had followed him over. Bronn was climbing the steps, looking baleful and angry and bigger even than ever. Hund looked puny and anxious. Quicka and Osmond, too. They had cocked their crossbows, had the air of men picking their targets. Some he could rely on, some to be swayed. Shef aimed his voice at Bronn, but pitched his voice high, to carry, if it could, even across the water to the watching ship crews. "You heard the letter Skaldfin read, Bronn?" Bronn twitched his silver-mounted axe, battle troll, in reply. "Years ago, Bronn, you taught me the way of the Dranger, when we marched to York and took it. Does the Dranger abandon his comrades?" Bronn saw in an instant which way the questions were going, and who they were aimed at. He himself, Shef knew, would cheerfully have dropped Svandis overside as a sacrifice to Ran, goddess of the deeps. Nor did he consider her a comrade, but a stowaway. But once she was considered as a comrade, a shipmate, however junior, then public opinion among both Vikings and English alike was utterly solid against any desertion or sacrifice, and most solid among the most junior, the rank and file, the oar-pullers and shield-carriers. Before Bronn could frame a temporizing reply, Shef went on. "For how many comrades must an army march?" Bronn had no choice in answering this question. "One," he answered. An automatic pride straightened his shoulders, made him glare round at the watching Southerners. "And for that one must the leaders too risk their lives?" "All right," he said. "You're going after her, but not alone. Take the fleet, and if these pigs fry try to stop you—" He stepped forward, axe half raised. Anger at being outmaneuvered translated instantly to anger at any show of resistance. The guard captain's hand dropped to his hilt. Spears snapped forward from the crowd. Solomon lifted a hand and walked between the two groups. "We did not take the woman," he said. "The killing and the rape took place inside our city, and we too have an injury to avenge. If you have need of our assistance, it will be granted. But what do you intend to do?" Shef knew by now. This time, as he raised his voice, it was aimed at the listener in the crowd who must be there, the one left behind to report on how the message was taken. He spoke in his simple Arabic, the lingua franca of this coast. It would be understood. "I will go to the milestone if someone will show me the way, but not alone. I will go one of 13. As Skaldfin translated, Shef realized Hund was at his elbow. "Who will you take?" asked the little leech, his voice strained. Shef put an arm round him. "You, old friend. Quicka and Osmond. Skaldfin must come. I will leave Hogbarth and Thorvin to command the fleet. And Bronn must stay too. He is too heavy on his feet for the mountain roads. But I will ask him and Quicka to pick the best axemen and bowmen in the fleet." Solomon, too, was close beside him. "If you are prepared to trust me, I would come too. I have at least an idea of what this may be about." "I'm glad someone does," said Shef. They filed out of the city the next morning as the first streaks of light crept into the sky, and the birds in the fields began their eager song. The men were at least well fed and rested, even Shef, though he had hardly slept at all the night before. The long weeks of sailing with hardly a hand needing to be raised, and with the burdens of rule necessarily far away, had left him a layer of endurance that had not yet been touched. Solomon and Skaldfin followed him with Hund, who had hardly said a word since the news of Svandis's abduction, by his side. Behind the 4 of them came 9 others, 5 of them crossbowmen selected from the English crews. Quicka and Osmond led them, as was their right. As he checked the men's gear before the start, Shef had been surprised to see the villainous squint of Steffi among the picked men. "I said the best shots in the fleet," he snapped to Quicka. "Steffi's the worst. Send him back and get another one." Quicka's face shifted to the glassy obstinacy he used when confronted by a direct order he did not like. "Steffi's all right," he muttered. "He was mad keen to come. He won't let you down." "Crossbowman! He couldn't hit a cow's backside with the butt end of one," snarled Shef. But he did not persist with his order. Loyalty worked both ways. Shef was happier with the close combat bodyguards picked by Bronn. All Scandinavians, 2 Danes, a Swede and a Norwegian, all men with long records of success against men as big and strong as themselves. The Norwegian was a cousin of Bronn himself. Looking at him, Shef could see the Marvendil strain in him, the mark of the sea troll, in his eyebrow ridges and the flat-set teeth. He did not remark at it. Styr, as he was called, had killed 2 men already in England for laughing at the way he ate, and been exonerated. One of the Danes acted as the leader of the little group, his experience showing in his expensive jewelry and the scars on his forearms. Shef had asked him his name. "Bersi," he replied. "They call me Holmgang Bersi. I've been out 5 times. "I only 1, said Shef. "I know. I saw it." "What did you think?" Bersi rolled his eyes. Shef had won his Holmgang outside the gates of York, and against 2 men, but hardly in classic style. "I have seen better contests." "And I have killed greater champions," replied Shef, not ready to concede advantage. But Bersi and Styr and their mates were a reassurance to him. There was no doubt of the courage of the warriors here in the southern lands. But Shef could not see the slightly built cotton and linen-garbed Spaniards, whether Jew or Moor or Christian, holding their own for more than seconds against the barbed axes and iron-shod javelins tramping along behind him. He was safe at least from casual murder, and he bore with him at least a threat of revenge for Svandis. By the end of the 2nd hour, the heat of the day was rising, and Shef's troop looked less formidable than it had. The men were puffing, as they had been hurried along at a steady 5 miles an hour since dawn, taking turns to ride or trot alongside the overburdened mules that Solomon had provided. Sweat trickled from their hair and into the thick beards. Soon the sun would be shining directly on the mail of the Vikings. They would have to decide whether to shed it or roast. But at least the milestone was in sight, and not too far from the time set. Shef looked round. If there were to be an ambush, this was the most certain place for it. Quicka and his men had dismounted and were walking more easily now, heads up, crossbows cocked, alert for the first flash of lance or arrow. From the scrub came a trill of sound, like a bird call but less artless, the sound of a flute. Hair rising on the back of his neck, Shef swiveled his one good eye to see where it came from. A boy standing there. He had not been there a moment before. Was this some creature of the mountain, some half-god like the Marbendils of the northern waste, or the Finnish sorcerers from the snow? 5 crossbows were covering the lad now. 3 too many for security. Shef turned and looked deliberately in a circle. If the boy was a distraction, there would be an attack coming from some other point. Holmgang Bersi had got the idea at least, had moved off the track, javelin poised. But there was no one else. The boy stood motionless till he was sure no one would shoot from fear, then trilled his flute again, called out to Solomon. Shef understood not a word. "He says, follow him." "Where to?" Grimly, Solomon pointed up the side of the mountain. Hours later, Shef began to wonder whether the boy with the oat-straw flute were not some particularly devilish trap sent to kill them slowly. They had abandoned the mules and set off up the hillside grumbling. Now, the sun directly overhead, not a word was spoken. It had been an unremitting climb up a slope as steep as the thatched roof of a house, but covered in thorn scrub and sliding stone. The thorns held you back, caught in every scrap of clothing, where the boys seemed to glide beneath them like an eel. But they were not as bad as the stone. After a while, Shef realized he and all his men were making detours, going out of their way to avoid the scorching heat of the stone in full sunlight, burning bare hands and starting to sting through leather shoe soles. Even the stone was not as bad as the slope. None of the northerners were fit for walking after weeks at sea, but even a Finn from the moors would have struggled to keep climbing after the thigh muscles had long since gone past pain, after everyone had given up the thought of walking ever again, concentrating only on hauling themselves up the hillside with arms and legs together. But it was thirst that would kill them, thirst and heat-stroke. Dust rose off the ground, into nostrils often only a foot from it, coated the mouth and choked the throat. All had carried skins of water at the start. The first halt had come after less than a mile. They had become steadily more frequent as the climb went on. At the third halt, Shef, already croaking, had told the Vikings peremptorily to strip off their mail and leather, make bundles and carry it on their backs. Now he was carrying one man's for him. Stir, he saw, Bronn's cousin, had gone steadily redder and redder until he was the shade of bilberry juice. But now he was death-pale. The water was gone. And still the wretched boy kept vanishing, returning, whistling them in this direction or that. Shef turned to Quicka, keeping up a trifle better than the others, also carrying other men's gear besides his own. "Next time that little bastard comes back," Shef rasped. "If he takes off again, shoot him. Solomon." The Jewish interpreter seemed less troubled at least by heat and thirst than the others, though he too was gasping and staggering with fatigue. "Tell him, rest and water, or he's dead." Solomon seemed to say something in reply, but Shef ignored him. The little bastard was back. Shef reached painfully to grab his one garment, but he twisted aside, swept an arm impatiently, started to scuttle forward. Quicka had him in wavering sights, and there, just above, there seemed to be a crest with the boy disappearing fast over it. With his last strength, Shef struggled over it. Saw in front of him a small, mean village of a dozen houses, of stone that looked as if it had grown from the rock all around. More important than the houses, the flat green in front of it. By the side of it, trickling from the rock, a spring running into a stone cistern. Suddenly and clearly, through the relentless noise of the cicadas in the scrub, Shef could hear the tinkle of water running. He turned back, saw his men straggled out for 100 yards down the hillside. He tried to call out to them, "Water!" found the word stick in his throat. The nearest saw it in his eyes, came on with renewed energy. Far down the slope, Styr and Bersi, Thorgils and Ogmund crawled hopelessly on. Shef slid down the hill, seized the nearest, muttered, "Water," in his ear, pointed him to the crest line, slid on to the next. Styr had to be half pulled the last 50 feet, and when he reached the top, even with Shef's shoulder under his arm, he staggered like a drunk on the level ground. They were making a bad show, Shef realized, whoever was watching. They looked less like a king and his bodyguard than they did a troop of beggars with a dancing bear. He heaved Styr more firmly upright and snarled at him to pull himself together, look like a Drengr. Styr simply tottered towards the water, was met by Bersi with a bucket. He threw half of it over the gasping giant, thrust the rest into his hand. "He will die if he swills cold water in that state," remarked Solomon, holding an empty dipper. Shef nodded, looked round. The rest had drunk, seemed able to think of something other than their thirst. He himself could smell the water, felt the urge to throw himself at it and into it as the others had clearly done. They were being watched. If this had been a trap, it would have worked. For long minutes there, his men would have offered no resistance to sword or spear or arrow, unless it had been between them and the water. Shef stiffened himself pridefully, took the dipper full of water that quicked up past him, forced himself to hold it without apparent awareness. He walked towards the ring of watching men with his head up. They had bows and axes, but they did not look formidable. Mere working and hunting tools, and the men who held them, some 30 or so, looking like shepherds or fowlers, not warriors. No signs of rank were visible, but Shef had learnt to watch men's bearing. That one there, the greybeard with no weapon, he was the chief. He walked towards him, tried to speak sardonically, to say, "You brought us by a weary road." The words would not come out. He lifted the dipper, rinsed the dust from his mouth, felt it swirl across his throat. The urge to swallow, constricting, almost overpowering. He would show them who was master, of himself at least. He spat the water on the ground, spoke his piece. No understanding. The eyes had widened when he spat out the water, but just a furrowed brow when he spoke. He was speaking the wrong language. Shef tried again in his simple Arabic. "You took our woman." The greybeard nodded. "Now you must give her up." "First you must tell me something. Do you not need water?" Shef lifted the dipper, looked at the water in it, threw it on the ground. "I drink when I choose, not when my body chooses." A slight ripple from the listening men. "Tell me, then, what is that you wear on your breast?" Shef looked down at the sign of his god, the pole ladder of Rig. This was like the scene he had undergone long ago when he first met Thorvin. More was meant than was being said. "In my language it is a ladder. In the language of my god and the way I follow, it is a kraki. I met a man once who called it a graduale." They were listening now very intently. Solomon was at his side, ready to translate. Shef waved him back. He must not lose the intimate contact, even if all the two could speak was mangled Arabic. "Who called it that?" "It was the Emperor Bruno." "You were close to him? He was your friend?" "I was as close to him as I am to you, but he was not my friend. I have had his sword at my throat. They tell me he is close to me again now." "He knows about the graduale." The greybeard seemed to be talking to himself. He looked up again. "Stranger, do you know of the lance he carries?" "I gave it to him, or he took it from me." "Maybe, then, you would take something from him?" "Willingly." The tension in the air seemed to drain. Shef turned and saw that his men were on their feet again, weapons raised, looking as if they might be able to resist attack, or even, as they reckoned the limited odds against them, begin one. "We will return your woman, and feed you and your men. But before you return—" Shef's flesh shrank at the thought of retracing their steps, downhill or up. "First you must pass a test, or fail it. Either is the same to me, but to pass it might be good for you and for the world. Tell me, your god, whose sign you bear. Do you love him?" Shef could not help the grin from spreading across his face. "Only an idiot would love the gods of my people. They are there, that is all I know. If I could escape them, I would." His grin faded. "There are some gods I hate and fear." "Wise," said the graybeard. "Wiser than your woman. Wiser than the Jew at your side." He called an order. Men began to bring out bread, cheese, what looked like skins of wine. Slowly, Shef's men sheathed or uncocked their weapons, looked questioningly at their lord. But Shef had seen Svandis coming limpingly towards him, wearing only the slashed and blood-stained tatters of her white dress. To the Jewish scholars and counselors of the city-state of Septimania, the departure of their colleague Solomon, off in the mountains somewhere escorting the king of the barbarians on some pointless chase, came as a relief. Doubt was already strong as to whether Solomon had been wise in bringing the strangers to them. Yet it could be represented as a service to the caliph, their nominal overlord, to revictual and resupply men who had once been his allies, and who were at any rate enemies of the Christians now pressing so close. Nevertheless, one matter at least was outstanding, a worry to both prince and council: the affair of the young Arab Mu'atia. It was clear that he was a subject of the Caliph Abdurrahman, as indeed were they, the Jews of Septimania, at least in theory. Did they not pay to the Caliph the Kharaj and the Jizya, the land tax and the poll tax? And did they not guard their gates against his enemies and those of his faith, the Christians and the Franks? It was true that that guard did not extend in any way to limiting trade with their near neighbors. True, too, that the tax payments were made according to calculations done by the council itself, which would not have passed muster with the caliph's own tax collectors, none of whom any longer courted embarrassment by appearing in the city. Nevertheless, so said the majority on the council, there was no precedent for imprisoning the young man merely to prevent his return to his master. As the council debated, the old prince watched his learned men, stroking his beard. He knew what Solomon would have said had he been there, that the Arab would immediately flee to his master and report that the Jews had made common cause with the barbarians, the polytheists, that they were providing a base for a hostile fleet which had fled from contact with the Greeks, and now planned its own attacks on the peaceful countryside. Little of that was true, but that was how it would be presented and how it would be believed. In any of the Christian dukedoms or princedoms of the border country, such a matter would have been the simplest thing in the world. 10 words and the Arab would disappear. If he ever were inquired about, polite regret and ignorance would be expressed, and the baron or duke or prince would have thought no more about it than about pruning his roses. In a Jewish community that was not possible, not even desirable. Benjamin Hanassi approved of what his men would decide, though he knew it would be a mistake. A mistake in the short term. In the long term, the fortress of the Jews, the place where they had kept their identity in the long centuries of flight and persecution, was the Torah and the law. As long as they held to that, history had taught them, they would survive, as a people if not as individuals. If they abandoned it, they might thrive for a while. Then they would merge with the sea around them, become indistinguishable from the lawless, unprincipled, superstitious believers in Christ, their false Messiah. Tranquilly, the prince listened to the arguments, conducted as much to allow all members of the council to show their learning as to affect the final decision. Those who were putting the case for continued detention, in the way that Solomon might have done, were doing so passionately but insincerely, according to a convention understood by all. Against them was the deep reluctance of any Jewish community to order imprisonment as a punishment. Freedom to go as one pleased was one of the inheritances from the desert, which they shared with the Arabs, their cousins. It was the other side of the horror of exile from the community which was the council's ultimate threat against their own. The learned Moshe was summing up and preparing his final peroration. He was the Amoraim, the interpreter of the Mishnah. "And so," he said, looking round fiercely, "I will now speak of the halakha, which is the ultimate conclusion of this matter debated. First it was spoken and passed on from generation to generation. Now it is written and fixed forever. Treat the stranger within your gates as you would your brother. For this you will be thrice blessed." He ended, looking round. If his audience had not been constrained by the dignity of their place and cause, they would have applauded. "Well spoken," said the prince finally. "Truly is it said that the learning of the wise is a wall to the city, and that it is the folly of the unlearned that brings woe upon it." He paused. "And yet, alas, this young man is unlearned, is he not?" Moishe spoke up. "By his own account, Prince, he is the wonder of the world for learning, in his own way and his own country, and who should condemn the customs of another country or its wisdom?" "Just what you were doing this morning," thought Benjamin to himself, "when you gave us your opinions on the follies of the ship barbarians, with their king who tears a book to find out what it is, and asks the price of the paper, not of the contents. Nevertheless, I shall do as the feeling of the council directs," said Benjamin formally. He crooked a finger to his guard captain. "Release the young man. Give him a mount and the food he needs to reach the caliph, and escort him to our boundaries. Charge the cost against our next payment of the land tax to his master." The young Arab, who had squatted at the side of the room listening without understanding to the Hebrew exchanges that would determine his fate, recognized at last the tone and the gesture. He sprang to his feet, eyes blazing. Seemed for a moment as if he meant to burst out in complaint and accusation, as he had done 50 times already in his short captivity, but then thrusting it back in a transparent rush of policy. It was obvious what he meant to do. Rush off to make every bitter denunciation to which he could lay his tongue. Revenge himself with words for every slight that had been put upon him, real or fancied, by the barbarians of whom he was so jealous of their flying of kites. The prince turned his attention to the next case. It was true about the learned, he reflected. They were a strength, and the unlearned were a plague. But worse than both, alas, were the class to whom both the Arab Muatia and Moishe the learned belonged. The class of clever fools. Chapter 15. Inside the cool stone basement of the best house in the tiny village, the perfecti discussed what must be done, in whispers. "He does not speak our language. How can we put him to the test? He has some Arabic, as do we. That will have to do. It is irregular. The test must be given in the words of the test. It is we who make the rules, and we who can change them." A third voice broke into the exchange. "After all, he has already passed the one test, and he passed it without knowing he took it." "You mean the water?" "I mean the water. You saw the way his men came over the hill. They were blind with weariness and mad with thirst. They are northerners from cold lands, and seamen who never walk. The big one was near to death, and the king himself was so dry, we saw it, that he could not speak. Yet he threw the water on the ground." Another voice corroborated the third. "And before that he took it in his mouth. Then he spat it out. That is one of the tests. To refuse the man water till he can think of nothing else, then to give him it. To see if he can take it into his mouth and yet reject it, as a sign of victory over the body. The temple of the evil one, prince of this world. That is what the one-eye did." The first voice continued to complain. "He had not had long enough. In our test the man is kept without water for a night and a day." "Sitting motionless in the shade," replied one of his antagonists. "Our rule says that the candidate must be kept till he thinks of nothing else but water. I have seen candidates in better shape than that one when he came over the hill." "In any case," said a voice that till now had not spoken, but now spoke with the tones of one who gave a decision, "we will proceed with the test. For as we speak, the Emperor's men are tearing stone from stone, over our holy things and the bodies of our fellows." The gray cowls nodded slowly, in the end without dissent. Outside, his feet dangling over the edge of the near precipice that shut off the little village to the north, Shef sat with his farseer in his hand. Once he and his men had drunk their fill, it had been possible to look around, to understand the lie of the land. The village perched on a high slope, in what was a mere terrace in a sweep of baking stone and scrub. From high up, more terraces could be seen here and there, each with its little plot of trees and crops. Shef could see how people could live almost at ease up here. His farseer had caught dozens of scrawny sheep browsing the grass on far hillsides. Sheep meant mutton, and milk, and cheese. and one thing the villagers might count on, and that was that they would not be bothered by tax collectors. Only very tough and determined ones, and such would find far easier pickings elsewhere. Yes. It was clear that almost any kind of authority could be resisted up here, king or emperor, or church and emperor. In the coldly objective way his mind worked when he was left alone, Shef set himself to considering the information he had been given. One thing he had come to understand about himself during the years of his rule was this. Good or bad, he did not believe all that was told him, even all that he himself saw. But his disbelief meant that he did not need to lie to himself, as so many people he knew did all or some of the time. They believed what they needed to. He did not need to believe anything, and could see things the way they were. So he did not need to believe Svandis. She had greeted him and his men with tears of relief. Then, as he had seen, she had grown ashamed of herself, and talked harshly and fiercely to cover what had been her fear. He did not blame her. He had known veteran warriors do the same, and when she told him what had happened, Shef, piecing together what he knew of her history, had understood both her fear and her shame. A woman taken from both sides with her dress whirled over her head. No woman wore anything beneath her dress, whatever she wore over it. A woman with her arms trapped, naked from breast down, could think of nothing but rape. That was why it was an offense in all the northern codes of law to raise a woman's clothing above her knee. But Svandis had not needed legal prompting to think of rape. She knew all about that. Shef was proud but not amazed that she had slashed herself free and killed a man. He had seen her grandfather do the same, starting unarmed and half-drowned against 2 men who held his arms. She had the blood of Ragnar indeed. But the fear had struck deep into her. What she said about her captors was tinged by it. And she said that they were savages, worse than the deepest heathens among the Swedes, cold and heartless. She had heard tales of them from the women in Cordova, she said, and that at least must be true. That in the mountains lived this sect where the men hated all women and the women all men, where every joy and delight in the world was rejected. And that is how they are, Svandis said again and again. You can see it when they look at you. I stood there when they set me free with my legs bare and my body displayed like a dancing girl, and they looked at me. And then they looked away, all of them, even the mule drivers. I would rather have heard your men shouting the things they do at women they see. They rape women and hurt them, but that is because they need them at least. Here you can see the hate in their eyes. Fear-talking, Shef reflected as he sat at ease looking out over the mountains and the passes beneath. Yet there might be something in it. It had a kind of relation to what Solomon had said, after he had consoled Svandis and she had gone to sleep under guard and in the sun. After he had told Solomon what they had said about the test. Solomon had thought for a long time and then approached him, keeping his distance even from his colleague Skaldfinn. Something you should understand, he said. Something few know. You may have thought these people are Christians. Shef had nodded. He could see a crucifix on the wall of what seemed a rude church. Folk who walked past it knelt, crossed their breasts. They are not. Or if they are, it is of a kind that has no dealings with others. Few even with my people. You see, the followers of Mohammed, the followers of Christ, my people, the Jews. They fight each other, they may persecute each other, but they share many things. To Islam, Christ was one of the prophets. To the Christians, their God is also our God, only they have given him a son. The Mohammedans believe in one Allah as we believe in one Jehovah. Like us, they will not eat pork or meat which has not been bled. You see, we began on the same side. These people here are different. They do not believe in our God at all, or if they do, they reject him. How can you reject God and reverence the crucifix? I do not know, but they say that to these people the God of Abraham is the devil, and that they make images of him only to defile them. And they say also, Solomon's voice dropped even more, that since to them God is the devil, that they have made the devil himself their God. They are devil worshippers. That is the talk of the hills. I do not know how they worship him or with what rites. Solomon could not be relied on either, Shef reflected. It was the people of the book again. At bottom, the three great religions that had come out of the East were all religions of the book. Different books, or the same book with different editions. They despised anyone who did not hold to their book, called them devil-worshippers. They despised him for a start. He had seen the look in the eyes of the Geonim, the scholars of the law. If they despised him and the way, and they despised also this strange sect of the hills, then maybe he and they had something in common. Women-hater, said Sfondis. Did he hate women? They had brought him no luck, and he had brought none to them. His eye sweeping over far distances as the haze cleared in the sun, and the far-seer let him probe out to the horizon, Shef saw again and again flashes of bright metal down on the roads through mountain passes. He remembered what Tolman had said of what he could see at the top of his flight. Metal moving, and on the edge of sight, Tolman said, a great pyre burning. His mind emptied, his eye reaching far into space. Shef felt the strange blankness of the waking dream come over him. A better feeling than the last he had had, the dream of the shrouded corpse. This time his father was there. He's loose, you know. There was still the tone of mirth in his father's voice, of secret knowledge, of cleverness which he knew had no match. With it there was a new tone of uncertainty, even of fear, as if the god Rig were realizing that he had set something in motion which even he, with all his cleverness, might not control. Shef spoke back to his father silently, in his mind alone. I know. I saw you loose him. I saw him climbing the stair. He is mad. Thorvin says he is both father and mother of the monster brood. In his new mood of disbelief and defiance, he did not bother to add the question, why did you do it? An image began to form before him, not with the usual fierce clarity, but blurred, as if through the poor glass and uneven lens of a farseer. As it formed, his father's voice talked over it. The gods, you see, long, long ago, in the time of your namesake, the first king Shef. That was when Balder was still in Asgard, Balder the Beautiful, so beautiful that all things on earth except one had taken the vow not to harm him. So what did the gods, my father and my brothers, what did they do to amuse themselves? Shef could see the answer. The god at the center, so bright-faced that it was impossible to look at him, a blaze of beauty, tied to a stake. And around him fierce shapes, mighty arms, hurling weapons at him with all their strength. An axe span away from the side of the god's head. A lance with deadly triangular point rebounded from his heart. And the gods laughed. Shef could see the familiar red-bearded face of Thor turned up to the sky, mouth open in an ecstasy of mirth, as he hurled his deadly hammer again and again at his brother's skull. Yes, said Rig, till Loki showed them. Another god being brought forward to the throwing line, a blind god, Loki, at his elbow. A different Loki, Shef noted. Same face, but without the marks of poison and of rage, without the look of bitter injustice. Clever and shifty still, even amused. The brother of Rig, there was no doubt. Loki put a spear in the blind god's hand, the spear of mistletoe, the plant so weak and so young that the strong gods had not bothered to ask it for its vow not to harm Balder, their brother. The gods laughed even louder at the sight of the blind man with the feeble twig lining up to throw. Shef could see Heimdall, Frey, even the grim one-eyed Odin calling to each other and slapping their thighs in merriment. Till the dart struck. The god fell. The light of the world dimmed. You know what happened then, said Rig. You saw Hermod ride to try to bring Balder back from hell. You saw what they did to Loki in revenge. They forgot something. They forgot to ask why. But I remembered. I remembered Utgarðar Loki. Utgarðar Loki? Shef wondered. He was used now to the vagaries of English and Norse, still so similar. That means out-yard Loki. Where there is an out-yard Loki, there should be an in-yard Loki. Utgarðar Loki was the giant who challenged the gods to a contest. And they lost. Thor lost the wrestle against old age, failed to drink the ocean, failed to lift the Midgard serpent. His boy Thjalfi lost the race with thought. Loki lost the eating match with fire. In the background, as if through the Farseer again, Shef could see an immense hall, one greater even than Odin's Valhalla, and in it a table piled high with joints of beef and bear, man-meat and walrus, a table stocked from the smoke-house of Echegorgon. At one side of it a god sat gobbling, thrusting the food into his mouth with sweeping movements of the arms, not chewing but snapping like a wild wolf. Down the other side raced fire, fast and deadly as the fire of the Greeks. "Which Loki lost?" asked Shef. "The god Loki, not the giant Loki. You see, Loki was on our side once, or at least half of him was. That was what I remembered and the gods forgot. But if you forget, he becomes the other Loki, the Loki outside the home guard, the monster in the darkness." "I don't understand," thought Shef. "If this all comes from my mind, as Svandis says, then it is some part I do not know. In Loki and out Loki? And Loki contesting with fire? The word for fire is Logi, though Rig did not say it. Loki against Loki against Logi? In Logi and out Logi too? And who is this first king Shef?" He shook his head in a kind of exasperation, and as he did so the vision cleared. He saw the far-off mountains beginning to thrust their peaks through the tatters of his dream, of the scene in the giants' hall, devouring god and devouring flame, a hand on his shoulder pulling him back from the near precipitous drop in front of him. "Are you all right?" Svandis's copper hair and bright eyes looking into his own. Shef blinked once and again. "Yes, I saw something. From a god or from my own mind I do not know. Whichever it is, I will work it out for myself." Shef rose to his feet, stretched. The rest had done him good. The rest and the exhaustion of the morning. He felt as if he had sweated out the soft living and the mental strain of the years of rule. He felt like a Drangar again, like a Carl of what had been the great army, young, strong, and cruel. "Quicka," he hailed. "See that barn door over there? Think you can hit it? You and your mates put 4 quarrels each into the middle of it as fast as you can shoot." Shef watched impassively as the crossbowmen, not understanding but ready to show their paces, sent iron bolt after iron bolt thudding deep into the middle of the door. The villagers who had been quietly watching, their own bows and spears never far from hand, stared uncertainly. "Stir!" Shef shouted when they had finished. "Take your axe. Go chop those bolts out and give them back." Grinning, Stir walked over, axe swinging loosely. He was glad of a chance to show his mettle after the near collapse of the morning. The axe whirled and struck like the hammer of the gods, chunks of old oak flying with every blow. Shef could see the villagers staring uncertainly at each other. Stir did not look like a man who could be brought down by a collection of half-armed shepherds. Professional warriors in armor would filter to the rear rather than face his axe. "They are poor people," whispered Svandis, "and wood is scarce up here. You are destroying their door." "I thought you said they were savages and devil-worshippers." "Well, whatever they are, I know this. Time for them to worry about us, not just us worry about them." Shef turned from the demonstration as Stir walked back to Quicka with a score of bolts in his enormous brawn-like hand. He patted Svandis gently, still less than decent in her rags. "I am going to sleep now. Come lie next to me." The sun was no more than a hand's breadth from the horizon when the guide came for him, a burly man in the sweaty woolens of a mountain shepherd. Svandis snarled at him as he came towards the northerners. "That is the one, Thierry," she muttered. He looked down at Shef, sprawled on the grass, and said without question, "Bien." Shef rose, reached for his sword belt standing propped against the barn wall. For this trip he had armed himself with one of the issue weapons of the Favnisbane, a plain brass-hilted broadsword. The guide shook a finger from side to side. "Non." The rest of what he said made no sense to Shef, but the tone was unmistakable. Shef put the weapon back, straightened himself, made ready to follow. As the 2 men walked off, Shef heard a hail from Quicka. The guide turned, alerted by the menace in the tone. Quicka stared at him, pointed deliberately first at Shef, Then, with a sweeping gesture at the village around, he pointed again at Shef, jabbing a finger imperatively, then swept his arm at the village and drew the edge of his hand across his throat. Bring him back, it meant, or else. The guide did not respond, but turned again and led Shef at a fast walk away across the little patch of land and immediately up a stony trail into the mountains. Shef followed, his legs stiff from the morning's climb, but working off their pain as he strode out to keep up. The path, if it could be called a path, led them from stony outcrop to stony outcrop, climbing slightly, but mostly going across the side of the mountain over patches of boulder, shifting scree, and again, round the head of craggy ravines. From time to time the mountain sheep, browsing everywhere as if they were goats, raised a head or bounded away at their passage. It reminded Shef of the path he had taken to the house of Echegorgon years before. Only here the sun warmed the stone instead of merely casting a pale light on it, and the air was full of the scent of mountain thyme. The sun sank further, touched the horizon, and crawled beneath it. Still there was light in the sky, but fading. If he were left alone on the slope, Shef decided, he would make no attempt to return, find a flat stretch, and wait for day. As he walked, he began to mark possible resting places near the path, not a place for explorations in the dark. His eye left Thierry, the guide, as he hurried on 5 or 10 paces ahead. The path kinked abruptly left, round the side of yet another stony mass jutting out of the side of the mountain. Shef stepped round it, found himself alone on the edge of a steep fall down to dry rocks below. He halted, stood stiff and alert. Where had the man gone to? Was this a trap? Too complex to be a trap. If Thierry had wanted to push him over an edge, he had had a dozen chances already, and Thierry knew he had left hostages behind. Shef looked round carefully. A crack in the stone, a black line in the fading light. Of course, a cave mouth, and Thierry standing just inside it, watching him. Shef walked over to him, gestured to him to lead on. Inside the cave mouth, a mere split in the rock barely 3 feet wide. Someone had left a candle. Thierry struck sparks from flint, lit it, walked on, now moving more slowly. Shef followed the little patch of light. As he walked on, he began to feel, through the worn leather soles of his shoes, that he was treading on loose rock with sharp edges. He bent, picked one up, studied it in the faint light of the candle a few feet ahead. It was flint, sure enough. Shaped flint, stone chipped and flaked to produce a kind of point like a spear point. Echegorgon had done the same, only his points and implements were 4 times the size, made for the race of trolls. Shef threw it down, walked on. The cave led on and on, with every now and then the black line of some branching passage showing momentarily in the light. Shef began to feel more anxiety than he had done so far. If he were abandoned now in the dark, the chances were he would never find his way out. Retracing his steps in the dark might seem easy, but he would be feeling his way. Easy, indeed unavoidable, to take a wrong turning. Then he would wander in the blackness till thirst took him. His lips dried at the thought, remembering what thirst had felt like only that morning. Better than the sword would have been a waterskin and tinder box. Thierry had paused to let him catch up. In the candlelight, Shef saw something else on the walls, signed to Thierry to move the light closer. Paintings. All over the one flat wall on the left of the passage, paintings of animals done with perfect fidelity, not like the half-abstract dragon and beast shapes of the north. A bull, Shef could see. The sheep of the mountains, just like the ones wandering outside. And there on its hind legs what seemed to be a massive bear, a black bear as big as the white ones of the Arctic. A spear jutted from its chest, and round it pranced tiny stick-like man-figures. "Pintura," said Thierry in an echoing rumble. "Pintura de los vecios, nostros padres." His voice contained in it a note of pride. He walked on, stopped at the end of the gallery at what seemed to be a blank, unbroken wall. He pointed at himself, shook his finger negatively, pointed at Shef, made pushing gestures. "I stop. You go on." Shef looked at the blank wall carefully. At its base there was again a black crack, an opening. It did not seem deep enough for a man, but that must be the way through. A crawl, not a walk. As he realized what was meant, Thierry began suddenly to walk away, took 5 paces with Shef beginning to reach out after him, then blew out the candle and vanished. Instantly Shef stopped dead. If he ran after Thierry in the dark, he would lose his bearings, perhaps never come back to the wall and the gap. Yet there must be a way through there. That was safety, or at least the way through to the test. And if there was a test, there was a way to pass it. Better do that than struggle in the dark. Slowly, Shef turned, careful to retrace his movements exactly as he remembered them, groped his way back to the wall, felt till he could touch the edges of the crack. Very faintly he could feel air blowing through. So there was something on the other side. Dropping onto his belly, he began to squeeze forward under the lip of rock. Halfway through, his groping hands met hard rock. He felt to either side. Rock as well, and no opening below. The edge of the rock lip under which he had crawled ground painfully into the small of his back. He did not think he could push himself back now. His ribs would catch. If he did not find a way through, he would lie here under the mountain till he mouldered away. But he had been in this situation before. The makers of the old king's barrow from which he had rescued treasure and scepter, they had used the same trick. Maybe all treasure guardians used it. He was in a bend like the shape of the U rune, and there would be a passageway above his head. Sure enough, the groping hand he could thrust a few inches above him met no resistance. Yet he could not crawl through the way he had begun, or his back would break. He should have gone through on his back, not his belly. The sweat of fear had begun to break out on him, fear at the thought of lying here trapped for eternity. That was an advantage. And underneath him was not rock but sand or shale. Methodically, Shef began to scrape what he could from underneath his belly, making a little hollow in which to turn. He drew in his breath to reduce his midsection every inch it would go, rolled, tried to force himself over. Stone dug into his sides, his leather belt seemed to catch on some projection. He twisted with panic force, felt the belt tear and give, felt himself roll over. After a few seconds he found a purchase with his feet, began to force his back up the rock face behind him. A few painful inches, another moment of seeming immobility. Then he managed to get one knee under the lip of the crawl edge, found a better foothold, thrust his head up into the clear. There was a ledge behind him, breast high. He turned once more, pushed himself up, got a knee over and crawled out of the pit. As he did so, perfectly clear in the still black air, he heard a long hiss, the scratch of scales on stone. He could see nothing, but somewhere close to him in the blackness he knew there was a serpent. He shuddered involuntarily. The dream of Loki and the serpent pursuing up the staircase was still with him, and the moment when he found himself in the Ormgarth of the gods. Yes, Svandis had explained it. The marks in his flesh where the snake had seemed to strike. They were his own mind playing tricks on him, like women believing themselves pregnant. The dream of the climbing feet in the Ormgarth, they came from a memory of Bran and a mixture of guilt and fear at the death of Ragnar. But Shef had seen the death of Ragnar, had seen the adder strike him and the face turn blue and swollen. That had been no dream, and this was no dream either. There was a real snake somewhere in the blackness. Snakes had senses humans did not. It could detect him, could strike before he could raise a hand to defend himself. There was someone in the blackness close to him as well. Someone, not some beast. Shef's sensitive ears could catch a faint scuff of sole on stone. At the same instant Shef felt around his neck an embrace of cold scales. A snake as thick as his arm had been dropped round his neck. It was the faint reek of sweat that saved him. If it had not been for that, he might have shrieked, clutched unavailingly for the neck of the thing round him, been bitten again and again by the angry rat snake, and perhaps run fruitlessly into the darkness, there to die not of poison, for the rat snake held no more in its fangs than was needed for its rodent prey, but of thirst and despair. But the sweat stink was that of Thierry. Shef realized in the same instant that Thierry must have come round the rock wall which he had been made to climb under, had no doubt seen or sensed his progress all the way, was here to administer the next stage of his test, was waiting for the stranger to flee in panic. Shef stood stock still, felt a forked tongue flicker across his face as the snake got its bearings, felt the scales rasp slowly across neck and body and leg, as it determined which way to go and slithered down to the ground and off about its business. After it had gone, Shef stood for a while motionless, not from fear. He was beginning to grow angry at the way he was always held at disadvantage, At the thought of Thierry laughing silently in the dark, he mastered the anger, considered what he had already learned. These people were testing him. They did not mean to kill him, so much was clear. If they had meant to kill him, he would be dead already. They were testing him, and they wanted him to pass the test. If he did, they would want something from him once he had passed. That did not mean that they would not kill him if he failed. The sensible thing was to walk slowly forward and to be alert for the next test. They would try to surprise him. Do not react instantly, whatever they do. He stepped forward, feeling carefully for footing with each step, arms spread wide for balance and warning. Someone gripped him round the body. Again he could not repress the jump, the shudder of fear. But this was no hostile attack. The arms that closed round him from in front were warm and naked, an embrace, not a grapple. Lips kissed him suddenly on the chest. Automatically he closed his own arms round the person who held him. A woman. He could feel her breasts push against him. A naked woman. He dropped his hands, felt her buttocks, felt her immediately respond and push close against him, moving her groin up and down against his. A week before, sunk in the doubt of his own impotence, Shef might not have responded. Since then there had been Svandis. She had roused him, had proved to him that the fear and horror that had lain on him since the death of Queen Ragnhild were not of the body, only of the mind. She had shown it to him half a score of times since. His body was roused and full of repressed youth. Before he could so much as think of it, Shef's manhood had responded, was rising urgently. The woman felt it, seized it in her hands with a throaty chuckle of triumph, began to sink backwards. He could roll with her onto the stone, take his fill of her here in the dark, clasp her deep and spurt the seed into her where the sun never came. A test. Don't respond. The thought of the dark and the lost passages everywhere around bit cold into Shef's heart. The woman could not escape him now he had hands on her, but once he was done, what then? She would slide into the darkness like the snake, and he would be left alone and a failure, while the testers, whoever they were, watched and mocked. Shef straightened, gently pulled the woman's hand from him. She came back, pressing herself to him and moaning with passion. She was lying. Her moans were pretense. He unwound the arms from his body, pushed her to arm's length. As she twisted, he turned her round, slapped her sharply low down, pushed her away. He heard her bare feet on the stone for a pace or two. And then, almost dazzling to eyes long groping in the black, a candle flame. She had lifted a hood from a candle, and for an instant he saw her, naked, squat and middle-aged, vanishing into a cleft in the rock. Shef turned back in the direction he had been going, and this time leapt instantly 2 yards backwards. A corpse face had looked into his from no more than a foot away. Yellow, rotten, its teeth bared, the eyeballs sunk to mere shreds of leather. It was hanging from the roof with half a dozen more. He had been meant to see them at the same moment as the woman vanished, Shef realized. But the closest was on his blind eye. He had not seen it till he turned. Maybe he had been spared the first shock. And now the shock was over. It was a test. Don't respond. At least he now had light to see. Shef walked over and picked up the candle before doing anything else. The corpses. He did not think these would be their own folk, used in a trial. They buried their dead in stone up here, so he had been told. Every village had its secret sarcophagi somewhere, as every English village had its churchyard, and every Norse one its barrows and burning grounds. No, they did not look like villagers. One there had the face of a Moor, another still on him the leather, but not the mail of a Frankish lancer. Wayfarers, maybe tax collectors, ambushed in the mountains and kept here for use. The bodies swung on their ropes like the smoked corpses in the house of Echegorgon the Troll. But these were dry as tinder, mummified in the dry cold of the high mountain caves. Shef took a piece of cloth between his fingers, felt it crumble. Yes, dry as tinder. He could not bury these folk. But whoever they were, they did not deserve to hang here forever. He could give them a sort of burial. Stepping on from one corpse to another, Shef held the candle at the rags of clothing, watched them catch and flare, begin to work on the dry, withered flesh beneath. As he walked forward, a red glow filled the cave, showed him its full extent to either side, more paintings on the walls. In front of him another rock face, but no more than 8 feet high. Propped against it as if in invitation, a pole ladder, for all the world like the one he carried on his own breast. Nothing surprising there, he thought as he walked towards it. A true ladder with 2 supports and rungs between it. That is work for a carpenter, fitting rung to drilled hole. But anyone can make a pole ladder, whether in the north or the south, the mountains or the fens. Take a tree, a fir tree for choice. Take its trunk and trim off the branches, leaving only those which grow at either side alternately. First one for the right foot, then one for the left. It takes balance to walk up it, but no skill in the making. Once upon a time all ladders must have been like that, like the stone tools we have grown out of. Shef walked to the foot of the ladder, began deliberately to climb it as the corpses flared and blazed behind him. Chapter 16. The man who faced Shef at the top of the ladder, youngest of the perfecti, hesitated as he saw the head of the barbarian king reach the level of the rock floor on which he stood, and then continue mounting rung by rung. He knew what he was supposed to do, had seen it done a dozen times before. If the candidate for election entered the womb, passed the trials of the serpent, the woman, and death, and climbed the graduale out of the pit, then he should be met by the most junior of the council, the one who had passed the trial himself most recently, and the junior should put a drawn sword to his breast and ask him the ritual question, how may an old man be born again, and enter again into the womb of his mother? But it was supposed to happen in the dark. The candidate should have only the tiny candle flame, symbol of the secret knowledge, and should see nothing till the sword was at his heart. It was only ritual by that stage, for every candidate, whether he was prepared or not for the trials, knew the question and the answer. But they were not supposed to see the tester or his sword till they were face to face. In the lurid glow of the dry and burning corpses, Shef could see the man facing him perfectly clearly, could see the needle-pointed sword in his hand, could see, too, that he had no intention of using it. Behind the man at the front of the rock ledge sat a dozen more men in gray cowls, in a ring facing him. They, too, were supposed to be invisible until they spoke. As they realized they could be seen, the cowls looked this way and that, men shifted position, broke out in undignified whispers. To the tester and his comrades behind him, Shef himself, rising out of the pit with every stride, looked larger and larger, his shadow reaching out in front of him with a menace in it, as if the men murdered to outfit the trial chamber had sent a representative to take their revenge. The gold circlet on Shef's head and the gold bracelets on his biceps caught the red glow and sent angry glints across the secret chamber. "Why did you do that?" hissed the tester. The test had already gone wrong. He stretched the sword forward, found his wrist grasped easily by a man far his superior in strength. "Try again," said Shef. "How may a man be born again, and enter again into the womb of his mother?" The question of his dream, Shef thought. He had not known the answer then, but he had just undergone a test and passed it. The answer to this must have something to do with the form of the test, something Christian or half-Christian at least. How would Father Andreas have answered? Thoughtfully using the Arabic in which he had been addressed, the common speech of the border, Shef replied, "Cast aside fear, and lust, and the fear of death, and so climb out of the grave." "That is not the answer, not in the true words." "It's near enough," said Shef. The wrist he was holding was thin, that of a hunter or a shepherd, or even a priest, not a plowman. With the sudden exertion of his smithy-hardened muscles, he bent it backwards, heard a gasp of pain, and the sword ring on the stone floor. He released the wrist, stopped, and picked the sword up. Slight curve, one edge, needle point. A backstabber's weapon. Holding it in his right hand, he stepped towards the seated half-circle, stood looking grimly down at them. "Why did you set the men on fire?" asked the cowl in the center. "Because they were men, like you and me. I do not mind killing people, but I will not have them mocked in death. Among the men of the North, burning is as good as burial. Now, you brought me here by stealing my woman. You gave me a test, and I have passed it. You must have something to say to me. Say it. I expect there is an easier way out of here than the way I came. Say your piece, and then let us all go home. And for the love of all the gods, light some candles. I have no wish to speak in darkness or by the flames of a funeral pyre. The leader of the perfecti hesitated, aware that the initiative had gone from him. Yet that might be good. It showed at least that this man, this king, was no common man. It might well be, that he was the one they sought. To gain a moment's time, he pulled his cowl back, raised a hand, waved for the lamps to be brought out of their hiding places in the stone and lit. "What is it that you wear round your neck?" he asked. "It is a ladder, which I am told you call a graduale. It was the Emperor of Rome himself who told me that, many years ago and many miles away, sitting on a green hill outside a city wall." The perfectus licked his lips nervously. The conversation was getting away from him already. "It is the Holy Graduale," he insisted, "which we in our tongue call the Saint Grail. But before I tell you why it is that, you must swear to tell no one what is said here in this chamber. You must swear to be one of us. For if what I have to tell you were to come to the wrong ears, there would be in it—" He paused. "The death of Christianity." "You must swear to silence. What will you swear by?" Shef considered a moment. These people seemed to have no clear idea of how to deal with him. The death of Christianity. That was nothing to him. They should have understood that, yet he did not believe in swearing false oaths. It might bring bad luck. "I will swear by this," he said, laying his hand on his pendant. His Father in heaven, or in his own mind, whichever it might be, would not worry about a false oath, or an oath honored only to the letter. "I swear by my own emblem and by your holy graduale to reveal nothing of what I am told in this chamber." Tension began to drain out of the seated men, out of the one face he could now see. An elderly man with a face of shrewd cunning, the face of a successful trader among peasants. "Good. The story has come to us that you gave the Emperor the holy lance he bears. You must know, then, why it is the holy lance. It was the weapon of the centurion who stabbed our Lord on the cross." Shef nodded. "Why should there be a ladder to go with a lance? I will tell you. After the centurion stabbed our Lord, and the blood and water gushed over his hands, pious men prayed the Romans for our Lord's body. They were Joseph of Arimathea and his cousin Nicodemus." At the last name, all the seated men moved together, making a zigzag sign across their bodies. "They took the body down from the cross, and, of course, they used a ladder. That ladder is the graduale. They lashed the body to the ladder to carry it to the stone grave that Joseph had reserved for the man he accepted as a prophet. Now, King, I must ask you this. They tell me you were baptized, brought up as a follower of Christ. So tell me this. What is it that the Christians offer to those who believe?" Shef considered. This did not have the ring of ritual, seemed an honest question. He did not know the answer. As far as he remembered, Father Andreas had said that Christians should be Christians or go to hell with the heathen. Hell or heaven? Perhaps that was the answer. "They offer life," he said, "eternal life. And how can they offer it? How dare they offer it? They offer it because, they say, Christ himself rose from the grave. But I can tell you, he did not rise from the grave of Joseph, because he did not die on the cross. He lived." The perfectus sank back on his chair to see the effect of his words, not what he expected. Shef shook his head emphatically. "A German centurion stabbed him. He called himself Longinus. Stabbed him with an infantry-issued javelin, a pilum. I have held the weapon. I saw the blow. The blow was struck. It went astray." The perfectus considered the strange certainty of the man who faced him, went on. "It may be that crucified men kept upright with their arms above their heads, that they stand oddly, their hearts shift. It is strange that water ran out of the wound. Maybe Longinus pierced some other vessel. But when Joseph and Nicodemus went after the Passover to the tomb they had made, to embalm the body, they found the Christ alive, still wrapped in his shroud." It was Shef's turn to think, to recognize a kind of truth. 10 nights before he had dreamed another dream, of the man waking from the dead with his arms bound to his sides and pain in his heart, a dream of horror. But it could have happened. He had known men to recover on the battlefield as their comrades prepared to throw them in the pit. It had happened to Bronn himself, and Bronn too had recovered from a deep belly wound. It did not happen often, but it could. What happened then? They told a trusted few the truth, but soon the story spread that they find in the Gospels that the tomb was empty, that an angel had appeared, that Christ had gone down to hell to rescue the patriarchs and the prophets. The Christians say that story came from Nicodemus, for he was known to have had speech with Christ after his taking down from the cross. They read that story to this day in their false gospel of Nicodemus, but it is not true. The Christ did not die, nor did he go back to his followers. They nursed him back to life, Joseph and Nicodemus and the woman they call Mary Magdalene. Then, secretly, Nicodemus the rich sold his goods, as did Joseph of Arimathea, and they and Jesus and Mary came here to this country. They left Palestine to the Jews and the Romans to fight over, and came to the other end of the inner sea, but still within the old imperium of the Romans. Here they lived, here they died, here they bore their children, Jesus' children by Mary, and their seed is not yet dead. For we here, the people of the mountains, we can trace our blood back to him, and that is why we are the sons of God." His voice rose in triumph on the last words, and the men sitting round him echoed them. Yes, Shef thought, that is a tale the Christians would not like told. There is a great gap in it, for if the Jesus they claim descent from was merely another mortal, why should they call themselves the sons of God or believe in him? They have good reason not to. But they will have an explanation for that, just like Thorvin or Farman. Believers always do. "What then do you want from me?" he asked quietly. "The Grail. We kept it. It is in the deepest depths of Puigpunyent, but the Emperor knows it is there, has men digging for it every day. Soon, we fear, he will find it, and our holy treasures and testaments with it, and he will destroy them utterly, and the proof of our knowledge with them. We have to get them out, the Grail and the writings, or drive the Emperor away. You came into our country with our holy sign around your neck. You passed the tests of our mystery without aid or prompting. Some of us say that you are the holy Nicodemus risen again. We ask you to aid us." Shef scratched his beard. It was an interesting story. More interesting would be the way out. He was still in the power of these fanatics. "I am no Nicodemus," he said. "But tell me, if I can do what you ask, and I see no way to, then what can you do for me? Your beliefs are not my beliefs, and your fear is not my fear. What is the price? And you must know that I am already a rich man." "Rich in gold. They tell us, though, that you search continually for knowledge, that you and your men try continually to fly, to do what has never been done before. They tell us that you search for the secret of the Greek fire." Shef straightened, his interest immediately caught. "You know the secret of the Greek fire?" "No. That is something we cannot claim. We believe that no one knows that save some few of the Greeks, and even they, it may be, only one small piece each. But we know something of fire, and what we know we will tell you, if you rescue for us our holy relics." The red fires behind them had burned themselves out. The room was now lit only by the clear light of half a score of lamps, like any other room in which men might do business, apart from the stone walls all around. "I will do what I can," said Shef. The Emperor of the Romans was learning what so many harassed leaders have learnt throughout history, that the number of helpers in a large and difficult task increases the number of problems, unless those helpers are so disciplined that they never act for themselves or for their own interest. Those who knew him noticed the whitening knuckles and the tension in his neck. Those who did not noticed only his quiet voice and the care with which he appeared to listen. The Baron of Béziers was at odds, it seemed, with the Bishop of Besançon. Both contingents were about the same size, 100 men or 60, and both were rated as middling in loyalty and care. They were not locals, and so would contain no secret heretics in their ranks, but they were not men of Bruno's own blood either. Both contingents had been sent to the middle ring of the three that Bruno had drawn round Puigpunyent. there to patrol the near impassable scrub in the days and spend their nights sweltering in the heat that baked up from the scorched ground. They were arguing about water, as was everyone in the army. The Baron thought the bishop's men were calling off their patrols early in order to get there first with their horses and mules, and leave his men only foul water to drink. Not that there was any water for 10 miles round that was not fouled by now. And all the time Bruno knew his diggers and pickaxe men pressed closer and closer to the secret. Only this day they had opened up a secret passage within the stone wall they were demolishing, one that led from a hidden guard-robe in the walls down to the very foundations of the castle, to emerge in the depth of a ravine, an escape route when the castle might seem to be surrounded. Bruno was confident no one had taken it. If they had, the garrison would not have needed to fight to the last. But where there was one hidden way, there would be another. From time to time a great crash cut across the noise of the giant encampment, as another stone was lifted from its bed by 100 men with the sheer legs, and hurled into the choked gullies far below. Bruno's head hurt, and the sweat crawled down his neck, and he yearned furiously inside to return to the demolition, spur on the teams and gangs. Instead, he had to listen to two fools arguing in a language he could barely follow. The Baron jumped to his feet suddenly, cursing in his own dialect. The bishop shrugged elaborately, affected to misunderstand the gesture, took it as a request to leave. Yawning, he stretched his hand across the table, the episcopal ring glinting upon his finger. "Kiss my ring and depart," he pantomimed. The Baron, furious, slapped the hand aside. The bishop, sprung like the Baron from 10 generations of warriors, leapt to his feet in turn, hand groping for the weapon he did not carry. In an instant the Baron had his own dagger out, the long misericord designed for stabbing through armor joint or eye hole. Far quicker than the Baron, quicker than the eye could see, the Emperor's own hand shot out, seized the Baron's wrist. The ape-like shoulders moved beneath the patched leather jacket the Emperor still wore. A twist, a snap of bone, and the Baron was huddled against the flap of the tent. The guards drew their broadswords as a matter of form, but barely changed position. They knew from many battles and skirmishes that the Emperor needed no protection. He was more dangerous with his bare hands than a skilled knight in full armor. Tasso the Bavarian raised an eyebrow inquiringly. "Take him out," said the Emperor briefly. He drew a weapon in the presence of his Emperor. "Let him see a priest and hang him. Tell the Count of his county to recommend to me on the succession to Béziers. Send his men home." He reflected a moment longer. "They will be rebellious. Take 10 of them, cut off left hand and right foot, and tell them it is the Emperor's mercy. You, your grace," he added to the bishop, "you provoked him. I fine you a year's income of your see. Till it is paid, you have our permission to undergo the discipline which your hot blood needs. 10 strokes a day with the choirmaster's scourge. My chaplain will see to it." He stared across the table at the whitening face, the face which, after a very brief interval, decided not to provoke the Emperor a moment further. The Baron vanished, on his way to the already loaded gibbets on the edge of the camp. The bishop backed out, bowing and wondering how rapidly he could possibly raise 1,000 solidi in gold. "What's that noise?" asked the Emperor. Tasso the Lanzenbruder looked carefully out across the lines of tents and pavilions. "Agilulf," he replied. "Come at last." The Emperor's face broke into its unexpected charming smile. "Agilulf? He took his time getting here, but that means 1,000 men, good Germans with Lanzenorden officers to control them. We can pull out those rascals we have guarding the west face, and put some reliable fellows in their place. And I dare say Agilulf can find a couple of dozen good men with rope's ends to keep those lazy devils on the rocks working. Ha! They have had a nice holiday by the sea. They will be ready for some real work." Tasso nodded. The Emperor seemed to have cheered up. His mood swung a good deal these days. If the idiots in the tent had watched him carefully, they would have seen it was no time to provoke him. Now there might be a chance. "Those men, you told me to cut their hands and feet off," he ventured. 10, did you say? Or 5? Hands and feet, was it? The Emperor's smile vanished. He was across the tent before Tasso could blink or think of protecting himself. Not that he would have tried. "I know what you're up to, Tasso," he said, looking up from his little more than average height to the eyes of his strapping captain. You think I'm getting too tough with these bastards. Well, I'm getting tough because things are getting tough. There is no room for failure any more. Not with the devil loose. Not with the devil loose. Is the devil loose? Broke in another voice, the harsh and hostile one of Erkenbert the deacon, reporting to his master from the ground where he labored continually at perfecting his siege catapults. When that happens, we can expect signs and wonders in the sky. In the caliph's camp, too, the bodyguards were uneasy. Every dusk, as the army camped, the impaling posts were set up. Every night was made hideous by the shrieks of men who felt the spike driving up through their bowels, as they fought to keep their footing on the iron ring that held them from death. A brave man, it was said, could sink down and let the spike tear out his bowels and his liver from inside. It was a long way from rectum to heart, though, too long for any normal courage. The caliph was in a black mood, perturbed by the continuous defeats to which the followers of the prophet were little used. His navies burned or fled, his armies were trampled underfoot or hesitated, came on slowly and reluctantly as now. There would be more screams and deaths unless good news came soon, maybe even among the bodyguards. As they spread out the leather carpet and poised their scimitars, they prayed for distraction. The captain of the cavalry patrols approaching, dust matting his clothes. A young man dragged behind him by the wrists, struggling to get to his feet and shrieking imprecations. The bodyguards eyed each other with relief, waved the cavalryman through. A sacrifice for this evening already. Perhaps it would ease the master's mood. Muatia did not notice the caliph's baleful stare as he recovered his footing and angrily straightened his torn clothes. "You are the pupil of Ben Firnas," he said slowly. "We sent you to escort and guide the Ferengis of the north, the fleet with its strange machines that was to sink the red galleys of the Greeks. They did not sink the galleys, but fled, or so the survivors told me before they were led to execution. What story is it that you have to tell me?" "Treachery," hissed Muatia. "My story is of treachery." No word could better have suited the caliph's mood. He settled back on his cushions as Muatia, fury chafed by days of silence and contempt at sea, days of idleness and imprisonment among the Jews, told his tale. The Northerners' abandonment of the Arab cause, their cowardly reluctance to close with the Greeks, their ignorance sporting with the secrets of the wise. Most of all, the betrayal of the prophet and his servants by the treacherous Jews, protected against the Christians by the favor of the caliph, repaying it only by making common cause with pork-eaters and wine-drinkers. Muatia's sincerity was patent. Unlike anyone the caliph had heard speak for weeks, he gave not a thought to his own safety. His urge was only so much was evident to fall upon the enemies of the Shat al-Islam and exterminate them. Again and again his words veered towards criticism of the caliph. He had been too lenient. He had let his secret enemies gain courage from his forbearance. It was criticism the caliph was prepared to hear, the words of an honest man. "When did you last drink?" he said finally. Muatia goggled, became aware through his rage of his own thirst. "Before noon," he said huskily. "I rode through the heat of the day." The caliph waved a hand. "Bring sherbet for this faithful one, and let others mark his zeal. When he has drunk, let his mouth be filled with gold, and a dress of honor prepared. And now send for my generals and my admirals, and the keepers of my maps. Let all be prepared to turn our march against the Jews. First the Jews, then the Christians. The enemy within the gate, and then the enemy without." Marking the caliph's good humor, those who held prisoners to be brought in and condemned, to lighten the master's mood, silently withdrew them. They would do, after all, for another day. Chapter 17. The group on the deck of the Fafnisbane stared at Solomon with expressions ranging from doubt to horror. "Tell us again," said Bron. "He wants us to dismantle the kite, take it and enough material for 2 more up into the hills, with a mile of rope, Tolman and 2 more boys?" Solomon bowed his head in agreement. "Such are the instructions of your master." The eyes shifted to Steffi, standing a pace behind with an air of deep embarrassment. He shuffled his feet, unable to meet the concentrated gaze of his superiors with more than one eye at once. That's what he said, he muttered in confirmation. Enough for 3 kites and a guard. Load 'em on mules. Get it all up in the hills as fast as you can, only faster. That's what he said, right enough. There was no doubt about Steffi's loyalty, though there might be about his sense. At least these orders were not a trap. The eyes switched to each other, looked back in the end to Solomon. We don't doubt that's what he said, offered Thorvin. But things have happened here while he's been away. Things he doesn't know about. Solomon bowed again. Well, I know it. After all, my own master has given orders that all our outlying people, our traders and our farmers on the hillsides, are to come into the city at once for safety. We have known for weeks that the Emperor of the Romans is too close for comfort, though he seemed completely occupied with his army across the border. But now the Caliph is barely 2 days' march away, less for a fast rider, and the Arabs can move fast when they are so inclined, however slow the Caliph himself may be. We could have light cavalry at our gates in the morning. They may be in the hills already. Light cavalry be buggered, commented Hogbarth. What frightened me was those red galleys. Just turned up, no warning, like the Ragnarssons used to do. There we were, flying the kites off, 6 ships out there, and they came out of the haze as if they'd planned it, not even hurrying, just paddling along at 12 strokes a minute. Nearly cut us all off from the harbor just the same. If Tolman hadn't seen them first, we could all have been fried. If we hadn't had to wind Tolman in and recover him, we could have got out to the open sea and let them go by, grunted Bronn, continuing a long argument. Either way, they came up to the harbor just after we got inside, had a look in, burned off a fishing boat that hadn't seen them. Just deviltry that was, to show us they could do it, and kept on paddling north. But they aren't far away. Could be here before nightfall. We think it would be wiser, Thorvin concluded, speaking for all of them, if the king returned here and made preparations for departure. Solomon spread his arms wide. I have given you his instructions. He is, or so you say, your king. I do not debate with my prince once he has said his word. Perhaps you northerners are different. A long silence. Bronn broke it. Will your prince let us leave the city? He will let you leave the city. You are not under his protection. He will let me guide you. I am out of favor now. I spoke my mind concerning the release of the young Arab, and he is prepared to lose me. None of his other people may go. All right, said Bronn. We'll have to do it. Thorvin, hand over some silver to Solomon so he can buy the mules. Steffi, start getting the stuff together and work out how many mules you'll need. Pick the kite crews. Will you come with us, Lord? Asked Steffi. No. I'm not very good at fast moving, and something tells me you're going to come down that mountain a great deal faster than you went up. If you're lucky. I'm going to stay here and think about how to guard this harbor. Against anything, flame included. Miles further up the mountain, Shef was repeating an experiment, in his usual painstaking and skeptical way. He was familiar enough with the white residue that the head of the perfecti had shown him. So was anyone who had ever mucked out a cowshed or a pigsty. A white earth that condensed from the animal's urine, or so they said. What Shef had not seen before was the crystalline form derived from it. How had they come upon that, he had asked. The answer made a kind of sense. In English conditions, where earth was wet most of the time, and earth from an animal shed even more so, lighting a fire on the white earth was unlikely ever to happen. Here, in the cold, dry air of the mountain winter, where beasts were often stalled indoors, it was a natural event. Once the mountaineers had realized that the white earth made a blaze, someone somewhere had put that knowledge together with the knowledge of the Arabs, familiar already with alchemy, al-kul, al-kili, and other strange concepts. Now they knew that water trickled over the white earth from the animal sheds, the wood ash from the fires, and the lime crushed from limestone could be boiled to give these crystals. Salpêtrie, they called it, the salt of St. Peter. Or did they mean rock salt? Shef neither knew nor cared. He had realized soon enough that the Peter salt could not be the secret of the Greek fire. But it was interesting just the same, as were the other ingredients that the children of God had shown him. New knowledge once again. He had built a pile of kindling, a sequence of piles, and poured the crystals over each one. Then to each he had made a separate addition from the materials the greybeard Perfectus Anselm had given him. In normal life, each one would have to be lit painstakingly from kindling, and blown into life with the care that children learnt from their parents. Some people could light fires, some people couldn't. So ran the folk wisdom. The former group were bound for hell, where the devil would commandeer them. But these fires were not normal. Shef whirled the half-rotted stick a few times round his head to make the punk glow brightly, leant forward and tossed the firebrand a few feet onto the first pile of twigs. A soft whump, a bright glare, and the fire was collapsing immediately into fierce embers. He took another stick, stepped sideways 3 paces, repeated the process. This time the whump was followed by an instant livid green. "Copper filings for green," he muttered to himself. "Now what makes the yellow one?" "We call it orpiment, the golden color," said Anselm at his side, the greybeard leader of the Perfecti. "Oh, the Greeks give it some other name. Much of this our men learned from Greek traders. That is what made us think that it might be the secret of the Greek fire. Though the Arabs make colored flames like this too, when they light fires to honor their leaders and their prophet. They have much learning in what they call alchemy, the lore of burnings and distillations." "It is not the Greek fire," replied Shef absently, working his way down the line of piles and muttering a color and a substance for each one. "There is nothing pretty about that." "But you will not go back on your word to help us." "I will not go back on my word to try. But you have set me a hard task. Our men saw you flying strange machines. We thought you might swoop down on Puigpunyent like an eagle and carry off our relics through the air." Shef lobbed the last torch, noted the result, turned and grinned down at the smaller, older man. "Maybe one day we will know how to do that. But to land on a mountain, not the kindly sea, and fly away again without the lines and the crew and the wind to lift you? Carrying Odin knows what, as well as the boy? No, that would take the skill of Wayland, the smith of the gods." "So what will you do instead?" "That will take a great deal of work from all of us, from you and from my men, once they come. Show me again. Draw the map in the dirt where the Christians' camp is and how they have their guard posts." Anselm whistled shrilly, and the shepherd boy who had been playing on his flute of oaten straw rushed over. The next day, with the sun already beginning to sink, Shef called the whole of his party together. Heretics, northerners, and the kite gangs brought hastily up by Solomon, and went over once again all the pieces of his plan. The 30 men and 3 boys were out on a grassy ledge on the last mountain slope looking out over the plains, the rock of Puigpunyent clearly visible, even without the farseers. In a strong sun, anyone could see, also, that the plain down there was alive with men. Parties of riders moving one way and another, flashes of sunlight on weapons and armor from every gap in the scrub. It had been an uneasy ride to reach this place, with repeated halts and diversions. Anselm had turned out every man he could to act as a screen of scouts and spies. They were in their own country and close to their most secret fastnesses. Even so, reports had come back every few minutes of Christian riders out in the night, forcing Shef and Anselm and their men to fade from the paths into the rocks or the thorn scrub, till another soft call or whistle would lead them on again. They were safe enough where they were, or so Anselm thought. The ledge could be reached by only 2 paths, and both were by now heavily guarded. Just the same, it would be bad to attract attention. As he peered out all afternoon over the landscape, Shef had been careful to keep well back, to lie deep in the shadow of a bush. He spoke first to the men of his own party, the snatchers as he thought of them. There were only 7, including himself. The shepherd lad, whom Shef had privately dubbed Straw, from his endless thin piping. He was to be the guide. 4 young men chosen for their agility and speed. They were to be the carriers of the holy things. Shippey, youngest of the Perfecti. Shef had eyed him askance when Anselm had brought him forward. He was the man who had challenged Shef as he climbed out of the pit, and Shef had no high opinion of his presence of mind or even his courage. Nor was he even much of a lightweight like the others. Youngest of the Perfecti he might be, but he was at least 40, an old man by the measure of the mountains or, for that matter, of the fens, not one who ranged the hills all day or eeled through the brush in pursuit of game. Yet Anselm had said it must be so. Only the perfecti knew the way into the innermost sanctum. No, another could not be told how to find it. Apart from the breach of their strongest rules of secrecy, the way in was not something that could be described, only shown. So a perfectus must go with the company, and Richier it would have to be. Finally, Shef himself. Shef had seen Straw looking at him with much the same expression that he used when he looked at Richier, and he knew why. Among the lightly built people of the hills, Shef stood out like stir among ordinary folk. He was head and shoulders taller than any other man in the company, Richier included. He outweighed Richier by 50 pounds, and every other man or boy by 70 at least. Could he keep up when it came to speed? Could he creep undetected below the cover? Straw obviously thought not. Shef himself was more confident. It was not so many years since he and Hund had stalked the wild pigs together in the marsh, or snaked on their bellies to take fish from some thane's private pond. He had grown bigger and stronger since then, but little of the weight he knew was fat. If anyone could elude the scouts and sentries, he could. He had no fear, indeed, of being seen and killed in the night. He had a good chance, and death, if it came, would come cleanly, not as it had come to Sumarfugel. What did set a weight in his bowels and a chill at his heart was the thought of capture. For capture meant facing the Emperor. Shef had seen him close, drunk with him, felt no fear even when he stood with Bruno's sword point at his throat. Something told him now, though, that if they met again, the genial side of his old comrade would be gone, replaced by the fanatic. He would not spare a heathen and a rival a second time. Shef looked round the small inner circle of 7. Very well. We will start our ride as soon as I have finished speaking to the others. We work down into the plain behind our scouts, and at dusk we start to ride round in a wide circle, to come out on the other side of the rock of Puigpunyent, to the northwest. Then we leave our horses and follow Straw here through the Emperor's guard ring. You know that is asking a lot, but I promise you this. The Emperor's guards will all be looking at quite something else, if they are still there. A mutter of assent, if not belief. Stand aside, then, and be ready to go. Shef turned to the larger group standing further back by their machines. Quicka and his gang had brought light winches with them, mere cylinders of wood with a turning handle, and had spent a long hour slowly pegging them into the stony ground without noise of hammers. By each winch stood half a dozen of the ship's catapulteers, now turned kite-men, with by them the bulkier figures of the Vikings sent along to act as close-quarter guards. In front of each of the 3 groups stood a kite-boy, Tolman in the middle, to either side Ubba and Helmi. That was his name, a small, pale boy, little more than a child, a cousin of some crew members left orphaned and homeless by the wars. All 3 boys looked unusually serious and alert. You know what to do as well. Stay here, rest, light no fires. At midnight, Quicka, you can read the stars, fly off the kites. There will be a wind coming down from the mountains behind, or so they tell us. Then you, boys, when you are at the end of your ropes and flying smoothly, bring out your fires. Light each of your baskets in turn and then drop them. Make sure the cloths are unfolded before you start lighting. Drop them one at a time, counting 100 between each. Count slowly. Steffi, you count the baskets as they are lit. Once you have seen them all dropped, haul the boys in. Don't stop to unpeg the winches, just leave everything and follow Messer Anselm wherever he says to go. In the morning we meet up and all head back to the ships. Any questions? There were none. Shef moved over once more and looked carefully at the gear they had spent the day assembling. The basic idea was to put together Steffi's invention of the fall-delaying cloth with the thing that the heretics had shown him, the colored fires of the saltpeter and the Arab alchemy, bundles of dry twigs impregnated with saltpeter and sealed roughly with wax, a cloth tied by 4 corners to each one, each of them hanging from bent nails in the canework frames of the kites. Each cloth had a small hole in its center now. Steffi, experimenting continually, had discovered this prevented the trapped air from spilling sideways, gave a smoother and even a slower fall. The most difficult bit had been giving the boys fires to carry. There could be no striking tinder and steel in mid-air. In the end, they had borrowed a sailor's trick from the Vikings, who made long crossings in their undecked boats and could not always find dry tinder. Tarred rope, lit and set to smolder inside a stiff canvas case. The idea was good. Shef realized as he looked at the flame baskets at the flimsy construction of the kites quite how much was being expected of 3 12-year-olds, bobbing at the end of ropes high in the air above unyielding mountainside. No need to remind them of the reward. Boys did not think far enough ahead to value money. They would do this for the praise and admiration of the men, maybe a little out of respect for him. He nodded at them all, patted Helmi gently on the shoulder, and turned away. "Time to move," he said to his own party. As they filed away, the English catapultiers and Viking guards looked after him with silent concern. Queka, at least, had seen this happen before, the one king going by himself to some uncertain fate. He had hoped not to see it happen again. From the place where she sat alone, arms wrapped round knees, Svandis too watched the retreating file. She could not go out, throw her arms round him, weep like a woman. Her dignity forbade it. But she had seen many men go, few come back. Hours later, as the sun finally crawled down to touch the flat horizon, the boy Straw led the 7 horsemen into the rare shade of a clump of low and twisted trees. He whistled softly, and at the call figures appeared from the shadows to clutch bridles. Shef slowly levered himself off the horse's back and climbed stiffly to the ground, thigh muscles twinging and cramping. It had been a hellish ride. At the very start, Shef had been shocked to find not the tiny mountain ponies they had been using to come down from the heretic stronghold, but bigger animals, and not with the usual blanket slung over them, but strange high-pommeled leather saddles, with iron stirrups dangling either side. "Bruno's Bacalarii," Richier explained briefly. "Cowboys from the country to the east. They are all over the place. Some of them rode too far and too few. From a distance, with these horses and this gear, we will seem just like some more of them. No one asks where they go. They ride wherever they please." Shef had clambered into the high saddle, appreciating immediately the help and support it gave even an inexperienced rider. Then he had realized that, like the others, he was meant to carry in his right hand the long 10-foot ox goad that every cowboy brandished, control the beast with left hand on reins alone. As he kicked his heels and tried to force his unaccustomed seaman's legs to clamp the horse's barrel, they moved out into the sun and the dust. No one had challenged them, indeed. As they rode across the broken foothills and into the plain beyond, they had seen again and again other mounted men in the distance, but often on every path or road groups of infantry watching the crossings. Straw and his fellows waved their lances at the horsemen, but took care not to ride to meet or cross them, veering away when they could. To the groups of foot soldiers they called out in what was evidently some imitation of the language of the Camargue, the cowboys' country, but kept riding, not waiting to engage in gossip. Shef was surprised that no one acted, moved across to block their path, but it looked as if everyone expected the irregular riders to go where they liked, without orders or plan. Surely someone would notice the inept riding of Shef and Richier at least, see that there were men there too old or too big for a cowboy patrol. But even the shouts that came towards them seemed good-natured or simply derisive. The Emperor had made a mistake, Shef concluded. He had put too many men out on watch, and too few of them knew each other. They were used to seeing strangers riding towards or round Puig-Punyent. If the Emperor had ordered a complete ban on movement patrolled by a few selected outfits, strangers would have been challenged instantly. The break in the copse of twisted trees did not last long enough. Time to take the skins of heavily watered wine and drain down first 1 quart and then another, drinking till the demand in the throat was gone, and then drinking steadily on, a gulp at a time, till the sweat began to break out again and the body felt it could hold no more. Then Straw was counting them in the deep shade and arranging them in the order he wanted, himself in the lead, another stripling in the rear, Richier next to last, and Shef just before him. The other 3 heretic youths followed Straw, one directly behind him and the other 2 a little to left and right. A last mutter between the youths and a soft exchange of signal whistles. Then Straw led them into the depth of the tangled and ground-cloaking scrub, the maquis of Occitania. Very soon Shef began to wonder if they would ever reach their goal. The idea had always been clear enough. The thorn bushes were a total obstacle to movement on foot or on horseback, as long as one kept upright. But the thorns started their sideways growth a foot or two off the ground. Beneath them there was always a clear space, enough for an active man or boy to creep through, completely hidden from any sentry as long as one could keep any sense of direction. The trouble was the creeping. Straw and his mates, Light and Young, could wriggle forward at an immense pace, keeping their bodies off the ground and pushing forward on hands and toes. Shef managed the same movement for no more than 100 yards. Then his overtasked arm muscles gave out, and he began instead to crawl, belly on the ground, pulling himself forward like a clumsy swimmer. Behind him, grunts and gasps indicated that Richer was doing the same. In seconds, the boys ahead of him had vanished, eeling along at 3 times Shef's speed. He ignored the disappearance and crawled on, whistles from behind and then from in front, sounding like the calls of some night bird. A shape wriggling back towards him, muttering some kind of appeal for more speed. It vanished again. Straw appeared, gabbling likewise. Shef ignored them all and continued to crawl through the roots, weaving from side to side to get round the thickest clumps, thorns catching in his hair, sticking in his fingers, dragging at his clothes. A hiss and a scurry on the bare ground brought him up short, jerking his hand away. One of the vipers of the plain, but hearing him coming long before his hand reached it. Shef's mouth began to clog with dust, his knees to bleed through the chafed wool trousers. Straw had caught him by the shoulder, was pulling him to one side, out into a break in the cover, a path only inches wide, but leading round the side of a hill. Shef climbed slowly onto his feet, feeling the relief in protesting thigh muscles, wiped the hair out of his eye, and looked at Straw with doubt and enquiry. On their feet? In the open? Better to crawl on than be seen. "Too slow," hissed Straw in trade Arabic. "Friend's gone ahead. If hear whistle, off path. Hide again." Slowly but relievedly, Shef began to pad in the direction indicated, rustles in the brush indicating the scouts ahead. He spared a moment to glance at the stars, shining clear in the cloudless sky. Not too long to midnight. He had gone maybe half a mile along the goat track as it wound through the small hills when the whistles came again from the hillside. Straw was at his side, gripping an arm and trying to force him back into the brush. Shef looked at the apparently solid wall of thorns, ducked and crawled under. 10 feet in, and hardly a glimmer of light finding its way through, though more gasping and grunting told him that the exhausted Perfectus was being hauled into safety too. Straw was still pulling at him to get further in, but Shef resisted. He was a veteran of many marches, many spells of sentry duty. Unlike Straw, he could estimate a risk. In this kind of country, with no alarms and no immediate danger at hand, he did not think the Emperor's patrols would be at full alert. They would not see an eye peering from thick cover in the middle of a featureless hillside. Carefully he edged to his feet, held on to the base of a branch, carefully let it sink a few inches to give him a spy-hole. There they were indeed, not 20 feet away, edging along the narrow, awkward path, too busy avoiding thorns to look around them. Shef caught a low grumble of conversation, an angry bark of command from the man in the lead. The grumbling did not stop. Low-grade troops, Shef thought. Local levies like his own county feuds. Reluctant to take trouble, thought simply on getting home. Easy to avoid as long as one did not actually fall over them in the dark. It was the silent men who did not move who were the danger. Back to the path another half-mile on, then into the scrub, and once more the steady crawling round some obstacle or sentry post. Another 100 yards on a goat path, and crawl again. On and on. Shef lost sense of direction, ceased fatalistically to glance at the sky and reckon the time. The gasping of Richer diminished as he too seemed to settle to their uneven rhythm of movement. And then suddenly they were at a halt, all 7 of them in a clump, looking from the shadows across a patch of bare ground at glimmering fires. Behind them the great jagged mass of the peak, the castle of the Graduale, Puigpunyent itself. Straw pointed very gently at the fires. "Them," he breathed. "Last men. Last ring. Los Alemanos." Germans they were. Shef could see the iron glinting as they moved on their beats, shields and mail, helmets and gauntlets. In any case, he would have recognized the bearing of the Lanzenbrüder. whom he had seen swarming to the assault in the Battle of the Brédrebord years before. Then they had been on his side. Now, there was no chance of creeping past them. They had cut down the scrub to make a bare belt, woven the debris into a rough thorn fence. The sentries were not 50 yards apart, and they moved continually. They were watching, too, not like the discontented levies further out. Suddenly, from the bulk of Puig-Punyent, there came a great crash and a thunder of rock. Shef started, noticed the sentries looking too, then turning back to their duties. A cloud of dust rose barely visible against the black, and Shef could hear faint shouting. The Emperor's gangs were working on through the night, in shifts, tearing down the whole mountainside with pick and lever and crane, to rip out the heart of the heretic's faith, to find the Emperor his relic. Shef looked again at the sky, the position of the moon, still some way off full. It was midnight now, but it would take time, he knew, time to rig the kites and winch them out. Maybe they would have to wait for a wind, even up there on the mountain. Straw was pulling at him again, anxious and wanting an instant answer. He was only a boy. In war, everything took longer than you wanted, except when the other side did it. Shef looked round, motioned them all to the ground. If there was nothing else to do, rest. If his plan succeeded, he would know soon enough. Stretched out underneath the bushes, Shef put his head down on his forearms, felt the weariness come over him. There was no risk where they were, and the boys would stay awake. He let his eyelids close, fell slowly into the pit of sleep. "He's not just loose now, he's out," said the voice, the familiar voice, his father's voice. "Out in the open." Even in his dream, Shef felt a surge of resentment, disbelief. "You're not there," he told himself talking to himself. Svandis explained all that. "You're just a part of my mind, the same way all the gods are part of people's minds." All right, the voice went on with weary tolerance. "Believe what you like. Believe what your girlfriend likes. But believe this. He's out. I have no hold over him. Things could go any way now. Ragnarok. That's what Odin wants, what Loki wants. What they think they want. You don't want it? I don't want what would come after it. Church, all-powerful, way all-powerful, whichever. There's a better way. Back to where we were before Sheaf became Shield. Maybe with something added, something new. What's that? You're going to see. You're going to show them. The priests have it inside their holy circle, but they see it only as a warning, not a blessing. Can be either." Shef had lost the thread, could not follow the hints. "What are you talking about?" "What Loki lost to. What you are bringing back for him. His namesake, his near namesake. Logi." "Fire," Shef translated automatically. "Fire it is. Wake and see what you are bringing to the world." Shef's head snapped upright, his eyes instantly wide open. He realized that he had already been half-woken by a rising babble of voices from the ring of sentries in front of him. But all over the guarded plain were coming shouts and calls, the blast of a trumpet as some panicker decided to alert his men to what they had seen already. Fire drifting down out of the sky. After a few seconds, Shef's eye and mind adjusted to what he was seeing. Immediately before him a white flare drifting down, as brilliant as a sun, throwing flickering shadows over the thorn below. Above it a green one. Not far away, Shef could see a third and a fourth beginning to drift down. Thought for a second he could even see the tiny glow of the slow match. But any such light was killed instantly by the lurid colors spreading across the sky. Violet, yellow, red. More and more flares seemed to spring into life every moment, though Shef knew that could not be so. It was just that each one took moments for the mind to recognize it. By the time it had been taken in, there were others in being to focus on. All three kites must be aloft and working. The boy flyers were doing their duty better than he could have believed. To the troops on the ground, local levies, bishops' men, half-heretics and Lanzenbrüder alike, every man deeply superstitious and steeped from birth in a culture of demons and miracles, dragons and portents, the flares in the sky were even harder to take in. Men do not see what they see. They see the nearest fit between what they see and what they expect. All across the plain beneath the rock of Puig-Punyent, Cries rose up as men tried to fit a meaning to something that defied all experience. "A comet! The tailed star! God's judgment on those who overthrew the long-haired kings!" wailed a chaplain, starting an instant panic. "Dragons in the sky!" shouted a Lanzenritter from the Drachenberg country, where belief in dragons was ingrained. "Shoot for its soft spot! Shoot before the damned things get on the ground!" A rain of arrows poured into the air from those who heard him, relieved at hearing an order of any kind. The arrows landed among the horses of a cavalry unit corralled 200 yards off, starting a stampede. "It is Judgment Day, and the dead rising to meet their God in the sky," lamented a bishop with much on his conscience, which he had hoped to do timely penance for. His cry would have carried little conviction, since the lights were falling rather than rising, if falling more slowly than could possibly be natural. But as he called out, some sharp-sighted man caught the vague shape of one of the gliding kites, banking above the light it had just released, and shrieked hysterically, "Wings! I can see their wings! They are the angels of the Lord, come to scourge sinners!" Within moments a roar spread across the plain of 10,000 men shouting their explanations. The cowboys of the Camargue, lightest of cavalry, reacted first, were in their saddles in moments and heading purposefully for safety. Panicked sentries abandoned their positions in the brush and began to draw together, hoping for comfort in numbers. As they saw the infection spreading, the disciplined Germans of the Lanzenorden, scattered here and there to officer and stiffen the more doubtful Frankish troops, began to seize the runners, knock men down with their lance butts, try to drive them back to their posts. Spying from the cover of the thorns, Shef watched intently for an opportunity. One thing he had forgotten. While the men down there, the inner ring of the Emperor's Guard, had certainly been distracted. They were clumped together now, abandoning their set watch pattern, pointing into the sky. The flares themselves were making the whole landscape almost as bright as day. If he tried to move forward now across the bare strip that the guards had made, they would certainly see him. If not as he moved forward, then in the seconds it would take to force a way through the barricade of cut-down trees. He needed cover to reach that point. Then the time to cut a way through, and to crawl 100 yards through the masking scrub on the other side. Then they would be on the edge of one of the deep ravines that led up to the rock and the castle itself, the ravine that Richier said they must follow. In the deep dark of that they might be safe, but how to reach it? There was something else in the sky now, not the steady light of the flares with their mixed colors. A flickering light, a red light. A red that was growing, beginning to put out the competing white and yellow and green. Not flares, but fire. Shef realized that the flares had burnt all the way to the ground, landed in the dense, thick, tinder-dry scrub through which he had crawled, set it instantly aflame. The shouts coming from all around now had an added edge of fear. All those who lived in this land knew the dangers of fire during the Grande Chaleur, the great heat of the southern summer. Their own villages lived protected by fire breaks, carefully cleared and renewed every spring. Now they were out in the open, fire spreading all around them. To the noise of shouting was added the drumming of hooves, the patter of running feet. From the goat path in the scrub, 50 yards from where Shef and the others lay, a dozen men burst out, running determinedly towards the bare rock of the castle, where nothing could burn. As they reached the ring, now a clump of sentries, Shef saw spear points flash, heard an angry shout. The head of the German sentries barring their way. Shouts in reply, arms waving, pointing behind them at the flames. More men running from different directions. Shef rose to a crouch beneath the bushes. "Come on." They gaped at him. "Come on. Look like horseboys who've got lost. Run as if you're frightened." He writhed once more through the bushes, burst through a final tangle, and ran out onto the cleared space, looking round and shouting out in a gabble of Arabic mixed with Norse. The rest followed him, hesitant from the long hours of hiding. Shef seized Straw, lifted him in the air, and shook him as if hysterical with fear, turned and ran the wrong way, not towards the gap where the other refugees clustered, but round the side of the hill. German eyes saw him, saw only another damned local out of control. Rounding a turn, Shef halted, pushed aside the youth who had cannoned into his back, stared at the tangle of thorn trees with which the Germans had made their abattis. A weak place there. He stepped forward, drawing the short, single-edged sword slung from the back of his belt. For a few seconds he cut and tugged, then plunged forward, disregarding the scratches that came through wool and hemp. The others followed him, Straw and his mates disappearing at once into the bushes on the other side, Richier gasping again and holding his side. Shef seized him, bent him by force to the ground, thrust him bodily in under the branches. Followed him, this time using all his hoarded strength in one last burst of lizard-like motion, through to the ravine and the dark rocks below. As the noise behind died, and Shef saw at last the black unguarded cleft that led to the very base of the rock of Puigpunyent, something again made him look up. There in the sky, for the first time, he saw a kite wheeling above him, and above the flares it had sown. It was silhouetted by flame running along the cloth of the square kite shape, along the veins of the controls. In the middle, like a fat-bodied spider in its web, must be the shape of the flyer, Tolman or Helmi or Uba. His own match must have caught the cloth, or perhaps a flare had not fallen properly from its release. But now the kite was swooping down, first in a crazy spiral, then, as its lift surfaces burned away, seeming to fold its wings like a gannet and plunge towards the rocks, a meteor trailing flame. Shef closed his eye, turned away, thrust Richier to the fore. "Someone died for your relic," he hissed. "Now take us to it, or I will cut your throat in sacrifice to my boy's ghost." The Perfectus began to run clumsily across the dark rock to the entrance only he could find.